Good morning. Good morning. Hey, everybody. I woke up late today. I barely gotten the sleep out of my eyes, but I'm here. Hi, Henny. Good morning, friend. Good morning. Or good afternoon to you. Hi. I'm here. I'm here, not with bells on, but I'm here. Ooh, my goodness. Hey, JB. I just woke up like maybe 30 minutes ago, maybe. Good morning. Good morning. And you know what I forgot to do last night was set my alarm to get myself up. Oh my goodness. What if I would have been late? What if I would have been late? Oh my goodness. Ay. Yeah, I forgot to set my alarm. I fell asleep watching a video last night, and usually I remember, to set my alarm, but I did. I forgot. And all of a sudden my eyes popped open at like 8:15 and I was like, "Oh my god, what time is it?" Oh. And you know what? I don't know if it would have helped, JB, because I have my phone on vibrate. I have my phone on do not disturb or silent mode or whatever you call it. Yeesh. I did. So we have a poll in the chat today. I did put that in first thing this morning after I made the stream. I went ahead and put a poll in the chat because today we believe, considering what the prosecution said yesterday at the end of the day, that they may be resting first thing this morning. So if that's the case, then you don't see it. JB says she doesn't see a poll. Yeah, it's there. And there's a vote. So I'm assuming Henny voted. Because there's only a couple people in the chat right now, so. Oh yeah, tablets. My iPad won't never show the polls. I only see the polls on my phone or my computer. But I don't ever see the poll from my iPad. Oh my goodness. I'm sorry, guys. I'm the worst. Bum bada bum bada bum bum. Bum bada bum bum bum. Hey QB. Good morning to you. Good morning. It is Wednesday. It is hump day. What y'all doing today besides courting it up over here with me? What do y'all got plans for today? Anybody? I love how QB and JB are like, JB, QB. They had all those E's. Oh, QB's got Tyler, your physical therapist. You got therapy today, eh? hope that it goes well and that he doesn't hurt you. No hurting allowed. Do you know, whenever I used to go to the chiropractor all the time, I loved when they put me on that heated massager bed thing. So it was the bed that does the massage, like the rolly massages like you get when you go sit in a chair to get your toes done at the nail place, you know? Um, he would put me on that table that did that, and they would lay like, what was it? Like warm blankets or warm towels or something on my legs. I don't remember. It was weird. And then they would move me from there over to this other table that like shakes real fast. It's supposed to, like, I guess, loosen you up. I don't know. And then I would go from there into the actual chiropractor chair where he would like do all the cracking and stuff. JB said, yeah, my chiropractor has that along with the heated pad and tins. I liked them. I liked them. Oh, we have a feed. I see the feed moving this morning. Hold on, let me add it to the stage. All right, we got you added. Let's make it big. Okay, we got sound. And we're live. I wonder if that guy knows he's literally standing right there in front of the camera. So close we can count your nose hairs, dude. So close. Oh, why is the judge coming in that door? Something funky going on? Ruh-roh, Raggy. Okay, she's going back. Weird. Ooh. What's that mean, JB? JB said, y'all, I got up this morning and we have a red sky. What's that mean? Does it have something to do with the eclipse coming? QB said, sailors take warning. Hey, Morgana. Good morning to you. Good morning to you. Oh, yeah. That's true, JB. Old saying, red sky in the morning, sailor be warning. Red sky at night, sailor delight. Yeah, that's true. I forgot about that. Kooky. kooky. I wonder how long the day is going to go today. So here's the question. The question is, if the state rests first thing this morning and the defense, wonder how many witnesses the defense will have, if any. Yeah, I'm wondering. I have questions. Plus, I live in Tornado Alley, so it applies here, just saying. Oh, right, JB, right? Oof. QB said they were. They were. They were. Was that a question or a statement? Like, they were, or they were? Oh, okay. They were saying the only witness would be Crumbley if he testifies. Who said that? Who said that? Did the defense actually say that? And I missed it? Oh, speculating. Defense speculation. Well, why would the defense speculate? Wouldn't they know if they're going to have any other witnesses besides Crumbley if he testifies? We know this, QB. We know that your phone hates you. We already know that, man. Oh, analysts. Meant to add a comma. Analysts. Okay. So have you guys answered in the chat? In the poll, I mean? Have you answered the poll yet? Ooh, let's see. We have 5 votes. Yay. You guys are on it. Awesome. We have more votes in the poll than we have people eyeballs in here. That's awesome. Defense speculation. There, I did this time. You did it this time. Gotcha. It's like QB's however, comma. Oh my goodness. Stretching. I think Jennifer was the only witness in her trial. Also, how do you do anything with nails? Actually, when you have nails for so long and then you don't have nails, all of a sudden you're like, oh my God, how do I function without nails? Was Jennifer the only one? I don't remember. Mm. That's so true for both nails and no nails. Yes. Right, Henny? Jennifer was the only witness for her defense. Okay. Okay. Stop yawning, Jenny. Stop yawning. Stop yawning. Stop yawning. Oh my goodness. Mm-mm-mm. I'm thinking since about the song we were singing yesterday, send the word. Send the word. Send the word. Over there. La 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 la. Oh. Oh, that's why you keep sending messages too quick, is because of your nails. Oh, he don't have a tie on today. Or wait, maybe he'll have it on here in a minute when he sits down. I wonder, do they put the tie at his desk, at his table? Or, like, does she bring a tie in every morning for him? Yep, there goes his tie. There goes his tie. There goes his tie. He's putting it on, putting it on, putting it on. Okay, dude, you got it on. It looks like you did a good job this morning. Did a good job this morning. So JB didn't wake up until, wait, if it helps, I overslept too. Didn't wake up till 6:30. Okay. So I'm not the only one. You hear birdies. What birdies? Right. Hey, Margaret. Good morning, friend. She can't get out of this bed. There's Muriel. Muriel. He's writing in his little legal pad. Make sure to vote in the poll if you haven't already. Oh my goodness. One foot in front of the other. Margaret. And soon you'll be walking out the door. Messaging like Abadoo. Literally, like when Abigail messages, texts people, it's like she can't just put everything in one long paragraph. Like she has to send one sentence after the next or one word after the next sometimes. It's like boom, 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 boom with text messages. She cracks me up. Now I'm anxious to know if he's going to take the stand. Anxious to know, anxious to know. Does anybody know if whenever, like, say they go on lunch today, lunch break, when he goes back to wherever he's housed at within the courthouse there, um, what kind of lunch does he get? All right, I'm going to mute myself and we're going to get started. Here we go.
We actually just wanted to speak about timing, Judge.
Oh, all right. Did you get a copy of the expert witness jury
Yes,
instruction?
Judge.
Okay, if you have fill-ins for that.
I can just scratch out who we need. We don't need Dr. Bryan or Dr. Packard on this.
Does it say what Detective Wagorowski is an expert in?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, if you give it to us, we'll change it. I want to give you a complete set of the jury instructions and make sure you agree with them.
Thank you, Judge.
Right.
May we speak with you off the record regarding timing?
Sure.
So they get a brown bag lunch, bologna sandwich with chips. Says JB, and then Kibi said bologna. I mean, I wouldn't fight. I wouldn't fight or argue over a bologna sandwich. But yay. So they're having a timing, talking about timing or scheduling or whatever. So I hope that the state rests like first thing. I hope that they don't say, oh, by the way, we have 2 other witnesses we would like to call before we rest. Right, QB? I could. I mean, it's very possible. QB said jailhouse brown bag is bologna Sammy. JB says, or in the last county I lived in, they got peanut butter and jelly sandwiches and either an apple or an orange. Oh, wow. I've never seen headphones with the little white netting on them before. I mean, I understand why they do that, because they're used by other people, but weird.
All right, we had a discussion about some jury instructions. We have to make some minor tweaks, and then I'll make copies for both sides, and I'm going to provide the jury with some copies of the jury instructions as well.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. We also discussed some scheduling, and you want to recall someone, I think.
Yes, Judge. We're going to recall Special Agent Brett Brandon for very brief testimony.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so are you ready for the jury?
We have not heard from
Not yet. And Bart Keith's on behalf of the people.
Mario Lehman on behalf of the jury.
Karen McDonald on behalf of the people.
All right. Mr. Crumbley, can you hear us?
Yes, I can, thank you.
All right, we're going to bring the jury in.
Thank you, Judge.
Oh, yes. Should I do that? Your Honor, just very briefly, I just wanted to make a quick record before the jury comes in that Amy Crumbley and James Crumbley Sr. will not be testifying as defense witnesses. They were on the witness list, however, they are not testifying. They are in the courtroom, which is why we're making a record.
Okay.
Mr. Keese is aware, we did talk about it before coming into court this morning.
That's correct.
All right. Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor.
All rise for the jury.
Good morning. As always, thank you for being on time. You can be seated. Prosecutor, what's your next witness?
Thank you, Judge. People are going to briefly recall Special Agent Brett Brandon.
Could you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony about to give is the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, could you please step up and would you state your name for the record and spell your first and last name?
Yes, it's Brett Brandon, B-R-E-T-T, Brandon, B-R-A-N-D-O-N.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Sir, you're one of the officers in charge of this case?
Yes,
Okay. And you were here yesterday for Lieutenant Willis's testimony, is that right?
that's correct.
Okay. And you've had the opportunity as well to review surveillance footage of different facilities?
Yes,
Okay, does that include surveillance footage of 1111 Bellevue in Detroit?
it does.
Okay. And do you recall when Lieutenant Willis was asked if he remembered if James or Jennifer Crumbley ever left the premises of 1111 Bellevue, he couldn't remember the answer?
I do recall that, yes.
Okay, do you have a definitive answer for us?
Yes.
Tell us about that, please.
Yes, so in my review of the video from 1111 Bellevue, I did not observe Mr. or Mrs. Crumbley leave the premises. They did, like we stated yesterday, go to their car several times to smoke cigarettes and come back inside, but they did not leave the premises from what I saw in the surveillance video.
Okay, so we have surveillance video admitted already about 11:30 a.m., around noon a.m. with the time difference on the surveillance camera, that James and Jennifer Crumbley arrived in the parking lot. Is that right?
I believe that time is correct.
Okay, and then we saw footage of James Crumbley pulling the vehicle out and back in the same parking spot?
Yes,
Okay, but they never left that location of 1111 Bellevue?
I did not observe them leave, no.
Okay. We heard testimony regarding certain foodstuffs were found in Suite 130 in that location.
That's correct.
In the review of your video, were you able to give us information regarding that?
Yes.
Tell us about that, please.
So in the afternoon, at some point, the owner of that art studio that they were staying in got into his vehicle, departed, returned a while later with white grocery bags, a bag of ice, and I think a case of waters that he made 3 trips in and out, carrying that into the apartment or into that unit. And then that was the person that dropped off those groceries.
Okay, thank you. I meant
Ross?
Very briefly, Your Honor. Good morning, Agent Brandon.
Good morning.
You testified that James and Jennifer left the building, but remained on the premises.
That's correct. Yeah, they were a little out of view of the camera by the front of the vehicle, but from my observations, they would go out there for a few minutes and then walk back in.
From what you recall from your review of the information that you received during your investigation, it wasn't just once or twice, but they actually went in and out of the building multiple times that day, correct?
Yes, I don't recall the number, but it was probably north of 6. And sometimes it would be both of them. Sometimes it would just be Mr. Crumbley. You know, occasionally it would be Mr. Crumbley in particular would come out with his hood up or ball cap on and then walk back in.
And we saw it was snowing that day.
I believe it snowed in the morning, and then as the day went on, it let up. But yeah, it was approaching winter.
It was December in Michigan, so cold.
I don't recall the temperature, but yeah, it was December in Michigan.
You also, if you recall, there were times when Mr. Crumbley or his wife left the building and went back in during the day, but also at night.
Yes, it started when they arrived and then continued through the evening, yes.
As for the owner of the art studio going to get foodstuffs, I think is what the prosecution referred to it as, you don't know why he went and got it. You just know that he went and got it. Is that fair?
Correct.
No further questions, Your Honor.
no regret. Thank you.
All right, you may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And who's the next witness?
Thank you, Judge. I did speak with counsel last night as well as this morning regarding our exhibits, and we approached earlier to talk about that. I will provide the court as well as counsel with our updated version. I have made a record before we started with testimony regarding exhibits that were admitted. I won't go through all of them, but I will rely upon the document that I provided counsel as well as the court that these exhibits are in fact admitted.
We made an extensive record of which exhibits would be admitted last week, correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
That's correct. And the only exceptions that I did want to point out, we have an agreement to exhibit 378. That's a redacted transcript of James and Jennifer Crumbley's interview video at the Oxford substation. We're in a stipulation to that. That's 378.
Ms. Lamb, did you have an opportunity to review the transcript?
I did, Your Honor. I have reviewed it. I have spoken with Mr. Keast about it, and we do have an agreement to admit that as an exhibit.
You believe it's accurate?
I do believe it's accurate, Your Honor, yes.
All right, I will admit number 378.
Thank you, Judge. And the only other two exhibits that are currently noted as exhibits on this list are 373 and 374. Those are not admitted and at this point will be omitted from the exhibit list.
373 and 374 will not be admitted.
Yes, Judge.
And Your Honor, I would like the opportunity, and I believe Mr. Keast will do that, to give me a copy of that list to just ensure that I have the same number of exhibits that he has and to make sure that we agree.
Okay, sure.
And Judge, with that, people rest.
Ms. Lehman.
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, the defense would call Karen Crumbley.
Good morning. Could you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, so help you God? Okay, and could you hold the sword toward you?
I got it.
And have a step up. And have a seat. And then would you state your name for the record and spell your first and last name?
Karen Crumbley, Karen Crumbley.
All right, I'm gonna ask you to keep your voice up.
Okay.
All right, take a deep breath.
Okay.
Go ahead and say it.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Crumbley. Can I call you Karen?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Karen, I am gonna again ask that you keep your voice up. You are a little soft-spoken, so I want to make sure that the jury in the courtroom can hear you, okay?
Okay.
I just have a few questions. How are you feeling today?
Good.
Are you nervous?
Well, I mean, yes, a little. I mean, I'm all right.
I'm gonna take you back. Well, let me start with this. Do you know James Crumbley?
Of course, yes.
How do you know him?
He is my brother.
Do you know his son?
Yes, I do.
I am going to ask that you not say his son's name. We do have some direction from the court not to use his son's name in court.
Okay.
And what is his son's relationship to you?
He is my nephew.
We're going to be fairly specific. Where do you live?
I live in Welaka, Florida.
Tell the court a little bit about yourself.
I was raised in Jacksonville, Florida. I went and graduated high school, and then I got my medical assistant degree and did a few times in New Hampshire at Dartmouth Hitchcock Hospital, and then came back to Florida. And I was in a car accident where I lost my right leg, and now I stay in a town that is peaceful, and I have 4 children and 2 grandchildren.
How old are your kids?
17, 18, 23, and 25.
I'm going to take you back to 2021. Where are you living in 2021?
In Welaka, Florida.
Specifically, I'm going to ask you about April of 2021. Do you recall what was going on in April of 2021?
My mom was in the hospital. My mom passed away April 6th of 2021.
Do you recall if you saw James or his son in April of 2021?
Yes, I did. My brother, James, was there in the hospital with us when my mom passed. And then my nephew came down, I believe, the day after and stayed for the while we had those services. And then we had like a memorial thing, like get together with everybody, cookout and stuff. And then we had the services, the funeral services and things like that.
You said your mom passed away on April 6th of 2021?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember exactly that your nephew came down on the 7th, or are you not sure of the date? And if you don't know, it's okay.
I know that they left when they found out that my mom had passed. I believe my nephew and his
Let me stop you for a
mother.
second. Who's they?
My nephew and his mother
Okay.
drove down to Florida from Michigan when they find out, and believe they got there maybe around on the 7th that they arrived.
Okay. So you remember that you saw your nephew maybe the 7th, it might have been the next day or maybe, you're not sure.
Right, yes.
But it was shortly after the 6th.
Yes, it was very shortly.
While your brother and his son were in Florida, did you spend time with them?
Yes, I did.
Obviously, it was a difficult time with your mom passing away. Do you recall?
Their feed is frozen. Their feed is frozen. Hopefully it resumes soon. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Oh my goodness, you guys. Why does it always happen? They've had a hard time like with this trial with technical difficulties, right? Annoying.
And or your nephew any other time in 2021?
Yes, I went to Michigan with my father and my stepmother to visit. It was actually he knew my father was going, but I was a surprise to my brother. And we went to Michigan. We stayed at their house for about a week.
When you
About
say
3 or 4 days, maybe.
When you say you stayed at their house, whose house did you stay at?
My brother James's house.
And was his son there?
Yes.
And you stayed there for a few days?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you spend time with James and your nephew in those few days?
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm going to ask you the same thing. Do you recall seeing anything concerning?
No.
Do you recall your nephew saying anything concerning to you?
No.
Do you recall your brother talking to you about concerning conversations he had with his son?
Judge, I
No.
just have to object to that question. Honestly, I should object to the last question regarding April as well. She can testify as to what she observed and but not what James said or not said.
Yeah, correct, yes.
From your observations, did you see anything concerning in June of 2021?
Absolutely not.
And did you speak with your brother after June of 2021?
Yes.
Did you speak with your nephew after June of 2021?
Not directly, no. I heard him in the background, tell him I said hi, he said hi, things like that, but not directly, no.
So based on those interactions, although they weren't direct, they were kind of in the background,
Yes.
did you observe anything concerning with your nephew between June of 21 and we'll say November 30th of 2021?
No.
If there had been anything concerning that you had observed, what would you have done?
I would have addressed it, and if I would have known anything, I would have talked to him, I would have took him home with me if there was any kind of inclination that anything was wrong.
Would you have made your brother aware of it?
Of course.
Did you ever make your brother aware of anything that you were concerned about?
No, because there was nothing I was concerned about.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Ross?
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name's Mark. I'm going to ask you some questions. If anything I ask is confusing or sometimes I kind of go on a little bit, just let me know and I can rephrase the question.
Okay.
Now, James Crumbley is your brother, obviously,
Correct.
and we refer to him as a shooter. He's your nephew.
Yes.
Okay. The last time you actually saw the shooter was June of 2021. Your
You
nephew
mean in person?
in person? Yeah, the last time you saw him.
I think, Your Honor,
Oh,
but she's hesitating, and I think I know what she's hesitating about. Do you want to discuss it at the bench?
can we approach? Yes. I think I know what it is too.
Okay.
I can call Kel. Do you want me to call you into work? Or call you out of work, I mean? Hmm. I hope you have a good day at work. Honestly.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Case.
Thank you. Before the shooting on November the 30th, the last time you saw your nephew was in June of 2021.
Correct,
Okay, and the last time you saw him before that was in April 2021.
correct.
Okay. And you, from the time of actually, you may not know this, but everybody's phones in this case were seized and analyzed. Did you know that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, including your brothers as well as your nephews?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you're not here to tell us that you had a particularly close relationship with your brother, is that right?
We had a close relationship, but we lived in two different states, so it was mainly, it wasn't like close.
Well, you wouldn't talk very often.
At least maybe once a month.
Well, according to the phone records on your brother's phone, it was far less frequent than that. Does that sound right to you? And I'm not trying to trip you up.
No. We talked on social media as well.
Right. So there's call logs, actual device to device.
Right.
Then there's Facebook calls as well.
Correct.
And I show 2 Facebook calls.
Okay.
And then there's instant messaging, and there's 22 instant messages between you and your brother.
Okay.
And that's the entire year of 2021.
Okay.
And then there's some group Facebook messages
Right.
with other members of the family.
Okay.
Now, your nephew never wrote you a note that said, "Help me."
No,
Did he?
sir.
And he never drew a picture next to that note with a gun, did he?
No.
Okay. And that would be concerning to you.
Yes.
Okay.
It would
And
cause-
is that what you meant to say, or is that what you meant when you said, what would you have done if you saw something of a concerning nature?
I would have brought it up. Yes.
Yes, that would be something significant to you as a mother.
To address. Yes, of course.
I think it might gloss over, I want to clarify. On the phone log, there's only 3 actual phone calls between you and your brother in 2021.
Okay.
Does that sound right to you?
I guess.
Now, you were interviewed in November of 2023 by an investigator when your name was put on the defense witness list. Do you remember that interview?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you were asked if you knew you were on the witness list, and you said that you didn't know at that point.
Right.
Okay. And then you said you would have nothing to testify on their behalf because you had no knowledge of the incident until after it happened.
Correct. I have no knowledge of the incident.
Okay. So then you said you didn't know that a gun was bought for your nephew prior to the incident.
I did not know about that weapon. No.
And during that interview, you were asked about guns in the family home back when everybody lived in Florida. And you said, well, some firearms is something that wouldn't be out of the ordinary for someone to own back in Florida when you grew up.
Right.
Do
No.
you recall that?
Yes, I do
Okay.
recall that.
But then you said, having guns in the house wouldn't be out of the ordinary, but getting one for your kid would be. At 21 minutes into the interview,
Getting one as in,
giving a gun as a,
no,
Yeah,
not
figured.
giving, but to use at a shooting range or whatnot.
well, I'm just
I would
reading
not say about
your words. And again, I'm not
Okay.
trying to trip you up.
Yeah, no.
You said getting a gun for your kid, that would be out of the ordinary.
Yes.
Thank you.
Redirect?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. The prosecutor asked you about guns in the family home. And you were aware, or let me ask you, were you aware in April or June of 2021 if there were firearms in James Crumbley's family home?
Yes.
And what do you know about those firearms, if anything?
I know that there was a Derringer because I saw and held it myself when I was there in June.
And how did you go about seeing and holding it?
He took it out of his room. I had brought it
Let
up.
me stop you.
Okay,
Speak.
sorry. My brother,
Okay.
James, took it out of his room to show because it was, I guess it's maybe like an antique kind of ish gun. I'm not sure. I don't know really too much about them, but and I wanted to see it and I hold it and it was very heavy. And then afterwards he put it back in its case and brought it back into his bedroom.
Okay. you said you're not very familiar with guns, right?
Correct.
The prosecutor asked you about a statement that you made about getting a gun for your kid would be, I don't remember the word you used, odd or something along those lines. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What did you mean by that? It sounded like you were trying to explain that to the prosecutor, and I don't know if we heard it.
I mean, if you're getting a gun specifically for your child to use at his leisure, that would be wrong. But with adult supervision, and I don't see any problem with it.
I have no further questions, Ian.
Just real quick, okay. When you were there in June, here in Michigan in June, I think, right?
Yes.
Okay. And James went and showed you the 22 caliber Derringer, the small gun?
Yes.
Okay. You said he went and where he kept it in his room?
Yes, sir.
And the whole family was there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I have nothing else. Thank you, Judge.
All right, you can step down in your excuse. Watch this step right here.
Yes.
Thank you. All right, who's the next witness?
No further questions.
Yvonne?
Just to confirm, Judge.
Yes. Oh, that's good. Yes, yes,
I knew you did.
yes.
No more violence.
No rebuttal. Thank you.
Just for the record, Ms. Crumbley, who just testified, is in the courtroom. I believe that, is there any objection?
No, she can say she's excused.
Are there any additional witnesses?
Not for the people.
Come for the defense.
All right,
Well, I guess that he's not going to testify. Don't they usually have the whole, like, colloquy and all that thing where she, where he says himself that I'm not going to, she'll ask? Like, go through the whole thing, like, you have the right and that the jury can't use it against you if you do or if you don't, blah, 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 blah. And he didn't, there was none of that. Nope. I guess so, Margaret. If that's the case, then, oh, here's QB. QB has words. Hold on. Ma'am.
I love how you read my mind. I'm like, y'all. I don't even have my coffee. I haven't taken the dog out.
Now, why didn't the judge do the whole thing?
They probably did it in chambers.
Well, that sucks.
Well,
That's
yeah,
not
and
cool.
it may be where they are. Sometimes they have to do it for public record. Sometimes it may have been an agreement from the beginning. It may have been he was never on the witness list, like they knew from the beginning. But you are right. Usually they put it on the record in front of the jury that he is not testifying. That may not be a requirement where they are. But yeah, I was going back and I voted no that he would not.
Yeah.
But I was going back and forth. But here's what I thought of last night. Wouldn't it be some crap if they found him not guilty and they found Jennifer Crumbley guilty?
Yeah, I thought about that after hers was over. That was my first thought whenever they were saying, okay, it's the dad's turn. I'm like, if they find him not guilty and I were her, I would, the
I'd be so
place would
mad.
be ablaze. I would lose my ever loving mind.
But that prosecutor did such a good job with
Yeah.
that sister. He's like, so we've been through the phone records. Y'all
Yeah.
talked like 3 times in 2021.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, yeah, yeah. No, I mean,
That is creepy.
I have family I mean, my dad and I are like that. We message every day, but we don't talk every day, and I would say we're close, but I couldn't testify as to what's going on in his home.
Yeah.
Um, and I liked how he asked about that drawing. So if you saw something like that, you'd find that concerning and you'd address it. And she's like, yeah.
Yeah.
Also, hey
She
y'all.
even said at one point if she knew something was like that was going on, she would have took him home with her.
Yeah, but I mean, here's the thing though. Last time she saw him was in June.
Yeah.
He really started going down. That's about the time he started going really south. Like, I'm
Yeah.
not saying he didn't have issues before, but that's when he stopped, started not going to work. He was, the
When did
friend
friend
left.
leave?
Yeah, I want to say the friend left. I am totally speculating, but I feel like it was like October because it was fairly close to the incident.
Okay.
Um, so, I don't know, y'all. I didn't say good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
So, yeah, I mean, Kel, I agree with you. And like I said, I'm extremely close to my dad, but we're just the type of people we're not, I was gonna say we're not talkers.
Hmm.
We're not phone talkers. And so, but again, I mean, I know who lives in his house, but I wouldn't be able to say, oh yeah, oh, my brother lives there and his mental state is fine. Well, I wouldn't say
Mhm.
that anyways, but sorry. But I'm just saying, I mean, like, I wouldn't get up and testify to, now could I get up and testify and say, oh, my dad loves his kids? Yeah, you know,
Right.
would do anything for them? Yeah, I could testify to that. Um, I think Mario made a mistake in the questions that she asked.
Well,
I think she underestimated the
I
prosecution.
apologize. I was trying to see if your lunches could be here earlier. So your lunch will arrive at 11:30. Your lunch will arrive at 11:30 and we'll be hearing closings at 12:30. All right? So I need to tell you that during the trial and between now and the time that you hear closing arguments, you must not read, listen to, or watch any news reports about this case. Under the law, the evidence you consider to decide the case must meet certain standards. For example, witnesses must swear to tell the truth, and lawyers must be able to cross-examine them. Because news reports do not have to meet these standards, they can give you incorrect or misleading information that might unfairly favor one side. So to be fair to both sides, you must follow this instruction. Please do not go on social media. Please do not post, go on Facebook, do research, and discuss the case with anyone. We have come this far, all right? So please follow my instructions. You're going to be free to go. Your lunch will be delivered to your respective jury rooms at 11:30. But I have to caution you, there's people in the courthouse. There are other trials going on. There is a ton of media here. So I need to trust you to not interact with anyone or listen to anyone talking about the case, or you get it, right? You guys get it? You get it?
Yes.
Okay, I've told you a lot of times, right? So at about 11:30, your lunch is going to be delivered to the jury room. At 12:30, we'll hear closings. It's hard to predict what's gonna happen and when it's gonna happen. So lunch will be at 11:30 and then we'll have closings at 12:30. Do you have any questions about the schedule?
Can we go outside
Yes,
as long as we're cautious and don't talk?
yes, it's a beautiful day. You can enjoy the sun, take a walk around our beautiful Oakland County campus.
I'm doing it every day.
You were doing it, okay, good, good. Whatever you want to do, just please avoid people because, you know, not everyone is as well behaved as you 15, let's put it that way. All right? Anything else about that? So your lunch will be here at 11:30 and then your closings at 12:30, all right? Thank you.
All right, for the jury?
You may be seated. I'm thinking you was the jury. Okay. Great. So before you depart, you did change that jury instruction, and then I'm going to give you the jury instructions. If you have a certain order, I have them in a order that I think is logical, but if you want to change any of it around, you can do it.
The only one I had noticed from last time, Judge, is they have 20.30A after 1613 instead of in the middle. Last time it was in the middle. It didn't seem to really make sense. So
20.30A and 16, okay.
yeah, and for reference, that would be right in front of 1615.
All right. Anything about the jury instructions, Ms. Lynn?
No, Your Honor.
I'm going to give you a set of them to make sure that you're here with them before closings.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And Ms. Lane, would you like to inquire of your client?
I would, Your Honor. Mr. Crumbley, will you please stand up? Thank you.
Mr. Crumbley, if you raise your right hand, do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the true self you got?
I do.
All right, you can put your hand down and would you state your name?
James Robert Crumbley.
All right, go ahead, Ms. Lane.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, James.
Good morning.
You know that you and I have talked about your trial. Is that right?
That is correct.
We have talked about how the trial will go.
That is correct.
You know that when you were accused and charged with these offenses, that you have the right to remain silent.
That is correct.
We discussed that right carries through the trial.
That is correct.
You and I have discussed the whether or not you would testify during your trial.
That is correct.
We talked about the benefits of you testifying.
That is correct.
We talked about the risks of you testifying.
That is correct.
And we've talked extensively about whether or not you would testify.
That is correct.
And knowing all of that, is it your decision to testify or is your decision to remain silent?
It is my decision to remain silent.
Mr. Crumbley, do you have any questions for me or do you need any further discussion with your attorney?
No, I don't believe so. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. I think we're releasing the jury right now. I want to caution everyone that's here to be cautious about interacting with anyone in the courthouse. If someone were to say something or do something in front of one of the jurors, it could be devastating to this process. So I know emotions have been running high through the whole trial, and I'm just asking everybody to please, mind where you are and what you're saying and who you're interacting with, all right? Starting over would be devastating for everyone, all right? So are they released? Okay, so the jury is released. I'm gonna make sure no one's in the hallway before you take them down. So we're gonna have closings at 12:30.
Yes, Your Honor.
We'll have the instructions available for you before that.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, 20 point, if you put them in the order you want them in.
I'll take care of
you
it.
Copy them, okay. So we have, she modified the expert witness one, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
So if you return them to us, we'll make a copy for each of you, and we'll also make a copy for the jury. Okay?
Thank you, Judge.
All right, so I'll see you here at 12:30. You can take the defendant, but let me make sure that there's no one in the hallway, all right? And I'm going to ask you all to remain seated while the defendant is taken out of the courtroom.
Okay.
Do you want this back or this one?
That can be.
Okay.
You didn't move any.
You did.
This is the.
So they got everything ASS backwards in that courthouse.
Can you hear me?
Now I can.
Okay. I'm out with the doggo, so I may drop, but I'll be back.
Why they got everything backwards in there?
I don't know. I thought it was weird that they didn't do it in front of the jury because, I mean, that could be cause for appeal or whatever, but I don't know.
Yeah, that was weird.
Very weird.
Very.
So,
let's go look and see what the poll is. All right, so I'm going to end the poll, and the poll says I'm not seeing the poll. Are you guys seeing the poll?
hang on, it's in my pocket. Oh, it's gone, man. What you did to it? Oh, there it is. 55% no, 34% yes, 9 votes.
Okay. All right, there. Now I see it. Yep, 55% said no. So you guys, the 55% were right.
I was going back and forth. I voted no. I know it's anonymously, but not really. I was going back and forth though because I figured he's pretty meek and mild and he wouldn't want to go up against the prosecutor.
Mm-hmm.
But then Muriel has got a big ego, and I thought she'd be like, "No, we got this," you know.
Right.
But I mean,
Yeah.
I am of the. Oh, y'all want some ASMR? Hang on. I don't know if you'll be able to hear it now that I changed it. Did you hear it?
No.
Just imagine you heard coffee pouring.
Oh, I thought you were still outside with the dog.
No, I'm back in now. But you hate when you get to the end of the creamer and like it's not quite enough. It's too much to put all of it, but then it only leaves like a dribble for the next time,
Yeah.
and so you have to kind of play that balance. I just threw it all in there.
I know exactly what you mean.
What was I saying? I'm not awake, y'all. Wow, my brain just totally shut down.
You were talking about how you didn't know if he would go on the stand because he's meek and mild.
Meek and mild, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I know what I was saying. I am of the belief of the old adage, that, well, I guess it's not an old adage. The old adage is he who has himself as a client, or he who represents himself has a fool for a client. I was going to say he who gets on the stand has a fool for a witness, but
right.
So in this instance, though, I mean, I don't know. If I've never been in this situation. I mean, we all know I have a defense attorney. We don't know why. Allegedly. Allegheny,
Allegheniusly.
but Allegheniusly, but you know, if I'm innocent, am I gonna want to get up there and run my mouth? Probably.
I know, right?
But do I want to go up against a really good? That's why I think it's a good thing that they can wait until the last, you know, the last possible second to make that decision. Because I mean, if you going up against Elaine, you'd be like, "Come on,
Yeah,
girl,
I'll do
let's
that.
go,
I'll do that. Yeah.
let's go." Now if you going up against my future husband,
Mm-hmm.
no, we don't want none of that.
Right.
So I don't know. That's just I don't know. I'm trying to wake up. I just got my coffee, y'all.
Mm.
And I have to actually people today.
You have to people.
Yeah, I don't want people.
You do.
I do
You
get to
have
go
to
play
go
with
therapy.
I do. I get to go play with M though, so that's good.
Oh, yay. Well, good for you and good for
Yeah.
her.
Yeah, I'm happy. I'm very happy. So I get to go play with her. And I got Happy Mail and I'm so happy about it. Like I'm super
Yay.
happy about it. So let me tell you what I found. I know when this is yeah, okay, never mind. Let's talk about the case. I'm sorry.
Oh, well, why? If you got Happy Mail, huh? Hey, Lisa.
Hey Lisa. So I found and it was just, you know, it's just one of those things that my phone heard me, I guess. And it came up on my phone somehow or another. There's this guy that makes these um I want to call them blown glass, but they're not blown glass because they're not actually blown, but they're like stretched glass.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and he makes these little rainbow bridges
Oh,
out of glass. Right? I'm gonna cry. I'm not gonna cry. I'm not gonna cry. Um, and um, and he also makes these little pendants. And so, oh, it's so cute. It's so pretty. I'll send y'all a picture, but he makes these pendants that are rainbow. And I was looking for something to hang around her urn to
yeah.
put her name on. And I was like, oh, that would be perfect. Oh, it's really pretty. Oh,
That's sweet.
yeah. But the rainbow bridges, I may order one of the rainbow bridges too, because they're really pretty. And it's just a really just what a sweet little sentiment. Um,
Right. I know.
just a sweet little sentiment to have a little rainbow bridge. But anyways, I'm sorry, I digress. Well, I didn't digress, but I sidebarred.
You
It's really
sidebar.
pretty. I did sidebar. It's really pretty though.
That's okay. That was a sweet and nice sidebar.
Yeah, yeah. So, anyways,
We like those
um,
kind of sidebars.
we like those. Oh, Lisa, you missed the poll. Okay, okay, wait a minute. I don't know how much you know or not. Okay, well, it doesn't matter. So, if before you knew what he was going to do, did you think that James Crumbley would testify or not testify? Not to put you on the spot, and if you don't want to answer, you don't have to. I'm sorry. Just like
Yeah, that was the poll, though.
that was the poll. um, but you can answer or not answer, allegedly or allegedly, or yeah. But I just wonder, you know, I just wonder what people think. Um, she said not. Yeah.
You would be right.
You would be right. You would be right. I did. I really before I voted, I vacillated back and forth because I could see Jennifer, no, not Jennifer. I could see Muriel. Muriel. Um
You said vacillated.
I, what?
I'm sorry, but I'm not even gonna lie. I didn't even know what that term meant until the treehouse trial.
Oh, really? Oh, because see, okay, I laughed during that because he was like, I ain't never heard that. And I was like, yo, I say that all the time. Vacillated.
I ain't never heard it.
Ain't never heard it. Okay, well, I
Like,
vacillated.
what's Vaseline got to do with any of this?
That's what I think Tucker was saying in his head. What's Vaseline got to do with any of this?
He probably
Look,
cocked his head sideways and said, "Did he just say Vaseline? What's
right,
what?"
JB's trying to look, JB's trying to message like me. We oh wait. We all now know. Oh, we all know. Oh Lord. We all know now what that means. Thanks to Treehouse Trial. Oh yeah. It's okay. I was reading sideways. Sorry, I can read. But yeah, so I did. I went back and forth and because I feel like in Jennifer's trial, I don't know that Shannon didn't arm her into like maybe she was vacillating
Right.
and Shannon was like, I got you, I got this in the bag. They're never gonna find you guilty. I'm gonna tell you that I have a pit in my stomach.
Oh, hey, baby.
Hi, Jolie. Hi. Um, that they may find him not guilty. I don't know why. It's just a little pit, a little nugget in my belly.
Yeah,
And if they do, OMG.
there will be riots.
OMG. Oh yeah, there definitely will be. There definitely will be. That's our justice system though. That is, I mean, it's a jury of your peers and these are different peers and I just have a pit in my stomach and I could be wrong, but if they find him not guilty, that is going to be uh,
Kel says, "Do you think Jennifer testifying sealed her fate?"
um
I don't
yeah,
know.
I
I feel like, I mean, like I said, I didn't watch the vast majority of it, but I did watch most, if not all, of her testimony. And I feel like they probably were already like 95% there. And
yeah,
like you said, sealed it for
yeah.
them.
She was too cold. For me. There was no emotion. There was no but to be honest with you, I think Shannon sealed her fate.
Mm.
I think Shannon and I mean, I feel like personally, this is QB's views, not the views of the Crime Cafe, that
Nope. Hold on. Don't leave. Baby, come back.
baby come back. Oh, hey. Um I hate when that happens because I'll be saying something and then it'll go beep and I'm like, dang it.
Mhm.
Um I feel did y'all hear my disclaimer that it's my
Yeah.
views and not the views of the Comcast? Okay. I just want to make sure I got that on there. I almost feel like she should be sanctioned for
Mm.
her closing argument because, like, it's like closing argument 101, and she did all the things opposite.
Yeah.
Like she was all over so many lines of like ethical lines, um, in her closing, and I don't know. Notice we ain't heard nothing about her though.
Yeah, I
We
know.
we ain't heard about her like we did Marsha. You know Marsha. OJ.
OJ?
Yeah.
Yeah. Marsha. What was her last name?
I said Marsha because my brain failed and I can't remember her last Clark.
Clark.
Marsha Clark. It was so easy. Like, why was I trying to make it like a really difficult last name? Yeah, we ain't heard nothing from her. Of course, we ain't heard nothing from my future husband either. I want to know. I meant to look up. I want to know like how many like cases like he's done, and like I need to see other cases he's tried. Like when he came out the gate like that, I was like, "Will you marry me?" I know you're married. I mean, I get it. You're married. It's okay.
Can we go live in a polygamous state? Are there
Will
any of
I
those
just
even available anymore?
no, I don't share Will. He'd have to no, he'd have to abandon all that. But anyways, if he
Mm,
is found not guilty, he is going to have to move and change his name. Just saying facts.
oof.
Morgana, leave me alone. She says she gone.
The one thing
Mhm.
we can confirm, she
One
gone.
one thing we can depend on. She gone. Um yeah, you ain't wrong, JB. I mean, you are not wrong. He definitely gonna have to.
Ah,
So, well, uh, the girlfriend of standby, Christopher Watts,
yeah,
she totally changed her name and moved. And
she
why you
did.
hiding, Nicole?
Hmm.
Nicole, why you hiding? Just saying.
Kessinger, isn't it
Yeah,
Kessinger?
Kessinger. Yeah,
Yeah.
Kessinger. We see you.
Yeah, and the
Why
neighbors saw
did
your daddy's silver truck over there too.
you? Mm-hmm. They saw two people. Just saying.
I don't know. There's they say that I
They're
don't
deep diving
know.
into it. They're looking at her.
Yeah.
They're looking at her hard.
I don't know.
They're looking at her hard because they really do think that uh she now the pictures that they're like, oh, that person has breasts and was carrying a purse.
Had a ponytail. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's like a blob of fuzz. I don't know. Y'all making
I
stuff
couldn't
up.
make nothing out of it,
Y'all
but
seeing stuff. But um as far as when they viewed the footage though, there was talk that there were two people, two different body types.
yeah.
Um I don't know. She was involved. I think she made him do it. And here's what sealed it for me. Not this is totally separate case. I know, sorry. Sidebar. Um what sealed it for me was when they were interrogating him, okay? And he kept saying, I don't want her to be any part of this. Y'all aren't going to bring her into this. Are y'all going to put her name out in the news? And I know like it it sounded like he was trying to protect her from like the media and stuff, but I feel like he was trying to protect her. Like
Yeah.
I'm culpable in this. I'm going to take the fall and let her go do whatever.
Yeah.
Cuz he was head over, I mean, he was goo goo gaga over her.
Yeah.
And yeah, I don't know. I just felt like he was protecting her in more ways than one. But
Right.
my gut says she was involved.
Mm, I
You're
don't
saying
know. I don't
you're
know,
saying
man.
you're saying hi to the people, but they can't hear you. No, they can't. Sorry. I exited you out.
Mm,
Your meows have been canceled.
meow.
Meow. Meow. Meow. She keeps trying to put her tail in my coffee and it's gonna end badly, ma'am.
Ew.
She's not doing it on purpose, but she's flipping her tail around, and I'm like, "Ma'am, if your tail goes in my coffee, I'm gonna be so not okay. I love you, but that is not a thing.
Mm-mm.
No, we're not
We
having
don't
none
want
of that.
we don't want cattail in our coffee.
No, she's my funny one though. She will. So I don't know what happened to her before we got her, but somebody apparently did something to her where she's afraid to like put her head like down into like a bowl or anything to eat. So she uses her paw
Oh yeah.
and she pulls the food out and then she eats it. Well, if you got something, she won't get in your stuff, but if you got something sitting there, she like puts her paw like over your bowl or your plate or whatever, and she like just shakes it a little bit like she gonna go for it. You're like, no, you
Oh.
not. Now she has snagged. She has. We used to get. We still get them sometimes, but we used to get some. It's called Singapore My Fun, but it's like a curry noodle
Uh-huh.
thing, and they're like rice noodles. And she has been known to take her claws and snag a noodle or two.
Oh my
Like
God.
if they're hanging down or whatever, she's like, what?
She's like, watch me get this.
Watch me. So, but yeah, so I'm very like, I don't let my cats on. Well, okay, I say I don't let my cats on the counter, and I don't, and they don't ever get up there. But I do have one who's rogue, who's been rogue since she was little, and it don't matter what I do to her, she'll jump up there. But she don't jump. She don't stay on the counter. She jumps up and then jumps up on top of the cabinets. She jumps from the counter to the top of the I don't know how she gets up there. It's 400 feet. But anyways, I don't want y'all to think. You ever hear that guy that says this? You can't eat at everybody's house. You can't eat at everybody's house.
Why
No.
can't you eat at everybody's house?
And then they show a video of like the cat walking over the stove and stuff while they're cooking. That's why you can't eat at everybody's house. I'm gonna have to find that video. Everybody in chat's quiet. Why are y'all quiet?
They are quiet.
Y'all talk. Hello.
We need to come up with a game plan because if they're not going to come back till 12:30 for closing time, then what are we going to do in the meantime?
I hear you diamond painting.
Oh, I am.
What y'all want to do? Y'all speak up. Oh, there they are.
I'm just trying to think of options. So we could, I mean, if it was just like an hour, I would say let's just hang out, you know?
It is kind of an hour though. What time is it?
It's 2 hours.
Oh, y'all don't want me to entertain you for 2 hours.
And so,
Oh, you just want to come back at 12:30?
I was thinking either come back at 12:30, or we could chat for a little bit and then peep on other trials.
You're always peeping on things.
Huh?
You're always peeping on things.
I like peeping on things.
Ma'am, don't say that.
I like to peep trials.
I need to
There's a new trial that I saw. I don't know what it's about, but
we can't
something.
start nothing new. We got a deep dive into Delphi and okay. What does everybody think? How long after the jury gets this do you think? Can we do a poll?
Yeah, we can do a poll.
How long after the jury gets the case do we think they're gonna deliberate? Yeah.
How long did they deliberate in the Jennifer Crumbley?
11
trial?
hours.
Holy cow.
I didn't think it was that long, but yeah, I looked it up. It was 11 hours.
Wowzers.
So I don't know that they'll get the case today because if they go at 12, well, they could. I mean, they only get so long for their closing, right? Don't they have to limit it?
Yeah, I think
So a certain
usually
amount
like
of time,
90
isn't it? Like,
minutes,
yeah,
usually like 90 minutes max.
yeah. I think that's what I was going to say was 90 minutes. So 90 minutes. That's 3 hours. So, ma'am. So
Do
that's
the poll real quick.
it's like
How long?
3:30, and then so they'll give them. They may give it to them and let them go home. Start deliberations in the morning.
Possibly.
I mean, what are they gonna do? Have them deliberate for an hour, and then I guess if they think they're close, I mean, they might walk back there and be like, "What y'all think? Guilty? Okay, good. We done."
How long? I hold on. I'm writing this poll up. How long after the jury gets the case do you think it'll take to make their decision? So I'll say, hold on. Let me come up with some answers.
And Lisa, that's how I feel about it. No cats on the counter. And like I said, this one cat, she's rogue, but she don't sit up there. She'll jump up there to go up on top of the cabinet, and she'll jump up there to throw something off, and then jump back down. She's a punk. Not you though, ma'am. No, you would never do that. No, you would never do that. No, ma'am. I'm gonna have to find that video though. That guy's funny.
All right, polls up.
Less than 5 hours, more than 5 hours, more than 10 hours. Ooh, good choices. Man. Ooh, I don't know, y'all. Less than 5 hours, more than 5 hours, less than 10 hours. So 5 to 9 hours. 1 to 4 hours. 5 to 9 hours, more than 10 hours. Y'all, I'm on the fence. I don't know. I think they're either going to be really quick or really long. There's going to be that one holdout that's like, nah, homie, I am not. No, I don't.
Right, I know.
They're either all going to be on the same page or there's going to be that one or two people.
Court TV breaking. James Crumbley will not be taking the stand in his own
Court
trial.
TV, sit down. Sit down. I'm going to start tweeting stuff just so I can be ahead of Court TV. They are so. Their social media person is so fired. I'm firing them. I have no say in it. I'm firing them. I didn't get that one. Why didn't I get that one? Because Court TV was like, you know what? We're done with you, ma'am.
Yeah, they're like, we don't like you anymore.
Yep.
We're not going to send you notifications. You're on our block list.
Did you not get like 18 notifications last night about the same thing? What was it?
Yeah, it kept saying the same thing over and over and over. It was the Scott Peterson thing.
Yes.
LA Innocence Project, blah, 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 blah.
Same thing over and over. Mom.
Say blah, blah, blah.
Blah, blah.
Blah, blah, blah. I do not say blah, blah, blah.
Blah, blah, blah. She said,
Blah, blah, blah. I do not say blah, blah, blah.
Hi, Joey. 6 votes, 10 people in chat. 8 people hit the like button. Come on, y'all. Come on, y'all.
Da, 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 da. Yeah, y'all.
Y'all, put the
Y'all.
DNA.
She gone again. Hey, hey, hey.
Hi.
Ma'am.
Hi.
Hi.
I know she probably can't hear us.
Yeah, she can hear you. I don't have any
Oh,
headphones on.
she don't talk to me though because she can't see my face.
Right.
She said, no, 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 no.
Mm-hmm.
No, 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 no.
She's like, nope.
I don't want a people today.
All right, let's see what the polls got. Let's see what the poll says. What?
JB, I thought you were my friend. Wow.
Mm,
She need a snacker
okay,
snack.
hold on. Hold
Some
on. I'm
milk.
gonna have to go get her a snacky snack. You got this, QB?
Sure, absolutely. Let's see if I can
Okay.
hang out. Hey,
Hi,
Sandra.
Sandra.
Hey, Shirley.
Good morning, Shirley.
Hey,
All right, I'll be right
y'all.
back.
So, what do y'all want to do? Y'all want to chat about it? Y'all want to look at something else? Y'all want to look at some Delphi stuff? What y'all want to do? I don't know if we want to get into Delphi just because we only have like 2 hours. Um, and I don't know. Do we want to watch another case? We want to get into it, be all good and stuff, and then we'll be like having to come back. I don't know. What do y'all think? Everybody's saying hi, but nobody's saying. Can y'all hear me? Is this thing on? Tap tap tap. Um, she left me in charge. I don't like being in charge by myself. Um, okay, you can hear me. Good, good. Tell me what y'all think. Yeah, the latest. JB, I got to go back. I fell asleep again. I got to go back and watch. I got through. Most of the Hennessy motions. But I got to go back, and I never did get to T's thing. Oh, Kayleen, that's perfect. I like it. We'll all go to the Bahamas for ice cream and sunshine. Yeah, I gotta watch T's. Um, she about to shut them people down. She's been trying to shut them down. I get at the last, not on the last one. Um, she not this one, not the one yesterday, but the one before that. She was like, "Mods, have at it." um, so I don't know that Del. All I know is we need to be quick on the deep dive because I think some stuff's gonna go down. Gonna go down, y'all. Okay, speaking of ice cream, sidebar. I got some stuff the other day to make like some churro uh ice cream kind of concoction. So Old El Paso makes like little churro like chips, like little mini churros, and they also make taco shells. Shut up. They're like, well, I know. Okay, wait a minute. Old El Paso makes taco shells. Duh. But they make like churro ones, so they're like cinnamon sugar. So then you put ice cream and apples and caramel and all that in them. Y'all. They didn't have the taco shells, but they had the little mini churros. So I got those. I got some ice cream. I already had caramel, and I got some apples. So, um, so Shirley, um, the latest on Delphi is that the defense put in um a whole thing about they put in a motion. Uh, I can't remember what it was called, compelling discovery or something like that. But they pretty much called McClellan, the prosecutor, out and brought receipts of all the things that he's lied about and has not given them stuff or said didn't exist, but it did exist. And then there was like a list of 13 things at the end that was like, we know you have these things and you haven't provided these things, and we're going to need these things. And also they asked for sanctions because he's been withholding exculpatory evidence. It's a whole thing. And then the attorney Hennessy for Allen's attorneys for the contempt thing, he said, well, wait, hold my beer. I got some stuff too. And he put in for the judge and McClellan to recuse themselves for the contempt hearing. I think they should recuse themselves for all the things. And what else? What else was there, JB? I fell asleep. There was the one for Judge Gold to recuse herself for the contempt hearing. There was the one for McClellan to recuse himself for the contempt hearing. And then I fell asleep several times and I can't remember the other ones.
Yeah, see, that's what I did. I fell asleep too.
Yeah, I kept falling asleep at the same point and I kept rewinding and then so yeah. I know Googly's got it. Googly knows because Googly got through Bob's and she was into T's, and then she fell asleep on T's. But yeah, JB, she's like that. She's like, I'm not letting them win. I'm not going to become like, because she was talking about. So T is for people that don't know, is criminality. Teresa, and
Mhm.
there's been like there was some fighting on Reddit with her and some people because she was asking for receipts, and she's like, if you're saying these things are true, just show me. That's fine. I'm not saying that it's not true. I'm just saying show me the receipts.
Right.
And so so they went at her. Okay. And then everybody blocked her and all this stuff. And so people were mad at her because she didn't block the people that blocked her. And she's like, I'm not letting them make me somebody that I'm not.
Mhm.
Okay. And she's like, we should be able to have conversations. And just because we don't agree, we don't have to like block everybody. Like that's not how we should be able to have a discussion. But she's got people that have been coming into her lives and they start dropping names and talking smack about other creatives. And she's like, we're not going to do that. Like, we're not going to do that. Like, if y'all got beef with them, go to their live and beef with them. Don't come in my live. I mean, that'd be like one of us coming in and going, Jenny, you ain't going to believe what so and
XYZ
so
said.
right said, and what do you think? And putting you on the spot. And that's not okay. That's not okay. And
No.
she said, stand by. Provide discovery, recusal for the judge. Yeah, see, I can't remember. It was recusal for the judge. It was recusal for McClellan for the just for the it was just for the contempt hearings. It was the provide discovery, and I don't remember any of the other ones because I kept falling asleep at the McClellan one. That's where I kept falling off. Wasn't their fault. Let me
I
tell you
just
what
got
though.
notification that Bryce Rhodes' sentencing is today at
Who
1:30.
dat?
He's that dude from Kentucky that killed those two. Was it
Mm,
two teenage boys or
mm.
yeah, they were brothers. The boys that died were brothers.
Mm. I can't keep up with all these cases, y'all.
Yeah, this was like a gang related
Mm.
incident.
Well, Bob done took a whole deep dive last night talking about he's taking this cover up to the next level. He's like, I don't know if it's some meth stuff, some drug stuff, some what nefarious business they got going on that they trying to cover up over there, but they trying to cover up something.
Oh, at Delphi?
Yeah.
Oh.
Guess who? Guess who he don't like?
Who?
The superintendent, Clark.
Oh, really?
Nope.
Carter.
Carter, that too. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I'm just saying, you heard it here first.
I like Doug Carter.
He in that.
Mm.
That's QBs. Can we run a ticker across the bottom that says these are the views of QB and not the views and do not reflect the views of True Crime Cafe and because she got words and she can't keep her mouth shut. I'm telling you, it's bigger than that. So okay. Jenny, did you listen to the whole Bob thing yesterday?
No, I fell asleep.
Okay. So the we were reading the thing from the defense, the motion from the defense about the discovery.
Yeah.
How about there is all this information, geo tracking, that's not what it's called. Why can't I think of what it's called?
Fencing.
Punishment of defense. Yes, geofencing. The geofencing data that shows numerous, not a couple, numerous peoples, okay, walking actively over the crime scene, okay, at the time of either at the crime scene or 60 to 100 yards from the crime scene at the very time that the defense or that the prosecution is saying that that they were murdered. Okay.
What?
Yes. Okay. So, see, maybe we should just finish reading that thing. Maybe that's what we should do. So there's all this geofencing data, and so much so that allegedly, one of the law enforcement officers, they don't know who made it, made a map showing all the dots of the peoples. Okay. Oh, she said panel chat. Showing all the dots of the people um uh that were walking around or within 60 to 100 yards of the crime scene at and around and leading up to the time frame that they say that they were murdered and or the time frame that they were found. And yet there has been no list supplied of these people. There have been no phone numbers supplied of these people. There has been no report shown of what they found when they talked to these people. Okay. They're like, oh, it just doesn't exist. Like, it's not there. We don't have it. Okay. You're telling me that y'all made a whole map of these people, but y'all didn't talk to nobody? Y'all didn't ask nobody? I mean, okay, then you're remiss then. Why are you not talking to people that are walking all over the crime scene at or around the time that the murder supposedly took place? Yeah, I mean, they brought receipts. They called him out. Do you know about the professor that they said that the prosecution said, oh, he didn't see anything in the sticks and they were just sticks and it wasn't ruins and stuff like that, and come to find out they lied about what that man said.
Oh, Lord.
They lied about, and then they tried to say, well, we don't remember the professor's name. We can't find the professor. We can't give you the information because we don't remember what his name was that we talked to. You a whole lie. You are a whole lie. And come to find out later, they were like, okay, yeah, no, we know who he is. It's this guy. And we talked to him. And then they went and talked to him. And he was like, no, they took parts of what I said, but I did not. I said it definitely had a ruin like look to it. Like the person was trying to, like,
Make
they
it
may
look
not have
like
known,
that.
like make it look like that. He's like, I did not say it was not that.
Didn't.
I mean, it's a
Right.
whole lie. Ooh. Okay. Googly, the great Googly Moogly. It was a motion to compel Motion to compel and request for sanctions. That was for the discovery for McClellan. Witness and or exhibition. Really? Exhibit
Lord
list
have
filed.
mercy. Now they're exhibitionist.
I didn't put the is on there. I said exhibition. That's different. Additional list of exhibits for contempt hearing. Objection filed. Objection to the change of venue. What? Why would Richard Allen file a change? I'm confused. Why would he object to the change of venue? Huh. Petition filed, verified petition for recusal of prosecutor from contempt proceedings. Motion filed, motion for specific findings of fact and conclusions therein. Petition filed, verified petition for recusal from contempt proceedings. That was for McClellan. And motion to stay all ancillary proceedings. Oh, that's right. I remember that one. Okay, so there was a motion that Hennessy brought, who's the attorney for the contempt
Rosie and
hearings.
Baldwin.
Yeah, that he wanted to put a stay on all ancillary proceedings, anything that didn't have to do with going to trial, because he's like the contempt hearing, like that he wants to stay that. And he's like, this stuff happened a year ago. They didn't even file contempt charges until after they were brought back on the case.
Mm-hmm.
Like the day after they were brought back on the case, they're like, oh, we find you in contempt. Sus. And so he's like, we don't need to hear any of this right now. We need to focus on the important thing, which is the trial. Which actually, I don't know why McClellan would not agree to that, because if anybody needs that to be stayed, it's McClellan. Because think about it. Hennessy is handling the contempt stuff. Okay. So Rosie and Baldwin, did I say that right? Baldwin.
Yeah.
Yeah. Rosie and Baldwin, all they have to do is focus on the trial. McClellan has to focus on the contempt. He ain't got nobody doing that for him. And for the trial and everything else. And he ain't prepared. He ain't prepared. You know he ain't prepared.
Yeah,
Ooh,
I'm
and
sure
somebody
he's
else.
not.
Look, somebody else said something about her picking Gull. Okay, this goes to the foil hat conspiracy, but that Gull picked the 13th because it's 13. And then if you flip it, it's 31, and it goes in with the Odinist thing. He thinks she's an Odinist.
No.
Come on now. She might be married to one. Anyways. Don't sigh. Don't sigh hard. Don't sigh hard.
I love that. And I love your conspiracy thinking brain.
It really is. And so it was funny because last night on Bob's thing, he's like, I know this is a whole foil hat thing. And Allie was like, it's not foil hat. And I was like, that's right, Allie, you support your man in his conspiracy theories, because my brain works the same way.
Oh.
So by proxy, Allie supports my theories. You see how I did that?
Yeah, I see that by proxy.
By proxy. She supports my theories.
Mm-hmm.
So, right. And the girls were unalived on the 13th. And the 14th is February 14th is supposed to be some big Odinist, whatever, where they do a sacrifice.
Yeah.
But that's all, it's just coincidental. It just happened. So
I don't know about the whole Valentine's February thing. I do, think that is something,
Think about it. She keeps setting trials. She set a trial for October 31st. Now she set this trial for the 13th. Now they did bring up a good point. And if she did this on purpose, she was smart. I don't know if I think she's smart or not. I don't know if I think she's smart like so smart and she's deceptive, or she's just really bad at her job.
No.
Like I can't decide. But um, the deadline would have been the 15th or the 16th, and she set it for the 13th. And so what they were saying was, and when I say they, people say that. They're like, they say, and you're just like, who's they? And sometimes we know, and so sometimes we don't. The analysts, the people analyzing all these cases and stuff, when I say they say,
Mm-hmm.
they were saying last night that she probably did that in the event that, something happened. My dog has a fur ball. Did y'all hear that?
No, I didn't hear it.
He was like, like, sir, he coughed like a human.
Oh God. Like a human? Like
Like
a whole human.
seriously, like a whole human. He so they were saying that she probably did that in case somebody got sick, or if somebody couldn't be there or whatever. They didn't run uh that 70 days out.
Right.
Because if she scheduled it on the 15th and then like something happened,
Right.
what Googly say? Jenny, there could be ties. I'll send you a link to a whole other video on February 14th that you could tie into Delphi. Speculation, just saying. Hey
Okay.
Abadoo, love
Hey,
you.
Abigail.
So many muches.
Many muches.
Speculation not is all up in it. It's an Odinist thing. That February 14th thing is an Odinist thing.
Mm.
It's a holiday. Not a holiday. It is a holiday. Anyways,
I forget what they called it, but yeah,
yeah,
it's got
it's some
something
kind
to
of
do with,
celebratory, sacrificial something. That's why I
yeah.
think that they did them put them girls out after they called the search off. And again, okay, and all them people walking around tells me either they were people that were involved in the murder, and or them girls weren't murdered there. Them girls were placed there later.
Yeah.
Later. Abadoo. Abadoo.
You really think we're going to have a trial in May?
I don't know. Here's the problem. I don't think, honestly, I think that both sides need more time. Not both sides. I don't think the prosecution needs more time. I think the defense needs more time to go through the discovery that has been withheld from them. Okay. But my concern is she already out. Why are you leaving, girl? We ain't watching Crumbley.
Well, not for another
Not
hour and a
right
half.
now. Yeah, not right now. They settled. They settled. um uh
They rested.
they rested, thank you. But my concern is, and I've said this from jump, that I'm very scared for Richard Allen, because if he's a patsy and he dies, that's done.
Right.
Yep, he died. But if they don't have the hearing on the 13th,
The trial.
oh, for the love, QB, get your mind right. Trial. If they don't have the trial on the 13th, I mean, he could die in there before they have a trial.
Right.
Like every day, I think every day is too many days. I think he's on borrowed time. That's my personal opinion. I think the reason why they didn't pin it on, because I thought, it would be easy to pin it on Ron Logan because he died. Okay, so let me put my tin hat on. What would be the reason not to pin it on Ron Logan? Okay, because he's big up in the Odinist, and it would point fingers at them. Just saying. But Ron Logan
Well,
was more of a suspect to me than Richard Allen ever is.
from
He
what we
fit the
know.
stance. From what we know, yes, okay, fair enough. We don't have all the evidence, but let's just go off a bridge guy. Okay.
Mhm.
Richard Allen is 5'4".
Yeah,
That
he's
bridge guy
short.
was not 5'4", is what he not. So JB says
Didn't
that
they
that pic-
do like analyzings of like overlays and stuff to prove or to I don't know if I could say prove, but different people like post videos to say, oh, the bridge guy must have been 5'7" at least, or
yeah, they
something like
did do
that.
some analysis of the video and stuff. The problem is that you don't know. Bye, Kel. Have a great day at work. Sorry the email didn't work. Your boss sucks.
Yeah, I'm
Um,
sorry.
but
Have a good day, Kel.
have a good day. Um, I shouldn't say her boss sucks. I don't know her boss.
I think she
But
really
she,
loves her boss, but
yeah, I know. That's why I said, let me back up. Um, she must really need her today. Is all is it? That's just yeah. Um, trying to be better.
Mhm.
But yeah, they did some analysis. The problem is though, is that you would have to know the exact angle and where, like, I mean, were they sitting on the bridge and they took that video? Was she standing up? Was she holding the phone up high? Was she holding the phone down low? So those are things that it would be difficult to, you could argue either way.
Right.
Okay. I mean, you could even, and I don't think Bridge Guy is Richard Allen. I don't think I've made any qualms about that. I don't think that's Bridge Guy. Am I saying that Richard Allen wasn't involved? I don't know because I don't know all the evidence they have. I personally, with what we have right this second and what I've seen, I do not think so. But
Yeah.
we don't know what they have, what they've seen.
Right.
So I can't say definitively. But I don't think that Bridge Guy was Richard Allen. But again, I could even make the argument that if she was sitting down, okay, and taking the video upwards, or if she had the phone down low, she was trying to be on the DQ. Why is she saying y'all what? What you got, girl? Googly. And why ain't she on here? Come on, Googly. Because she Googling.
She's being a googly Google or McGoogleston
The
Googler.
Google, yeah, all those things that you just said.
She's being the
Y'all,
great
ma'am, stop saying y'all. That's my line. What?
y'all. She's being the great moogly googly. Googly moogly.
Great googly moogly. I gotta find that video of that dude. That was so funny. He looks at it and says chefs. He goes, great googly moogly. Ma'am. Holy crap. Sorry, holy crap.
If she's y'all, and it must
Then
be
she
some big
disappears.
news.
I know, but ma'am. I'm in the back chat. Oh, wait, I'm in the back chat. What's she doing? Oh, there's the, okay. So I see the,
Defense does not even have original pics of BG or Abby on the bridge. What?
yes. So yeah, that's what they say. I don't believe them. But there was some speculation that those pictures were floating around the interwebs and the prosecution snagged them from the interwebs and took them as evidence.
Lord have mercy.
So, yeah, yeah. We should read well, I'm sure we will at some point, but that motion that Rossi put out,
The 18-page one?
yes.
So I'm not even going to lie, you guys. When I say I'm confused, I am confused as can possibly be. There has been so many documents, motions, this, that, replies. in the last couple, 2 or 3 weeks that my head
Mhm.
is spinning. I don't know which end is up or down or what is what. I
I'm
am
sorry,
so
JB.
confused on all of
I
it.
missed I missed that message. I'm sorry. Tell Pawpaw hey and sit down. Um, yeah, there's 70 points on the 18-page motion, but I got to like number 43 and I was reading fast. But when he starts talking about that geofencing stuff, I was like, even Bob was like, let me read that again.
Mm.
He was like, let me read that again. It was a whole lie, y'all.
Well, I know that that
Y'all.
video was a long one, and like I said, I kept falling asleep, man. I was like, God. And then like you, I would wake up and rewind it to where I thought I was at. And before I could even hit the play button and set my phone back down, I'd be right back out again. I mean,
Yeah, I was tarred. I was tarred and feathered last night.
mm,
Um, let me look here. Let me see if I can just find this one thing. Um, Dropbox, there it is.
yeah, I tried to open what
Mm.
you sent yesterday about Delphi, that 18-page document, and it wouldn't open for me. I couldn't get it to open.
Yeah, you just hit continue to website. Don't do it in the app unless you have
Oh,
Dropbox. Um,
okay. Well, I
which
missed
I
that little
do, but
clue.
okay. Hang on a second. Let me yada yada yada. Blah blah blah. I do not say blah blah blah. I have that stuck in my head now every time I say okay, 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 okay. Hold on.
We know this court TV.
Core TV, just stop. Just quit. Just quit. Like quit the whole thing. Y'all get your news from Bob because he is on it. I don't know who he's got on his team, but they are like somebody sneezes information and they're like, "Boom."
Oh, that post has been deleted.
What post has been deleted?
What I just clicked from Court TV.
They fire that social media person. Um, uh,
Is my diamond painting too loud for you all?
I'm enjoying pop pop.
Well, but not everybody would enjoy the pop pop. Is it like super intense
That's
loud?
not no, it's not for me. If y'all don't know that pop pop is the O snap dots that Jenny makes. They're fabulous. Go get you some of them. She has an Etsy.
I do, I do, I do.
I do, I do, I do. Okay, okay, okay.
All right.
Y'all. Yeah, Bob's Peoples is fast.
Oh, Henny said no.
Fast. Nope. Okay. Yeah, the last hour of Bob's, he always waits to do the questions and then to thank people for their super chats and stuff to the
Yeah,
end.
he's good
So
about
it
that.
takes a while. It takes a while.
He's good about that.
He is good about that. And he used to do it throughout. And then it was like getting to be too much. So
Well, I mean, it's like nonstop. You know, you have to stop at
mhm.
literally every 2 seconds to get through a live stream.
He
It would
had
take
like
forever.
1,000 people in that chat last night. I was like,
I would lose my
I
mind. I
would
wouldn't know how to
die.
act.
I would die. I would die. So, okay, so I have this thing, okay, QB rant. I have this thing about people doing like I only read comments from super chats or from
Oh,
members or
yeah, no. Mm-mm.
okay, but And I feel the same way with him. However, I do understand when you have 1,000 people in chat, you have got to have some kind of you have to have some kind of boundary as to, okay, what things are we going to read?
Right, yeah. I
Because
mean,
you can't read everybody's. Now, if you've got 10 mods that are reading questions, then they could pick out, because I feel like they could pick out, the important questions, whether they be super chats or they be, because I'll tell you right now, I'm not paying money for you to read my comment.
right,
Now, I will give you money to give you money to support you,
right, but not
but
to
not to read my comment.
right.
It's kind of like over on Twitch, they can do a sub only chat. So if you're not subscribed to the channel, you cannot chat and you have to pay money for a subscription. If I go into a chat and it's a sub only chat, I will scoot myself right back out of there.
Yeah.
You are not forcing me to sub your. How do I know if I want to be on your channel? I want to interact with you.
Right.
So my first interaction is you telling me I got to pay to ride the train? No, no,
Yeah.
no, we're not playing that. We're not playing that.
No.
But I do get on with him, and I'm not saying that just because it's him. I would say that with any large creative, there has to be some kind of guidelines as to how do you pick and choose, you know, comments to read.
Yeah.
Now, Allie will be the first one to say, I'm not reading a comment that ain't a super chat or ain't a member. And I'm like, see, don't say that.
Yeah.
Just don't say that. I mean, if that's your guideline, that's fine, but just don't keep saying that because
Yeah.
it's just kind of off putting.
It is. It is.
But yeah, y'all don't do that. How many people you got to have before you can have members?
I'm not positive. It's been too long since from the other channel,
Yeah.
but I think 1,000, if I'm not mistaken.
Really?
Yeah, that's why I put my Cash App in the description box because, um,
Y'all go tell
like
your
Shirley,
friends.
Shirley had left a comment the other day, and Shirley, if you're here, thank you for the super chat, or not super chat, Cash App.
Cash App. Yeah. Shirley was here earlier, I think. Um,
Yeah, she had sent me a message and said something about Patreon, and I don't have
yeah.
Patreon on this channel, so.
Yeah.
Um,
So,
I mean, I could put Patreon, like make a Patreon and link it to here, but I'm not that's not something I'm gonna do yet. I mean, I would
yeah.
prefer to wait for that
Y'all
kind of
go tell
thing
your
just
friends.
because
Go tell your friends.
yeah.
Get your friends. 1,000?
But
I mean, I know it's 1,000 to be monetized, right? Is it 1,000 to be monetized?
yeah, but I think that you can't if I don't know, I could be
You
wrong,
have
but
to
I
have
think that
membership.
I think you have to be monetized before you can
You can have
add
members.
memberships.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, you can't be making money if you ain't making money.
Yeah, but I don't know. I'm not positive. I haven't really looked into it. And as far as the other channel, it's been so long since I hit the 1K
Yeah,
over there.
yeah,
So, I mean, I've been over there for what, 4 years now, something like
yeah.
that. So, but
Hmm. I
yeah.
don't know how all of it. I don't know how all of that works. I don't know how any of it works. Um, like even the commentary and stuff, and like what you can and cannot play, and like you have to stop so often and say something, or um, so
Yeah.
like with the law and crime stuff, is there stuff public use?
Only if it's live streamed.
Live stream. Okay, so if
Because
it's
they use like the trials that we watch, there's not like Court TV will have it, Law and Crime will have it, local news channels to whatever wherever the trial is at has it going.
right, right,
Um, but it's all what they have is a jury pool, a media pool,
right,
POOL, like a pool of people,
right,
a
right,
big, group of people. And then they have that's a media pool. And so they'll take turns where one network will be the camera person in the trial or the hearing or the, whatever. And then, oh, I'm bringing you back, QB. Hold on. And then, so what they'll do is they'll take turns. The media pool will take turns as to who's, like this trial, the Law and Crime Network media person's going to be in there filming, but they all have an agreement that they all share the video.
Share it.
So
Yeah.
it's public domain.
Yeah. Okay.
And so it's okay to do that. But like I can't, and the same thing with like body camera footage or police interviews, that's all public information. So nobody has an actual like copyright on that.
Okay. But if they are doing a feed like you're doing, if you're doing like okay, so your live feed, once it posts to the YouTube as a video, then if somebody plays that on their channel, they would have to stop so often to do commentary, or can they not play that on their channel at all?
My video?
Like, let's say you wanted to watch Bob's video from last night.
Right.
Can you play that on your channel and discuss it? Or is that one of those ones where you would have to stop every so often and do commentary?
Yeah, I would have to do that. And even then, some creators are like, no, you're not using my stuff at all.
Yeah.
I mean, it's best to like have a relationship with someone like that. Like Nancy Grace, they're bigger, they're like, you play her stuff. As long as you have commentary on it, it's okay because it's still a news network.
Right.
They can still get a little bit butthurt, I guess, so to speak. But as long as you're doing it under fair use, which is taking something of someone else's and making it a little different, adding commentary to it, for educational purposes or news-worthy kind of things, then it's usually okay. But like if I was going to play something from Defense Diaries from Bob Motta, I would have to take a portion of it, not the whole thing, unless he specifically gives me permission to do that. You know what I'm saying?
Got it. So what you're saying is make friends with, no, I'm just kidding.
Well, or at least, I mean, like I could send an email and be like, yo, I'm this, creator, brand new. Is it okay if I play, your stuff? And if he gives me permission, he does. But most of the time they're like, I'd rather you not,
Yeah. And I'm not saying that you need to do that because you have your own thing. You're doing your own thing. But I was just asking for rules' sake. Also, JB dropped the O Snap Crafters Cafe link in the chat. If y'all hadn't been there, go see. She got cute stuff. She got the snaps. You hear that pop, pop, pop? That's her. That's her snap dots. O Snap dots. And she got the cover minders and all the things. What?
You just crack me up. You're so sweet.
Gotta lift each other up, man.
Yeah, I know.
Lift each other up. Be better. Let's not tear each other down. There's enough room for everybody. Y'all go see her shop. She got cool stuff. And them snaps, y'all. That eggnog one, whew.
It does smell pretty daggone good. The eggnog one smells good.
That one smells so good. I love it. I love it. Love it. Time to get on the road. Bye, Margaret. None of y'all, I know. They need you, Margaret.
On the road again.
I
just can't wait to get on the road again.
There you go. Whoo. Lord.
Margaret's like, oh yeah, I can wait to get on the road again. My husband wants to sling me out of the car.
Right. Tell him to stop this time.
Tuck and roll.
No tucking and rolling, Margaret. Don't tuck and roll.
Tuck and roll.
So you didn't even say no. I wasn't even supposed to be here today.
Yeah, no, what happened?
I made an executive decision. No, uh, the schedule got changed. So,
Oh,
um,
gotcha.
but and so then I thought, well, maybe I'll sleep in. But then I thought, no, I want to be with my friends.
I won't be with my
My
friends.
friends. Talking to my friends, mama.
Yeah. Oh, and you know
Oh, I
what?
love
They
him.
copyrighted me the other day for that
Did they?
daggone. Yes. I was like, "Are you for real?" And you know what? It wasn't even him that the copyright strike was. It was two different songs. It was the background songs of the music
Oh,
that he was playing, and one of them was Britney Spears, and then something else, Justin
rude,
Timberlake or something.
rude.
I was like, "Are
How
you for
rude,
real with me right now? Come on."
rude, so rude.
And then I couldn't edit the video to clip that part out because it was longer than 6 hours. So, yeah, because sometimes they'll give you the opportunity to, like, depending on how long the videos are,
Right,
to
right. You can,
clip and edit parts out of the live streams.
right, right.
But, yeah, if it's longer than 6 hours, it won't let you do that.
So if it's
Doggone it.
longer than 6 hours, can you split it into two videos, or it won't even let you do that?
No, it won't let you do that.
Cause see, okay, you see that QB trying to work around it. I'll be like, I'll make
Mhm.
it 2 3 hour videos, and then I'll
Well,
edit
and
this
2,
one.
another thing, if you, like, download one and then move it over, you
Mm,
lose the whole live chat.
I never can see the live chat.
Huh?
I never can see the live chat once it goes on onto the YouTube as a video.
Yeah.
I can't see the live chat. Not that I've ever figured out.
Oh, you have to click on the little thing and swap it to the right to
Shut
get the
up.
live chat. Go try it right now on your phone.
Excuse me. I'll be right back. Are
Lord
you
have mercy.
serious? Are you
I'm not even
serious right
kidding.
now?
Anybody else, tell me in the comment section
Are
when
you
you watch a
serious
live
right now?
stream on a replay and you want to watch the live chat from your phone, all you have to do is go to the comment section and there's two little dots. The one dot to the left is the normal chat after a live stream in the comment section, right?
Y'all shut up. Come on now.
But if you swipe it to the left, then you get the live chat.
Wait a
Now
minute.
sometimes it
Wait a
might take a
daggone
while.
minute.
Sometimes it'll take a while afterwards because like YouTube has to do its little render download thing.
Wait a day. Okay, stand by. I'll be right back. Hold on. I'll be
Mhm.
back. I mean, I'll be here, but it's gonna play this video, and then I won't be able to hear y'all. Hang on.
Okay, okay,
I'll be right back. Hold on.
okay. I can't wait to hear what she says when she comes back. She's either going to say no, it didn't work, or she's going to say y'all. Y'all.
I ain't got no three dots.
Well, then I don't know what to tell
Can you
you.
hear me?
Yeah.
I'm looking on my comments. Okay, hold on. Settings. Maybe it's under the settings thing. No. Additional settings. Loop video. Nope.
Here, let me take a screenshot on my phone and I'll send you what I'm talking about.
Top, newest. View guidelines for this channel. No comments yet. Mm-mm. 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 No ma'am. No ham.
I'll have to get out of YouTube and then go back in because I don't
It's
know why,
okay.
but it's like when my phone changes from like daytime to nighttime, the white to the black background,
Yeah.
it
So,
always wants to get stuck.
Lisa, same thing. I have this usually I don't today because I got sidetracked and jumped on here before I even got out to bed. But normally I have the stream on TV and the comments on my phone, but that's during the live feed. After the live feed is over and I go back, I have never been able to see the live stream comments because they'll be and it irritates me. It irritates me to my soul because they're like, "Yeah, Jenny, exactly," and I'm like, "What did Jenny say? I don't understand. What do you mean? Yeah, exactly. I'm confused."
Hold
Yeah.
on a minute. Let me pull my bed head hair up into a slight, somewhat better looking
Mm.
uh top knot on top of my head, and I'll go on camera and show you what I'm talking about. Hold on a minute.
Okay.
Okay. So, hold on a minute.
Hold on a minute.
Yeah, Gail, you just swipe left on the bar where you would usually make the comment.
All right, hold on. Stand by. Swipe left on the bar where you would usually make a comment. Okay, go
Yeah,
in
you see where
here.
it says add a comment?
Yeah, I'm swiping left. It ain't doing jack diddly squat. Let me play it. Hold on. Stand by.
You don't even have to play. Well, maybe you do have to push play. Do you have an iPhone?
Nothing.
Do
I
you have
do
an
have an
iPhone?
iPhone. Don't start going off about my iPhone, ma'am.
Do you have an iPhone?
Yes. Can you hear
Are
me?
you on the YouTube app or like
Yes.
YouTube from a browser?
No, I'm on the YouTube app because I have premium. If I go in the browser, it goes, "Do you really? But do you have premium?" And it tries to give me ads, and then I get angry.
Okay, well, here, let me turn my camera on. Hold on, let me.
You ain't gotta do all this. You ain't gotta do all this. It's okay. Mom shakes hairbrush.
Hold on.
I'll play with it later.
Yeah, sometimes it has to be up for 24
Oh,
hours, Gail.
maybe.
Yeah, go to an older video.
Okay, let me go. Okay,
Go to
let
one
me
from like a
go.
week ago or something.
Oh, because they probably have to render it down. All right.
Yeah.
Let me go. Who dat? He cute. Sorry. Um,
What, baby?
um, let's see, subscriptions. Let's go to Swoop. Oh, she don't do lives. Let's go to Chrome Cafe. Let's go to Colleen. Um,
Ouch.
nothing, ma'am, nothing.
Seriously?
I got nothing.
You need to throw
Yes,
that whole phone in the trash can.
this whole phone is a liar. Okay,
All right. Hold on.
I went to the deep dive. It's 2 weeks ago,
You
and
ready?
yeah.
Here we go. So you
Hang
get to
on, wait.
see,
Let
I
me
still have
pick
my
it up.
toilet paper back here in the back, okay?
Yay.
Now
Okay.
look. Look. Hold on. Let me
I
show
love
you.
you so much for doing this.
You're welcome. So, see right here where the
Uh huh.
comments is right there?
Uh huh.
Watch. You see the two little dots over here on the corner right here?
Yeah.
Now you just swipe it.
I ain't got no dots.
Yeah. And then it says right there,
Yeah.
see what others say
I
about
do
this
got
video.
dots. There they are.
You maniac. You are a maniac. That's what you are. You are a maniac.
Look at all the what?
You didn't see those dots? Are you serious?
No, because I was in the comments. Like I had clicked on where you would make a comment.
Oh, yeah, no.
You didn't tell me all that. Morgana, we're having a QB iPhone YouTube 101 because I am technologically challenged.
Very.
Y'all, I can see the comments. Shut up. Now I ain't got to be like what Jenny said. What'd she say?
You know what I want to do? I want to go to you and grab your little face and just kiss it because you're so funny. You are so funny.
That is the crazy. Look, I don't do these things. That's why my kids are like, "You're a mod on Twitch." Yeah, sit down. Yes,
Right?
but I do know the Twitch only because I had to learn it really quick.
How do I get you back? Baby, come back.
What? You can't hear me?
You can, yeah, I can hear you. I just
Oh.
can't see you. Hold on.
Oh.
What did I do? I did something. Hold on. How do I get
But
you
I
back,
like to see
baby?
you better.
Oh, here we are. Here we are. Here we
You
are.
got your
There.
double glasses on.
Yeah, I do have my double glasses on because I'm diamond painting.
I'm gonna go get what am I gonna do? I'm gonna go get my eyes checked probably next week and order my glasses and
Hey.
look, Morgana, see, Morgana don't know neither. Morgana, do you have an iPhone or do you have an Android? Jenny, why did I think you had an Android? I started to get all mad. Like, don't you be coming for my iPhone.
No, honey, I love my iPhone.
But I love
I
my
won't use
iPhone.
nothing but.
Nothing.
I have an
Nothing.
iPhone, I have an iPad, and I have a MacBook.
MacBook. Thank you, ma'am.
And that's the only reason why I haven't bought a new laptop yet for streaming is because I don't know that I don't want another MacBook.
No, you want another MacBook. Do you ever run Parallels? Have you run Parallels on your MacBook?
I don't even know what that means.
See, I got nerdy, right? See, I do
You
know some
did.
technological things.
What are
So
parallels?
you can buy a thing. It's a okay. I want to say it's a software, but technically it's not, but it is. But it splits your MacBook into two. Okay.
I need
And
that.
yes, so it makes your MacBook a MacBook and then it gives you a PC side. It's called Parallels. You need to do some research on it because there is a learning curve. But I used to have it when I used to do real estate closings and stuff because none of the when I used to do the I didn't do the close well I did the closings but it was the legal side of it. I couldn't do the I couldn't access like the documents and stuff through Mac. This was years ago, and when things weren't as compatible, and you couldn't get them. So it's called Parallel. I think it's called Parallels. There's other ones now too. There's some free ones. Parallels is the one I think that Apple makes, and there. Like I said, there is a learning curve. It's freaking amazing. It's so cool. It does. It splits it, and I mean, when I tell you that I use this like 20 years ago. So I'm sure it's come leaps and bounds.
Yeah.
Morgana, do you know you can read live comments on a not live video? If you do, I'm going to be so upset. Y'all don't know how that just changed my life.
We've been able to do that for years.
Y'all don't know how that just changed my life because I literally, they'll be like, yeah, Jenny, yeah, exactly. And I'll be like, what'd Jenny say? What she said? Tell me, read the comment. Put it up on the screen. Come on now. See? Morgana didn't know either. Morgana didn't know either. I bet the great Googly Moogly did, though.
Lord, yeah.
Let me go.
Y'all need to come into the 21st century.
Stop it. Let me look here. Is it called Parallels?
Y'all are back still in the Stone Age, youngins.
Ma'am.
I mean, when you say tablet, when you're on your tablet, is it like, like what's his name?
Like Moses had.
Moses with the tablets? Is that what kind of tablet you got?
So sidebar. So something y'all don't know about me is I am a very visual person, like so visual. So when you say stuff, I literally like see it.
Mm-hmm.
And so when you said tablets and I knew where you were going, I legit saw Moses.
With the 10 Commandments. That's what I'm thinking. And she's gone. She's like, I'm so Moses right now. Let me just she was just
Seriously,
raptured
just
out. Lord have
jump
mercy.
off.
You was just raptured
No,
out, sister.
seriously,
Lord's come back. QB's
I'm
gone and
hurt.
I'm still here. We're in trouble.
Wait a minute. Why are you saying we old? I'm not old. I'm 29.
Okay.
Look, my children
Okay.
still put that on my cake. Don't ruin the fantasy. Just because I'm celebrating it for the umpteenth time.
She's 29.
I'm 29. Here, I'm gonna send you the linky link. I gotta sneeze. I'm gonna sneeze.
Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it.
Don't ruin it.
I always do that to my
Oh,
husband. He hates when I do that to him.
ma'am. Now it's just sitting up there. It's just hanging out.
Making the nose burn and making your
Not a
eyes
sneeze, but not a
water.
sneeze. Oh, that was rude.
Mm-hmm. Let me ask you all a question. This is the most ridiculous thing, and I don't know if it's just me, but every time I come outside of a Walmart, I sneeze.
It's because this is why I don't go in Walmart. There is fungolitis in there.
No, it's
Okay.
because I think the sun hits me in the face.
There is a thing. Okay, so there is a thing. There is a thing that there's a scientific study. I'll have to find it. Why do I know this? Because QB knows all the things that are like useless information. But that bright light can make you sneeze. It so it I'm about to make stuff up because I don't know if this is right or not, but I think it does something with the synapses in the brain,
Mm-hmm.
and like it can cause you to. Now you're gonna make me look it up. I think
I think it's because it makes your eyes do
I do think it's a
something
thing. Yeah, I
that
do think it's a
causes
thing.
yeah. Because, like, I'll do
Um,
that. If I'm, like, feeling a sneeze coming on, but it's, like, not coming right up out of the blue, like, if I have to, like, force the sneeze, I'll look up at a light bulb, and it helps me.
yo, it's a shut up. It's a gene.
It's a what?
It's genetic.
What?
Shut the front door. Okay. Photosneeze reflex is an inherited genetic trait.
So I can only do it if my parents or my grandparents did it?
Well, not necessarily. Maybe it wasn't dominant. Maybe it was recessive in them, but it says autosomal dominant compelling helio heliophthalmic outburst. Achu syndrome. Shut up, y'all. Y'all did not name it
Achu, are
Achu
you
syndrome.
serious? You're on some
Um,
kind of a
no,
joke
I'm not. I'm on the go.
forum.
No, I am not. I am not. I'm on NIH.gov. That's the governing body of all things
Mhm,
medical. Is
mhm.
characterized by uncontrollable sneezing in response to the sudden exposure to bright light, typically intense sunlight.
Well, then there you go. It's not a
It's the
thing. I like it
it's
is a thing because I
it is a
always say
thing.
that, and people look at me like I'm stupid a lot of the
Well, you
times. They'll be
tell
like,
them you have
"What?"
Achu syndrome. About 1 in 4 individuals who already have a prickling sensation in their nose will sneeze in response to sunlight, but pure photic sneezing is far less common. Sneezing is usually triggered by contact. Y'all learn all sorts of stuff here. You see this? You see this?
Mhm, mhm.
Sneezing is usually triggered by contact with infectious agents or after inhaling irritants but the cause of photic sneezing is not fully understood. It may involve an overexcitability of the visual cortex to response to the light, leading to stronger activation of the secondary somatosensory areas. Yeah, that's what I was saying, like the synapses. It tickles the synapses. They named it Achu. That's funny.
Achoo. I have Achoo
That's
syndrome.
funny. You have Achu syndrome. I'm on the National Library of Medicine, the NIH National Library of Medicine. That's like the governing.
They're the big wig. And she's gone again. Lord.
Love.
She back.
JB, don't be talking about I'm on WebMD. I don't go on WebMD. Shh. That ain't even a thing. WebMD will tell you want to know, you want a diagnosis to fit what you want it to say, go on the WebMD. Y'all don't go on WebMD. Y'all don't look at that. I'm on NIH. You know NIH. Girl, don't you stop. Sit down. Stop it.
NIH is where they got all the. Don't they have a B in there somewhere? Ain't it like they're a NHIB or something?
No.
Oh, maybe I just always assume it
That's
is. But
usually
anyway.
where like the journals are and stuff. And
Yeah, that's what I was
NIH.
gonna say. It's where they've got all the like journals and all the
Where you have to have like a scientific degree to even understand the opening statement.
right.
Yeah. Yeah. I love you too, JB, but dang, that was hurtful. Talking about I'm on WebMD. I don't know. I'd have thought if you'd have said that to me and said it was Achu syndrome, I'd have been like, get off WebMD. Stop it. Meow. You
So
hear them?
basically, you're saying that WebMD is the Reddit of medical.
It is below the Reddit. Like people, like everyday people, like I could go on there and write something for WebMD.
Yeah.
It's almost like Wikipedia, except for you can't alter the stuff on WebMD. But you can pretty much find anything. Like if you have a cold and you want it to be a brain aneurysm, you
can
can
make
go
it.
on WebMD. Yes, WebMD will make it. I mean, you can find an article on WebMD that says that is absolutely a brain aneurysm.
Right.
I'm just saying, don't do it. Like JB said, don't do it. Just don't. Talk to your doctor. Go on NH. Call QB. Call JB. We can't give medical advice. Not a doctor. Let me do my other. I'm not a.
Disclaimer.
Yes, I'm not a doctor. I do not play one on TV. I'm not giving medical advice, other than to say, don't get your medical advice from WebMD. Okay. Okay. Not allowed to give medical advice. Can't do it. Not allowed to. I can make suggestions. Heavily suggested to do certain things.
Heavily. So, I use a lot of like essential oils.
Yeah. Well, I
Like,
followed your link the other day. Do you still do the oil things?
yeah, Young Living. Yeah.
Yeah.
I've
I
been
forgot
with
I
Young
opened it
Living.
and then I didn't go back.
I've been with Young Living for like ever, right? But like I have a nail polish rack.
Right. Oh, you got
That's like
the
so full of all the kind that hangs on the wall.
yeah. I just ordered some
And
of those.
this is massive. It's a great big one, right? And it's slap full of all these different oils. And I use them for medicinal reasons, right? But like when you like are trying to help people who want to learn how to use essential oils for medical purposes,
Right.
you have to watch what you say,
You
like
do.
online,
Yes.
especially where
Yes.
receipts can be found, so to
Yes.
speak.
Yes. You do have to be very
So,
careful.
like, I could say, peppermint oil is great for a headache. Yeah, they don't want
Allegedly.
you to say that. They want you to say that you can say, oh yeah, peppermint oil is great for when you have in support of tenderness
Brain,
in the head area.
right,
I mean,
brain
they
health.
want you
Yeah,
have to like be
yeah,
really
yeah.
vague about it, right?
So the way we get around it is you preface everything by, I am not a doctor, I am not pretending to be a doctor, and you really should consult your doctor.
Mm-hmm.
But if it were me, I might try blah blah blah.
Right. Right.
WebMD is what you heard from your brother's ex-girlfriend, sister, cousin, twice removed, who stayed at the Holiday Inn. JB, you right. You right. That's exactly. Y'all don't do WebMD. Call your doctor. Call
Oh,
your
that's
doctor.
so funny. That's so funny. I love that, JB. That's cute.
She's right. She's right. That's the best description I heard like in a long time.
Who
She
stayed at the
right.
Holiday Inn? Mm.
Wait a minute. Didn't the Crumbley stay at the Holiday Inn, or was that the Eco
Mhm.
Lodge?
Nope, they stayed at the Holiday Inn, buddy. Express even.
Motel, Holiday Inn. Sorry. That's probably not.
We'll leave the light on for you.
No, that's Hotel 6, Motel 6.
Oh yeah. We'll leave the light on for you.
Bodette. Oh, wait. What is his name?
Bodette.
Bodette. What is his name? Bodette. The guy that. And then the Figgy guy is the Bodette,
Yeah,
too.
big solves, dude.
Figgy in trouble.
Oof.
So, word on the crime streets is allegedly.
He said things he might not have should have said.
No. Well, yeah. But no, that's not what I was going to say.
Oh, well.
That he was in contact with Gull. Not by letter that he wrote. Like in contact, like ex parte contact.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Is he the one that called her Aunt Fran?
Oh, no.
I think he's the one, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong.
Yeah,
But
because everybody was like,
someone
oh, they
in that whole
related.
mess called
Yeah.
her Aunt Fran, like as a joke.
Right, and then
Like,
everybody
what's
went off
Aunt
about
Fran saying? And now everybody's saying, "Oh my God,
they're
Francis
related.
Girl is so and so's aunt."
Yeah.
Oh God.
Hey, Spins. Yeah.
Hey, girl.
Yeah, we
Oh
start
my
early,
goodness. Hey,
girl.
Spins. It's good to see you
Spins.
back.
I got to blow my nose.
Sorry, I
I'm gonna
didn't
mute
just
it.
mean to hack in everybody's ear. Howdy, howdy. Howdy
Wait,
ho, neighbor.
I gotta type it in chat because that's how I do. Nope, that ain't chat. Let me go.
Spins.
Oh, I'm on the wrong. Look, I'm trying to type in chat on the old one, y'all.
Lord, get your life together.
Okay, I'm gonna hit this thing and it's gonna mess me up for a minute, but I'll be back.
Come together
Am I here?
right now, huh?
Am I here?
Yeah.
Okay, let me do it.
Ooh.
Spins. There, that's it. Y'all, when I
Hi,
sent stuff to
Spins.
Spins, ask Spins. I sent it to Spins.
Yeah. And I was
addressed
watching
it.
one of her videos. I was watching one of Spins' videos yesterday.
Isn't she the cutest?
She is the cutest.
I love her so
I love her
much.
voice. I love her
She's
voice.
so cute, like so cute. We
So
love
she was
Spins.
doing this unboxing of Enabler's Outpost in this video I was watching.
Yeah.
And she had, I think Elizabeth had written Spins, like with all the N's or the Z's or something.
That's
And I
a
was like,
cute thing.
oh, that's so cute.
That's so cute. She said, "Uh-oh, not my videos." We love your videos, ma'am. We love
I
you.
do.
She's the cutest. I love her. She got the sweetest voice.
She does
So
have a very sweet voice.
look, I'm
I
gonna hold her accountable, and I may have gotten a message last night regarding this, but now I'm gonna do it for reals. So Spins, Spence has been discussing doing a series on um on service animals.
Oh, do it.
And so she has Rizzo, and um and if I'm tell me if I'm wrong, Spins. I could be wrong, but don't you do educational stuff? Like, don't you go and do educational stuff about the service animals? I think maybe I'm thinking that
Allegedly.
allegedly. But anyway, so she was talking about doing a series, and I want her to do a series. Okay, specifically because do y'all know that if a service animal runs up to you and they're not with their owner, that you need to follow them back to their owner?
No, I didn't know that.
Okay, so if a service animal runs up to you and they are not with their owner, that is them trying to let you know that there's a problem with their owner.
Oh my God, I never
They
thought
won't,
about
yes,
that.
yes. So they will not leave their owner unless they need to go get help. So if you ever have a service animal run up to you, you need to follow it back to wherever. Um, yeah, the do's and don'ts, yeah, see, and the etiquette and stuff. So I thought she did educational stuff. So, but she was gonna do like a series, and I feel like, and I mean, Spins, I wouldn't put like, okay, this is me talking out of turn, but I would not put like an obligation to yourself with, oh, I'm gonna do it every week or whatever, because life. Okay.
Right, right, right.
But yeah, I mean, I think it would be wonderful because there are people out there that don't know the etiquette. There are people out there that don't know about the service dog running up to you. Like if a service dog runs up to most people, they're like, "Oh, look, it's a service dog." They don't know to follow the service dog back to the
Right.
owner.
The only way I would even
Um,
have a clue is if the service dog literally, like, grabs me by the
right.
shirt with its mouth, and then I'd be like, "Oh god, it's trying to eat me."
Well,
You know, I wouldn't have
exactly.
any
So
clue.
I think it would be a great thing, and I would love for it to be from Spins because one, I love her videos and I love to hear her talk, but um, just because she has a lot of knowledge. I mean, like firsthand knowledge of it. So yeah. Anyways,
Well, I think that would be really cool.
now
I
that
mean,
I
I
put
really do
Spins
think that
on
that would
the
be cool.
now that I put Spins on the spot, love
She
you,
called you out, ma'am. She
love
called you
you.
all the way out.
But yeah, I think
She,
it would
like,
be cool.
megaphoned it, man.
I did megaphone it. But even if but JB, even if they saw Lassie, they'd think it was on TV. I mean, Lassie weren't a service dog.
The only thing I've ever heard about, and let me preface this with the fact that I live in a very small area. I don't know that I have seen maybe 3 service dogs in my whole lifetime, like, out and about in the public, right? But she says, "Good gravy, why am I in here again?"
'Cause you love us.
She's like, "I come in here to be called out and put on the spot."
I'm
So,
sorry,
the only thing
Spins.
I've ever really known about service dogs is that, and this is what I've been told, so I don't even know if it's true, is that when they're working, like, if I go into a restaurant and I see someone with a service dog, I'm not supposed to be like, "Oh, it's a dog," and try to pet and love on it.
Yeah. So, Spins, you can answer that, but uh
Because it's working and
it's
it's, like, on the
working. Yeah.
clock, and you're
Yeah.
not supposed to do that because that's, like, praise, and that shouldn't be praised because it's not doing something.
Look,
She said,
she
"That's
said that's
true."
true
Okay.
in all
Well, there you go.
caps. Yeah. Yeah. So, it can be distracting.
Yeah.
And there
And I
are
think
some
I heard that it has something to do with it's getting praise for nothing, like, it's not doing its job at the point to have gotten praise, so it shouldn't be petted and loved on at that point. I don't know
well, I was gonna
if it's
say,
true.
especially when they're being trained, but there are people that will say, "Yeah, you can pet her or whatever." Like, if you have, and again, Spence, correct me if I'm wrong, but if you have a dog that's been a service dog, has been your service dog for umpteen years, and they know their stuff, and you ask, A lot of them though, if they don't want you to talk to their dog, the service vest will say, "Don't please. I'm a working dog. Please don't.
Yeah.
Please don't touch me. Please don't. Whatever." But there are people that'll say, "Oh no, you can pet her, or you can, whatever." Um, but
Well, that would
yeah.
be especially hard for kids to not instantly be like, "Ooh, dog," and want to
Well,
pet it.
see,
And,
okay, but I don't know about other people. I can only
well,
speak
yeah,
for
I know what
2B,
you're
but
gonna say.
I've taught my children not to ever run up to a dog,
Right.
or any animal without asking if it's okay, because you don't know that you're not going to spook that. She said kids are actually better than adults.
Oh, wow.
You ain't wrong.
I never would have guessed it, but I guess you're right. Kids probably are a little bit more.
I'm trying to pull you live right now. You guys are going to be dead 22.
Oh,
Yeah.
wait. What in the world?
What is that, ma'am?
So we may we transfer for noon or for 5 or we're in 6. I guess he's at 5. Yeah. And I want to report to you that Mike Glover did not take me to lunch. They went out and got their own lunch. Did not come take me. So
About you.
I tried to take him out for a beer for his birthday. He says, I'm
What?
not 21. We can go out some other time.
I have you.
Okay, let me get you a mic check here, okay?
Yep.
Okay, hold on.
Hot
I'm gonna give you a
mic.
mic check because that's important. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We're live.
Yeah, you are. Do you
Yeah,
know
you are.
Hot mic. Hot
Hot
mic.
mic. Hot mic.
Hot mic.
Did y'all hear me go? Oh,
Yeah. Oh, take somebody out for a beer.
yo.
Don't say nothing you shouldn't be saying, dude.
At least that dude said we could go. I'm not 21. We can go another time.
Mm-hmm.
You heard it here first, y'all. You heard it here first.
Spence's, what are we hearing? We're hearing a hot mic.
The hot mic. Yeah. Hot mic. Hot mic. Ooh, that dude is like, he's changing his britches right now. He's like, dag nabbit.
It's either the cameraman or a news anchor or something. I don't know. Somebody media
Where are
related.
you? Where are you? At least he didn't say, well, I tried to convince him to go out for a beer, told him I'd buy him one. It didn't matter if he was 21. Could you imagine?
Oh, my Lord.
Oh,
Immediate
fired.
arrest for underage consumption.
Yes. Aiding and abetting.
Yeah. Something a minor.
Jamie.
Red light, red light, red light.
Red light. Warning, warning, warning.
Oh, my
And
Lord.
that's why we
So
don't
why are
take
they
him out
coming
to
on,
lunch.
though, at 11:53? You guys still have 30 minutes.
Okay, see, we've almost made it.
I know. There's no
We
sense
could
in backing
harass
out
Spin
now.
some more. We could harass Spin some more. She won't never come back.
Anybody else want to chit chat? I don't mind to give a StreamYard link out in the chat right now and let somebody come in and join us if you want.
Oh, look. Okay, so Spin said, okay, here's the last thing I'll say before we start. If you distract a service dog, there's a possibility that they could miss an alert and injure their person. See? Yeah, you don't
Aw,
mess with them.
wow.
You don't mess with them. This is why Spins does the education.
Good. That's good to know.
So we'll be stalking your channel. No pressure.
Hold
No
on, I'm going
pressure.
to copy the link. If anybody wants to come up and chit chat for a little bit, I'm going to put the link to StreamYard here. And there you go. Anybody in chat? We'll do a quick open panel. If anyone wants to jump up with us.
Don't be sad, JB. You're doing what you need to be doing. You're doing what you need to be doing. Also, tell Papa I say hey and sit down. Stop it. And Morgana's mama, tell her to sit down too. She ain't doing no laundry. All of y'all, everybody sit down. Sit down. Oh Lord, what you mean, oh Lord? Oh Lord, what? Man, that
Yeah.
sneeze is still sitting up there, Jenny.
I'm sorry, ma'am.
Usually it only jinxes
We
me if
only have
somebody.
a half an hour. Why not just stay here? Yeah, that's what we're gonna
Oh
do.
yeah,
We're just gonna
we got that
stay.
And then actually in about 12:45, I got to jump off and get ready for torture. I mean, Tyler.
Oh, we got a Morgana.
Morgana.
Hey.
Yay.
Hey, baby.
Hi.
What's up?
Jenny jinxed my sneeze.
I heard that.
Ah.
But this swiping left thing, what?
What?
I said, what?
I can't believe you didn't know. And you have a young daughter. I can't believe she hasn't alerted you to this.
Well, I didn't
Young
ask her because I didn't know. I'm disappointed.
Right?
So what did you think that the only way you could see the live chat was if you watched it from a laptop?
Well, no, sometimes on
I
my
can't
app,
even.
it comes up and it, like certain creators, like after they've been live, it'll come up automatically.
Mm-hmm.
But when like the Crime Cafe didn't, so I thought, well, I thought maybe you guys could turn it off. You know what I mean? Like where you couldn't see the live comments. Does that make sense?
Oh, yeah.
This changed my whole life.
Yeah.
My whole life.
That's what I'm saying.
Morgana, are you not like me? And they'd be like, "Oh, Jenny, that's a good point." And you're like, "Wait, what's her point? What'd she say? What? I don't understand. What?"
Exactly. I was like, "Oh man."
Yeah.
Snap.
Well, the more you know.
The more you know. Y'all heard it here. Y'all learned it here. I mean, Jenny is the whole real deal. Like,
right.
you
She
get the
knows.
crime, you
get the food, the virtual snacks.
You get virtual snacks. Where's Lee? We ain't had no snacks.
You get free technical advice.
Yes. Yes.
You get it all, people. All.
You guys crack me up. And you get all of the free entertainment because you guys, I mean,
3.5 hours.
I have the best.
Did you chapter that thing yesterday?
No. I did go look, though. I did go find the timestamp where it actually started, and the timestamp was 3 hours and 1 minute in. And so I put a pinned comment up on that video that says, for the actual Scott Peterson hearing, go to 301.
But for entertainment value, listen to the whole thing. Yeah. Look, Spence came back.
She did come back, but she came back and got beat up the first 5 minutes.
I know. I love you, Spence. She'll never come back again. I won't do it again. Maybe.
Possibly. Maybe come back.
Yes, she will. She will.
I will.
You can blame it all on me.
What? Wait a minute.
We're going on the road soon.
We're going to Delphi, except for JB.
No.
JB's going to Jenny's house, and then we're going to Delphi.
JB's like, no, I'm out.
Can y'all imagine the people we would see there?
I'll let JB come and stay and watch the children, and then all the rest of us can go on to Delphi, and yeah, we'll do that.
Can you imagine the people we would see there? Think of the people, I hate it here. Stop it! Now it's gonna play on repeat.
She's gonna
I
hear it
can't
all
help
the
it,
time.
man. That's your phone's fault. I don't have I don't have.
I'm going to AT&T. I need a new phone.
You need something.
You know why I don't, okay, sidebar. You know why I haven't gone to AT&T?
Wow.
Is
Because
this
I
a
want to,
joke? Do I need to get the
no,
bump ready? Okay.
no,
Just check.
Spins. I thought we were friends, ma'am. Dang. Um, because I want an iPad,
Mm-hmm.
and if I go to the AT&T, they'd be like, we could just add that on, right? And I'll be like, I know, right? And they'd be like, you want it, and I'll be like, yeah, I do want it. And they'll talk me into it. I'm weak.
Well,
I want that
I mean,
iPad. I want the iPad. Look, y'all, look. This is QB, all right? The other thing I want is a new Apple Watch. I have the original Apple Watch, not like the Series 1. I'm talking like the very first Apple Watch that ever was launched to mankind, and I still wear it daily.
wow.
Oh,
Does
and
it
she's
even
gone.
do anything?
No, because she just left. It doesn't do nothing. It makes you disappear. It's like a magic act.
Hmm. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Hold on,
That's
Morgana.
what
Hold
it
on.
does. Okay.
Hold on, Morgana.
I hate it here.
One more time.
I hate it here.
I hate it here.
Why are you doing this to me? Oh, hey. I'm over here having a whole conversation.
Imagine that.
Look, I was saying, I'm like, it's going to happen. I'm going to fall out. Here it goes. And boom. Because it gets like robotic.
Oh, yeah?
And
So
then it goes.
you have a feeling?
I do. I have a feeling tonight's going to be the time when I fall out. Anyways, I don't know. I can't even, I can't. Hooked on a feeling. See, look, y'all you get serenaded.
I'm believing
Yeah. So
that
that's
you're
why.
in love with
with
me.
me.
Also, they're gonna harass me about the fiber, the AT&T fiber.
You need it, ma'am.
I do, but here's the thing: I don't like people. Okay, and I don't like people in my house.
Well,
and I can't do this is the whole thing. I'm just gonna tell y'all this is the whole reason why I don't have AT&T fiber, because I'm in an apartment. They have to physically come in and set it up. Okay, now I want y'all to understand. Not only do I not like people, and I don't like people in my house, but I have a dog who has diagnosed high anxiety. Okay, and when people come in the house, he wigs out.
We'll make an
Seriously.
appointment at the time that's going to be going on, that somebody, the girlfriend, the not the girlfriend, the not the
It's
not
gonna
the
do what?
husband,
Take him outside where the floor is lava?
the not the neighbor, the not the mailman,
It's
somebody
not.
can take him for a walk.
No, he don't go for walks, ma'am.
Can you lock him up in the bathroom?
He don't go in the bathroom, ma'am. He legit, y'all don't understand this dog. He goes from my bed to the couch and the couch to the bed, and the floor in between is lava. Okay, he runs from the bed to the couch to the bed. That's it.
Can you pick said dog up?
If I picked him up, he would lose his. First of all, he weighs like 75 pounds. So yes, I can pick him up. Not right now. I'm not allowed to pick nothing. I can't pick anything over 8 pounds up. Can't even pick a human head up.
Thank God for that.
No,
what about
this dog.
Shrunken
Head, yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
he's not. I mean, y'all don't understand. His he gets so anxious and so freaked out. His blood pressure goes up so high that his eyes get bloodshot.
Oh my God.
Like seriously, it's huge. They messed him up. And I mean, he's good from when when I first got him. But yeah, no, he don't go in the kitchen, he don't go in the bathroom. If you try to take him in the bathroom, he will die. He will just lay down and be gone. He'll be done.
Mm.
Mm-mm. And so even if I put him in the bedroom and I shut the door, if he hears a voice in here that he don't know, that's what my apartment complex. When I moved in here, I made them put it in my lease that someone has to be here when they come in the house, and they have to give me notice unless it's an emergency. I mean, they have to legally give you notice anyways, but they have to give me enough notice to make arrangements so I can be here.
Yeah.
I mean, it's medically, it's serious. It's serious. And we laugh about it because the floor is lava. Like, you should see this dog. He will run from the couch to the bed, and he's like,
God love his heart.
I know it's terrible. It's terrible. But he's 150,000% better than I've had him 7 years.
Mm.
And he's the sweetest boy. But yeah, no, we don't. So yeah, so they're like, well, it's okay. We'll just be there for a minute. Don't matter. He'll be beside himself for 2 days.
Well, can you give him like a doggy
He's
Xanax?
on the reg. He gets CBD treats every day.
Well, you could do like what's her face did and give him 4 of them.
No,
I'm
I'm not.
kidding. That's a joke. That's a joke. That's a joke. Trying to act like Jennifer Crumbley there for a minute.
Okay, I got a story. You ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so the cat we have, she was like living in the wild for years. So last night I was on the couch and the cat was sitting next to me on her blanket. And we have, pretty good size screen TV. Well, dog comes on there, right? This cat used my stomach and my arm as a springboard, went over the back of the couch, ran into my daughter's door, trying to get away from the dog that was on the TV. I had blood down my arm. I'm like, girl, calm down.
Yeah, see? It's for real.
Mm-hmm.
And
It's
you
for
already
real.
had sore arms from the day or two
Right?
before that.
Yeah.
We're a whole hot mess, all of us.
I'm like, really? I didn't know what the heck happened at first. I was like, what is going on? I thought she just freaking out. No.
Man.
I said, that is not real. That is not a real dog.
It
Like,
looked
I'm
real.
out here, people.
It was real to her.
It was big, I guess.
She was like, nope.
Good grief. Good grief.
Yeah, my poor puppers. So here's a funny story. So what are almost all dogs afraid of? Fireworks
Thunder.
and
Firecrackers.
and thunder, right?
Mm-hmm.
My dog is afraid of everything but thunder and fireworks. That dog couldn't give 2 craps.
Good grief.
Well, because so sidebar. They found him tied to a post on the side of a freeway.
Oh.
They don't know like how long he was out there. So I think like he had to make do with that. But like he's still deathly afraid of like wind. Like if it's windy outside, you might as well hang it up. He ain't going out. And he's not obstinate, but I will tell you what, if he decides to sit and he ain't going, he's not going.
Yeah.
And so I mean, we had to really we really had to train him that certain things were okay. But I think I've told y'all this, but I still, when it's raining, if I got to take him out, I got to get wet. I cannot use an umbrella. Anything overhead for him is no. That's a no. That's a no.
God love that poor puppy.
It was bad. It was bad.
What do you call it?
PTSD.
Not OCD. PTSD. Yeah.
He does. Like serious. He's looking at me. He's like, I know you're talking about me. I love you, buddy.
Aw.
That's my baby. That's my baby. That's my
God
sweet
love
boy.
it.
He's the sweetest thing, and I love him to death. I know y'all think like I'll talk to y'all at 10 o'clock, and I'm like, I ain't taking the dog out yet. My dog is like, I'll get up when you get up. I've
Mm.
heard him bark like 5 times, and it was in his sleep.
Oh my gosh.
He don't speak. He don't never
Mm.
speak. Now he was last week. He's finally stopped, but he was whining last week after Noel passed.
Oh.
I know it was terrible. It was awful. And he was a little he was beside himself. He was beside himself.
That's sad.
Yeah. Well, she used to lay on the couch with him. And so,
Oh,
yeah,
they were
they
friends.
were friends. Well, she was like, "You're gonna be my friend, whether you like it or not." And so, yeah, they were friends. But
Hmm.
yeah, no, I've never heard him bark. He barks and runs in his sleep. Otherwise,
Yeah.
there ain't none of that.
God love.
Welcome back, Margaret.
Welcome back.
Back.
Welcome back. Welcome. Who watched Welcome Back Cotter growing
I
up?
did.
I loved Welcome Back Cotter.
Welcome back, Calder was the best. The
Like
best.
I
That
said,
sneeze, ma'am.
still.
That sneeze is in my. I'm trying to push it out. Like I'm pushing on my nose, trying to
Well,
make
don't
it
push
come out.
too hard. You'll blow your brain out of your head.
Well, that's not where my brain is.
Oh, well.
In your head?
It's
Where
in
is
my
your
head, but
brain?
it ain't in my nose.
Well, your nose is
Oh,
right
I
there.
thought you was trying to say your brain was in your butt. I was going to say, well,
Horshack.
yeah, we know that.
Epstein. Look, Margaret's throwing all the names.
Epstein. Yes.
Horshack.
Mhm. Cutter.
Ugh, y'all.
Mm.
The sneeze.
Dale and I watched a movie last night. It was really good. Somebody at work told him to watch it. I think the name of it was on Netflix. It's called Damsel.
Oh, John watched that last night too.
It was
I
so
didn't.
good.
Yeah,
I
he
haven't
said
heard
he
of
liked
that.
it.
It was really good.
Please excuse Juan from class today. Signed, Epstein's mother. Sorry.
Oh God.
Oh my goodness. My goodness. Yeah, I haven't seen it. I spend a lot of time on YouTube.
Yeah, I do too, but I force myself, because I do
Well, because you have a
stream a
spousal unit.
lot. And the thing that I love about streaming, especially on the long days, is that, my bigger kiddo, he's like teenage, even though
Yeah.
he has autism, he's still very much the typical, like, he don't want nothing to do with me unless he wants
Yeah.
something to eat, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
But the other one, she's in and out, in and out, in and out, in and out, in and out. And then she'll play with him for a little bit. And then whenever I'm able to take the breaks, that enables
Yeah.
me to do the normal things. But to me, it's no different than a mom who works full time from home from their, you know what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah.
So it's in the evenings though, it's all about them.
Yeah.
And I try to stick to that, and sometimes it's hard, especially when there's multiple things going on, but we've gotten to where we've just kind of like made a thing where we start watching movies in the evening, and we'll go through spurts when summertime comes and it's like full blown, like gotta mow the yard, weed eat and all that stuff will kind of go to the wayside for a while because
Unless you're Morgana's husband and then you just mow mysterious, non existent grass.
Exactly.
Did we ever
What?
get an answer on that?
Why he was doing it?
Yeah.
Well, he says he was mowing up some leaves out there.
Oh.
I said, really? He said, "Don't tell those people I'm doing that." He said, "Don't make fun of me." I said,
Don't
"Well,
be
don't do
telling them
stupid
people.
stuff."
Don't be. He's
Uh,
not wrong. I mean, if he was chopping leaves, that's a lot more efficient than trying to
raking.
rake them and blow them.
Well,
Mhm.
no, there's not that many leaves out there, is what I'm telling you.
He just wanted to ride the lawnmower.
He did. I mean, he had it worked on, so he said, "I had to go out here and make sure it's working right."
Well,
Well,
I'm with him on that.
Sure, Gina,
he's got to
whatever.
get it prepared and he's got to make sure it's ready to roll when, I
Yeah.
mean, it's not going to be that much longer, Morgana, whenever uh that you get a good few warm days
I mean,
and
Jenny's
in a
got
row and
daffodils.
some sun and you get some
He's
rain.
bored though. It's just he's bored. Okay.
Well,
Well, that's because you won't let him play his guitar.
Well, there's a time and a place for everything.
they even made a song about that.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Look, y'all, we got 14 minutes. We did good. And y'all still hanging here with us?
Yeah,
Appreciate
JB or
it.
QB was over here she's like trying to rein me in, wanting to start a new trial already.
No, I wasn't.
Mm.
Oh, you mean, oh, yeah, no, I was trying to rein you in. I didn't want to start a new trial. No. No, I want to dive into Delphi. I want to do Delphi from now till May. It's going to take that long to get through the web of lies and
Uh,
deceit.
hey, I was watching that Bob last night,
Y'all.
and his wife.
Yes.
Did you see when she fell out like you do, QB?
Yeah,
Like
she
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 disappeared,
had words. Yeah,
and
she
he
did.
goes, "She's gone." I said,
She gone.
"That's QB."
Look.
Flashbacks.
Yeah, she does. They haven't quite got it. Hey Brenda, they haven't quite got their stuff worked out. Have you seen the very first one that they did?
No.
The very first live that they did from their house, it's all grainy and blurry, and they're like
Oh,
robotic.
Yeah.
And it was like they were like an hour in, and then they looked down and saw it on the screen, and they were like, "Uh-oh, I heard people."
Yeah, let me turn the volume down. Hold on.
They were like, I don't know, they were like 30, 45 minutes in, and they were like, "Why do we look like that? Have we looked like that the whole time?"
Hmm.
It was so funny. And Bob's like, "Oh, I'm ending this now," and she's like, "No, let's talk to the people." And but yeah,
Could they not see their chat? And the chat was saying, "Oh my lord, I just stuck my whole arm into my tray of drills."
wow.
And
I
now
guess
they're like,
nobody was saying anything. I guess people were trying to be nice.
oh my
I
God.
So
can't imagine that nobody said
well, and you gotta
it's
understand too.
grainy, we can't see, blah blah blah.
It
I
was
don't
their
know.
first live, and they were learning all the things. And because on a podcast, you don't have a chat, a running chat. I don't think. Do you?
I don't know.
Well, if
I
it's a
never paid
live stream
attention.
that somebody calls a podcast,
Right.
because when they live stream, they say it's a podcast, but
That ain't a podcast. That's a live stream.
but I mean, even their name is Defense Diaries Podcast or
But they have
something.
a podcast. That's where they started. That's
Right,
why
but
it's called
what I'm
that.
saying is, oh, okay, I thought you meant but usually
No.
on a podcast, there's no camera. It's
Yeah,
just a
there's no
mic.
camera, and there's no. I don't think there's like a chat or anything. They're
No.
just chat, and then people. Yeah. So, anyways, that's what I'm saying. They were still learning how to read, so maybe people were saying it, and they just didn't see it. But it was hysterical. It was
Yeah.
hysterical. It was like I said, 30, 45 minutes in, and they were like, Is that how we look? Why do we look like that? Have we looked like that the whole time?
I
Yeah,
Now, when
don't.
it
streaming
starts back
podcast.
up,
Yeah.
Jenny, I may have to hop off. I got to do a grocery list, but I thought I'd come in and say hi, and then I may jump in later if I
All
get it
right.
done.
Well, thanks for
Well, come
coming and
back.
hanging out. What all are you putting on your grocery list?
I don't know. I've got to come up with meals, and that's what I hate. I'm like,
Yeah, that's what I don't like either. Okay,
Same
so here's what we need. Here's what you gonna. So my go-tos are stuff for tacos,
Yeah, me too.
stuff for spaghetti.
Yeah,
So there you get, some hamburger meat,
You get a whole big thing
or
of
if you're
hamburger meat.
Grace, you call it mince meat.
ew,
And
Ew.
then
ew.
I know, right?
I don't know
I'm like,
why, but it's so gross when you say that.
That
I
sounds
know,
wrong.
mince meat. I'm like, no. Like, I told her whenever she came here from Australia and she was here staying, I'm like, you go into a grocery store around here and ask for mince meat, they're going to either point you to the meat department or where the peppermint candy are because, like, mince.
Mint.
Meat.
I was like, how does that correlate? Okay, now I
Yeah, I
get
didn't get it either.
Because they're going to hear the words, not see how it's spelled, like as in minced,
Right.
Right.
So,
That's like, okay, yeah, no, that's like cheese curds.
yeah, I know that sounds wrong too.
Cheese, I mean, they're good, but let's call it something else.
Mhm.
What would you like? Cheese balls?
I
Much.
actually would prefer it because when I hear cheese curds and I hear curdled milk and then
Yeah.
Mm. Oh, and then she's gone.
And she's gone. She'd be back. There she is.
I was telling y'all, could y'all not hear me? I was like, it's fixing to go. I'm gonna go.
Yeah.
I'm going down. I'm going down.
Elizabeth.
It's the big one.
It's the big one.
I'm coming, Elizabeth.
Where did I hear that? I heard that somewhere recently.
I love Sanford and Son.
Yeah, he was crazy.
Good stuff. Good stuff.
Love
Good
him.
stuff. Lamont.
Oh my God, right? Lamont.
Sneeze. I'm so mad. I'm so mad about this sneeze, y'all.
That's when my husband gets mad at me. I do it to him every time. But my husband, he's not one of those that can just sneeze one time. It never fails. He's never been able to just have one or two sneezes and be done. When he sneezes, it goes on for 15 minutes. Like
no,
he'll sneeze.
you get 3 and then get that mess under control. No.
Not him.
You get
Nope.
3. That's it. No.
He has what we call sneezing fits, where he can't quit
Clearly.
sneezing.
I think that's a thing too. Like, I think that, I don't know if it's genetic. I'm still gobsmacked that the light thing is genetic. I didn't know that. Heard it here first,
Morgana,
y'all. Heard it here first.
We need to
go
get back
ahead.
to your shopping list.
Yeah.
So we have
Alfredo.
yeah.
Yeah.
That was
Get
really
that Bertoli.
yummy.
That Bertoli.
Yep.
Then you don't have to make it.
Mm-hmm.
Probably steak. Y'all make steak.
We just had steak.
Oh, okay. You don't have a rotate. See, like when I was having to feed all these people, I had a rotating like menu, yeah. And so, and I would let the kids be like, here, let's put this on there, let's put that on there. But then we would roll. They were rolling, and I had about, I don't know, 5 or 6 weeks worth of menus.
Yeah.
And then, you could do. Brenda said barbecue chicken made me think of a rotisserie.
I love.
You could do rotisserie chicken.
Yeah. Well, we make this stuff called Coca-Cola chicken.
Coca-Cola. We do Dr. Pepper chicken, but yeah.
But you put it in a pan with open pit original barbecue sauce. You put your chicken breast in the pan and you pour all that bottle all over top of them. Put like 2 or 3 Pepsis in it. And you bring it to like a boil almost, and then you turn it down to simmer for an hour, and it's done, and it's good.
Ma'am, I'm gonna need you to clarify because you said Coca-Cola chicken, but then you said you pour Pepsis. They're not the same.
I don't do Coca-Cola, so but the actual recipe
Oh,
is Coca-Cola.
well, we
But
could be friends. I
She
don't know.
calls it Pepsi Cola chicken.
yeah, it's Pepsi Cola chicken. But it's some good stuff.
I thought
And
we could be friends, but
I don't do Coca-Cola either. Coke makes me burp. It's Pepsi or nothing.
Coke is just not.
that's you know what that is. I know what that is. That's a northern thing. We Coca-Cola people down here.
I mean, all the restaurants around here mostly have Coke, but
Right.
which I'm like, ugh.
Yeah,
I
you
just
walk into
prefer.
a restaurant here and you ask for a soda, they'll give you a Coke.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't
they'll
like
give
Coke.
Yeah, that's what we most have here. Like most of the time, I'll be like, "You got like Coke or Pepsi products?"
Mhm.
You
That's
know,
my
and they're
girl.
always like Coke,
That's
and
my
I'm like,
girl. JB said Dr. Pepper. That's right. Except I do diet. She don't do diet.
I don't do nothing diet.
Ah,
And it shows.
I do diet Dr. Pepper. Dr.
My husband,
Pepper's too sweet for me. Regular Dr. Pepper's too sweet for me.
John drinks Dr. Pepper, but no, never. I'm not touching that.
There it is.
I
Sorry.
like Diet Mountain Dew.
Did y'all hear that?
What?
What, QB?
I sneezed.
No.
Oh, I didn't hear it.
Y'all didn't hear that? I said, there it is.
Nope.
Yay. Ben said the pop.
No, you cook it in.
You cook it in it.
Brenda.
There's a Dr. Pepper. There's a Dr. Pepper barbecue sauce.
Oh, I hate Dr. Pepper.
I love that
Ma'am.
Ben said pop because that's what we
I
call
know.
soda is pop.
So I was born in Florida, but my whole entire family, other than me, was born and raised in Illinois. So I say things that most people don't. Like I'll say pop. I'll say icebox.
Mhm.
I guess
Like
when
instead
people
of
don't say,
freezer.
yeah, I guess people don't say icebox much anymore. But what else do y'all say up there? Anyway,
Mm-mm.
who's talking? Hot mic. That
No, it looks
person.
like the bailiff is talking.
I know, but that guy that's on the mute button for the court is fired too.
Okay, Spence, are you asking about the chicken in the pop? Because you
Yeah,
cook it.
you cook
You don't
it. Yeah,
you just cook it. And
you
it's
cook
like
it.
it'll be liquid there when you're done, but you just take the chicken out. It makes it real tender. And
It's
you just
good.
it's some good
Not with
stuff.
Pepsi. I mean, I wouldn't eat it. I mean, okay, if I come live on your porch and that's what you cook,
And
because
that's what I
I don't turn down no meal that somebody cooks. Okay,
thought.
if that one of my favorite meals is one I didn't cook.
Yeah, me too.
So, yeah.
I like to make meals that I'm gonna have like it's a 2-day meal, I call it. Like soup, you know, that
Right.
you
Yeah.
the next day.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's
Like
why
our
the spaghetti's good.
vegetable soup I fix.
Oh, that sounds good.
Vegetable
got
soup with cornbread sounds yum.
Oh, you should make, ma'am, you need to
What?
add this to your rotation. The 7-can soup.
7-can soup.
Look it up. Pioneer Woman 7-can soup. Now, I will tell you, QB got a little interventions that go on in there. I add to it. But that's the bomb, and it's easy.
I'll check it
It's
out.
legit. You open 7 cans and dump it and cook it and add some cheese to it.
Mm-hmm.
Girl, it's good. Like it's good.
That recipe for that soup Steph gave me a while back, that was dang good.
Yeah, but that was a whole lot of work.
Not really. Not really. It's
In
not.
my world, it is
No, I mean, you're basically just cutting up vegetables. That's all you got to do.
work.
And
Work.
you cut up the onion and you can use, I think the recipe said you can use frozen hash browns if you wanted to instead of actually chopping up potatoes,
It
but
was
we
a lot
always
of
have
work.
potatoes.
It was a lot of work. Look,
It
y'all gotta
wasn't.
understand. I cooked for 20 some odd years. I'm done.
Oh, well, there you go.
I don't have people. I mean, Manchild is a chef. He cooks for himself and not the girlfriend. And I mean, no, I'm over here making fancy schmancy pizza rolls.
Mm.
Them's good. Y'all gotta try them with the butter and the garlic and the Parmesan cheese. You could serve them in a restaurant.
Hmm.
They're good.
Dale makes something that he calls pizza rolls, but what he does is he'll take a hot skillet on the stove, like a good non-stick skillet, right? He'll
Mhm.
lay down, like in the center of the skillet, a few slices of pepperoni,
Mm-hmm.
and then he'll pour mozzarella cheese on top of
Mm-hmm.
that, just
Good
straight in a
keto
hot
snack.
skillet,
Yep.
right? And then you put down a flat tortilla shell, like a soft flour
Yep.
tortilla shell on top of that, and just sit and kind of spin it around a little bit till that cheese melts,
Mhm.
and then scoop it out and put it on a plate and roll it up.
Roll it
And
up.
then you
Yeah.
dip it in like pizza sauce.
Marinara.
Marinara.
So
Or-
I make for M because she's not supposed to have carbohydrates. I make her pepperoni chips. So
Mm,
it's a piece of pepperoni and a little bit of cheese of your liking in the air fryer,
mhm,
and you air fry it up, and they get real crisp and crunchy.
mhm.
And they're like pepperoni chips, and they ain't got no carbs in them. And but they eat like a chip. They're crunchy.
Right, right.
Hmm.
Um,
Sounds
yeah.
good.
Oh, hot dogs with crescent rolls around them. Some
Pigs
pigs
in a
in a
blanket.
blanket. I love some pigs in
Yeah.
a blanket.
Yeah, we like pigs in a blanket too. We do that sometimes with macaroni and cheese. I tell people all the time that me and Dale,
Oh, I love
and it's
some
for us, not just the kids. We eat like 8-year-olds around here. Chili
facts. Us too.
dogs.
Chili dogs. Yeah, we have those. I'm gonna
You
make.
could do you
Go
could
ahead.
do little smoky.
Oh, there she goes. We make these barbecue cup things where you take biscuits and spread them in like muffin pans. You know, spread them
Yeah.
out like a cup. Then you take hamburger and that open pit. I use that in it. Original sauce
Let me make
um,
a
with brown sugar, just a little brown sugar,
mm,
and then you put the meat into the biscuits and put some cheddar cheese on top. Put them in the oven. They're little cups.
Yeah,
I was
that
giving
sounds
you a whole menu idea and I just fell out.
good.
I was like, oh, there she goes.
Yeah.
There she goes.
There she
They're
goes.
late. They're late. Mom.
Hi, Sandra.
Hey Sandra. What I was saying was you get the little smokies
Mm-hmm.
and a few cans of them crescent rolls
Yeah.
and roll the little smokies up inside the crescent rolls and bake them with some mac and cheese and some baked beans. Done.
Mm. I like
Y'all make
to
me
do this
hungry.
with the I like to do this with the meatballs or like the it's good to have you back, Sandra.
Glad to see you. Hi.
Um the little smokies like I think it's the Hillshire Farms or Eckrich little
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
smokies in the
Yep.
package
Yep.
and put them down in a crock pot and use like
Mm.
I think it's like a whole jar of barbecue sauce and
Mm-hmm.
so much grape jelly
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Them's
Yeah.
good.
and let them sit and cook in that crock
Mm-hmm.
pot for a half a day. Oh
They're
my
so
god.
good.
They are
So
good.
good.
I can't quit eating that. When you
Them
put that grape
meatballs,
jelly and barbecue sauce.
look, I will
Mm.
eat the whole daggone. Y'all better back up. I will eat the whole crock pot full of meatballs. All of them.
Mm.
It's so
I
good.
actually like the little smokies more than the meatballs, but the meatballs aren't bad.
I love some little smokies. Jay, Manchild found a recipe the other day of how to make little. He likes to make things from scratch, and
Mhm.
how they make the little smokies from scratch, but they were using like the fat sausage, the kielbasa sausage.
Mhm.
I was like, yes, please. I just send him recipes randomly. I'm like, yes, please. Can you make this, please?
Yes, please.
What was the last thing he made? He made some some ginger honey. Fermented ginger honey. Okay, the fermented makes it sound nasty, but that's how you make it.
Yeah.
It was pretty good. He made one with lemon and one without lemon. I ain't gonna lie, it was pretty good. He had to keep burping it and stuff. It was weird.
Yeah, Mickey's good at that kind of stuff. Mickey's made dandelion honey
He does all. Yeah, he does all
or
that
jelly.
stuff.
I think it was dandelion jelly. She made it
Yeah,
out of
he makes.
dandelions.
He makes all that stuff. It's weird. I'm burping honey and stuff in my cabinet. He's like, now I
So
gotta
what
watch
happens
the
when you ferment it, and when you ferment stuff like that, you gotta burp it.
burp it. Yeah, well, he's like, I gotta watch the foam at the top, and if it turns a certain color, then that's bad. And I'm like, no, 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 no. Oh, here they come.
Here they come.
Maybe she'll help him with his tie this time.
Yeah, maybe he did a decent job last time.
Well, he didn't have her to help him.
Mm-mm.
Y'all, I got to go see Tyler, and I do not want to miss these closing arguments, y'all.
Well, Jenny, if I fall out, I'll come back later. I got to go work on this list and listen. I'll listen in.
All righty, baby. Have a good rest of your day, and we'll see you when you make it back.
Okay. See ya. Bye, chat.
JB says she knows how to make wine.
Yeah. Kind of the same process.
Is he not putting his tie back on? They're just chatting. They're whispering. Oh, he said, no, I'm not going to mess with it. He gave up.
He's like, I'm done. Oh, my God. He says he's done, and QB said she's done, too.
Rude.
Nope, he's putting it on.
Oh, there
He's
he
putting
goes.
it
There
on.
he goes. Oh, look, she going to help him. Ain't that cute?
Oh no, Margaret. You're gonna have to tell her to knock it off.
Yeah, no, we let you go to work. We didn't say you were going to actually do work.
Yeah, being there and doing the things are two different things.
Two different things. Can y'all hear me sniveling? That sneeze. I got another sneeze up in there. Don't even start saying
Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it.
That sneeze felt so good earlier. Oh. Normally that don't do it to me. If somebody says God bless you before I sneeze, it'll keep me from sneezing. But just talking about it don't normally do it.
I rocked your world, baby.
You did. Look, Margaret, you just sit there and look cute. Cute. You sit there and look cute. Tell her today's cute day is hump day. We don't do work on hump day. Y'all, I got to get a shower. I gotta put on pants.
What time is your appointment?
Oh, I gotta be there at 2, but because I have to do it, I have to shower and stuff. So I'm gonna get off here about 12:45.
Okay.
Give myself an hour just in case. I mean, I ain't doing nothing but taking a shower, but you just don't know with me.
Well, just take the phone with you so you can hear what's going
Oh,
on.
well, I gotta look. I don't tell y'all these things. All right. But I have a waterproof speaker in my shower, so I listen to it while I'm in this.
Oh, well, look at you.
It's from the $1.25 tree.
Does it work?
It does. It's from the $5 aisle, but it works really well. Yes.
I'm gonna have to get me one of them.
I love it. And I can't remember the last time I charged it. Like it. Uh-oh.
All right, I'm gonna mute and turn the mic up.
Me too.
Hey, Kel, we're getting ready for opening statements.
No, closing statements.
Or I mean closing statements. Sorry.
She got excited.
afternoon. You may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, the witness testimony and the evidence portion of this trial have been completed. We will now hear the closing arguments. Much like the opening statements, these are not evidence. They're only how each side sees the case. Because the prosecutor has the burden of proof, they also have a right to rebuttal. You also will have a copy of the jury instructions at the end of the trial and when you're deliberating, right? Prosecutor?
Good afternoon. On November 30th of 2021, around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Lieutenant Tim Willis doesn't remember exactly what happened immediately upon being informed that there's a possible shooter at the Oxford High School. Doesn't really remember who he called or how he got down in the elevator, but he remembers one thing. Whoever he called, the first thing the caller said was, "It's real." Doesn't really remember the details on how he got there that day. But he did tell you that of all the first responder scenes he's ever experienced in his 20 plus years of being in law enforcement, this was the largest and most serious by far. And the second, what didn't even come close. Ed Wagrowski, who is now works for the Secret Service, but was worked for the Sheriff's Office in the Computer Crimes Department, told you that he went so fast that he could barely keep his tires on the road. He told you that he will never forget the look on those kids' faces because they looked like zombies. He also told you that in that moment of crisis, he will never forget the looks on the parents' faces who were waiting desperately for their kid to get off those buses. Molly Darnell, a seasoned teacher who had years and years of training on what to do in an active shooter situation, she told you that even though she locked eyes with James Crumbley's son when he fired his SIG 9mm at her and hit her, she still couldn't believe she was shot. She told you that she didn't even put it together when she felt the warmth and burning on her arm. She didn't even trust herself to recognize a voice she'd known for over 20 years outside the door. And you heard from Christy Gibson Marshall, an assistant principal who had hours and hours of training on what to do in an active shooting situation. And what did she do? She ran towards the shooter. She ran towards the shooter. All the training, all the preparation, and she did the opposite of what she was trained to do and what she tells everybody else to do. Because she couldn't believe it. And even when she saw James Crumbley's son with that gun, she still couldn't believe it. But she wasn't going to leave because Tate needed her help. All four of these individuals trained for years and years and years. Law enforcement, what to do in an active shooting situation. Yet, all four of them, as experienced and trained as they were, had no idea how to accept the reality that this was happening. Which is why Lieutenant Willis remembers it's real. Ladies and gentlemen, those four people, they were adults. Those four trained, experienced people were adults. These four were children. And so were the hundreds of kids in that school. What happened that day is about the deaths of these 4 children and what James Crumbley did and what he didn't do. The shooter has been sentenced and prosecuted and convicted. He pulled the trigger. James Crumbley is not on trial for what his son did. James Crumbley is on trial for what he did and what he didn't do. James Crumbley had a willful disregard of a known danger it caused the death of 4 students in Oxford High School on November 30th, 2021. Hannah, Madison, Tate, and Justin. I'm going to spend a few minutes on the law, but the judge is the authority on what the law is, and she's going to instruct you what the law is. He's charged with 2 counts of involuntary manslaughter under 2 alternative theories. You don't have to find both. You don't have to agree on both. You can agree on both, but either one is the only thing necessary to return a verdict of guilty. The first is that there was gross negligence in the performance of a lawful act, and that the defendant caused death, and in doing the act that caused death, he acted in gross negligence. And then the second is his failure to perform a legal duty, and that he knew about the facts that gave rise to the duty, and he willfully neglected or refused to perform that duty, and he failed to perform it, and it grossly negligent to human life. And that the death of the victims were directly caused by defendant's failure to perform this duty. 4 counts of involuntary manslaughter for children who were killed. There can be more than one cause of death. James Crumbley doesn't get a pass because somebody else also caused the death of these 4 kids. And the judge will instruct you on that. It's not enough that he just made it possible for the deaths of Madison, Tate, Hannah, and Justin. You must find beyond a reasonable doubt that the deaths were the natural or necessary result of his acts or failure to act. You heard the evidence about how each of those kids were killed. And as previously noted, there can be more than one cause of death. In order to find that the death of Madison, Tate, Hannah, and Justin was caused by the defendant, you must also find beyond a reasonable doubt that his son's act of shooting someone was reasonably foreseeable. Not that he knew his son was going to kill 4 people. That is not what I have to prove. Just that it was reasonably foreseeable. What's gross negligence? It's more than carelessness. It's willfully disregarding the results to others that might follow from an act or failure to act. And in order to find that, you have to find that the defendant was grossly negligent, and you must find each of the following three things beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that he knew of the danger to another. That is, he knew there was a situation that required him to take ordinary care to avoid injuring someone else. Second, that he could have avoided injuring another by using ordinary care. And third, that the defendant failed to use ordinary care to prevent injuring another one to a reasonable person. And it must be apparent that the result was likely to be serious injury. In Michigan, a parent has a legal duty to exercise reasonable care to prevent the minor child from intentionally harming others or prevent the minor child from conducting themselves in a way that creates unreasonable risk of harm to others if the parent knows that they have the ability to control their minor child and knows of the necessity and opportunity for exercising such control. Even before we had safe storage, there was always a legal duty that existed. That newly passed law has no bearing on your legal duty that as a parent that you've always had. I said this before, there are two theories, two different ways to prove the same crime. If proven, one of these, both of them, are sufficient to establish the crime of involuntary manslaughter. And again, it's not necessary that you all agree on which theory has been proven, as long as you agree that the prosecutors proved at least one of those theories beyond a reasonable doubt. I want to stop before I talk about the evidence briefly. I want to note that everyone appreciates how much care and patience you've taken in listening. It's clear and it's obvious, and I thank you for doing that. There are people, though, who think that the prosecutor's job is just to convict people, and that's just not true. It's our job to present you with the facts and tell the truth and to be advocates, and telling the truth sometimes involves showing you things no one wants to see. Sometimes our job requires to produce evidence and testimony and pictures and images that we don't want to show you and no one wants to see them. But that's our job. That's my job. And it's not our job to sanitize, even though that would be easier. It's my job, and it's Mr. Keith's job, to present all the evidence to you and explain why we think the defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Mark Keith told you when this trial started that any number of tragically small efforts could have saved the lives of 4 kids, that it was foreseeable and it was preventable. And the evidence presented in the last 5 days has proven that, ladies and gentlemen. James Crumbley was presented with the easiest, most glaring opportunities to prevent the deaths of these 4 students. And he did nothing. He did nothing. He did nothing over and over and over again. And the evidence shows that. This case is not about holding James Crumbley responsible for what his son did. Again, if he knew exactly what his son was going to do, he'd be charged with murder. It's about his legal duty and his failure to perform it, or to perform it in a negligent way. You heard the testimony of Molly Darnell. She told you that the first thing she saw when she looked through the window and saw the gun being raised towards her was that there was no orange tip, which she had learned previously, she doesn't remember where, meant it's a real gun. That he aimed the gun at chest level and he locked eyes with her, and the bullet landed 6 inches from her heart. Ed Wobrowski, who was a member of the computer crimes unit in the Oakland County Sheriff's Office. He told you about what forensic evaluation of cell phone analysis is. He was qualified as an expert. He described his involvement and observations at the school that day. And he told you that he doesn't really respond to incidents like this. He was in computer crimes. No one comes into the office and says you have to respond to a critical incident, except that day. And you could tell that had a great emotional impact on him. He watched hours and hours and hours of videos and images of that school that day to put together the evidence that we were able to present to you today and through the past 5 days. He reviewed all of it and he described and then showed you the path and the camera angles of the shooter's path through the school that day. He also presented the messages between Jennifer and James Crumbley and the messages between their son and his friend. He told you that there were over 20,000 text messages between the shooter and that one friend he had. He also told you in 1 year, there were only 65 text messages sent between James Crumbley and his father. James Crumbley, who had either worked at home, was in between jobs, or had DoorDash. James Crumbley, who was the person he dropped his son at school every single morning. He told you that the image of the gun that the shooter shared with his dad was deleted. We played the voicemail from the school on November 29th from Pam Fine, talking about his son searching bullets. He presented evidence that he was aware of that because Jennifer told him about it. She texted, "Did he tell you about what happened at school?" James responded, "Yes." He shared with you the defendant's communications on November 30th of 2021. And important to note, he was able to show you exactly the path that he took. Because of the cell phone data, some of you are probably surprised and a little concerned about how much somebody can actually know what you're doing, but it's a lot. And we know exactly where he was, what he did, who he talked to, and so we could trace his steps, which turns out to be some of the most critical evidence in this trial. He showed you through the DoorDash search warrant returns the locations of what James Crumbley was doing from the moment he left the school that morning until the moment he called 911. And only after he learned that there was an active shooter at the school did James Crumbley go home and look for the gun. Even though from 11 o'clock to 1 o'clock, he had 4 DoorDash pickups and passed his house many times. He was within minutes, many times. And you heard the 911 call by James Crumbley about 14 minutes after he arrived home and discovered that the gun was missing. Bob could tell us, he testified, and we showed you images of the hallway in that school when he processed the scene. And you saw pictures of that. And he told you that a total of 50 fired and unfired cartridges were recovered. And that the shooter fired 32 rounds and 18 were unfired. And we know where he got those 50. You saw that. It's when he pointed them out across the counter when he's with his mom standing a little bit behind her and said, 2. And you also know that James probably knew that because when he was at the substation and they asked about where this gun was, who owns the gun, where's the ammo, he described it as he bought 2 boxes, referring to his son. Bob Catellis told you that those are rods placed in where bullet holes have penetrated that glass. And as you can see, and you saw other images, this was somebody who knew how to use a firearm. And Special Agent Brandon told you that's immediately what he observed. Those are shots, if landing on a human being, would kill them. Cami Batt explained in detail what her requirement is and what she did that day, and that she knew James Crumbley because in June he came in and he bought 2 more guns, one for himself, which the evidence showed, because he told Jennifer how much did your gun cost? It was $300, and then there was another gun, which was his son's, the Derringer, and you saw the Derringer. She told you that she also sold him the 9mm on the 26th, that his son was present with him. He stated he's had his eye on that gun. She told you that they sell a locking mechanism with each gun they sell, that he was provided the trigger lock statement, and that there was a cable lock with the Sig Sauer when he bought it, and it was provided to him, and the ATF pamphlet solely in existence to just warn people, once again, the dangers of firearms with minors. And she told you that regardless of what kind of mechanism they provide, they always try to provide a tool with anyone who purchases a firearm to make it safe. Sergeant Joe Bryan testified and introduced the video, the recorded statements of James in the substation. James' statements indicate he knew that his son had only one friend and that he left abruptly. He referred to the math worksheet that morning as some doodling on a paper. But that was after the shooting. Before the shooting, we know that he texted Jennifer Crumbley, WTF, when he saw it. Now he's downplaying it. It's just doodling. When asked how many rounds, he corrected Jennifer, indicated there were a box of 50 rounds that he bought his son. When asked where the gun was, James responded, it was hidden in an armoire, in the case, and the bullets were hidden in a completely different spot underneath some jeans. We're gonna get to that. What James didn't say that day, no mention of any lock. No mention that the school wanted them to get their son help that day, and then when they couldn't, within 48 hours. And here's something you never hear him say. You hear him say the gun was hidden. You hear him say that there was some doodling on a paper, that he was a perfect kid. But here's what he never says. He never says, I don't know how he got it. Never said that. He never says, it was hidden. I have no idea. I can't imagine how he got a hold of this gun. Never mentions that. 4 kids just died. Your son's in custody because he committed a school shooting, and not once do you say, how did he get the gun? And you know why he didn't say it? He didn't say it because he already knew. He knew his son had access to the gun. Christy Gibson Marshall, as we just talked about, heard gunshots, saw kids running in a way that wasn't normal, went towards the shooting, identified and spoke to James Crumbley's son, and you saw that video, how she just stood there. Sean Hopkins. Sean Hopkins was a counselor. He testified that the shooter was looking up bullets the day before. He was aware of that. That morning he was told he was watching violent videos. And he told you that even in a 20-minute period of time, he was concerned enough to call parents and ask them to come to school right then. He told you that he said he needed help right away. He wanted them to get him some help right away. He told you that he was very concerned about the images, but his main concern was for the safety of the shooter. He told you he didn't want him to be left alone. And he said in that meeting, he never received relevant information from mom and dad. It was short. It was a very, very small period of time for a meeting that takes place when you have to come from your work. James was at the barn at the time. Go to your son's school. They were in and out of there in a very short period of time. He testified, they said that just couldn't happen today. They had to work. Now, you've heard the testimony. You know what James Crumbley was doing as employment during that time. And defense counsel and I agree. That is a worthy endeavor, being employed regardless of how you choose to do it. But what's important to note is that DoorDash is not something that you can create your own hours. You can work when you want. It's not compulsory. You can work on the weekends. You can work anytime. Nick Ejak is the Dean of Students, testified that he was also at the meeting and that James Crumbley seemed irritated. And that at the time they knew only a fraction of what was going on. No one told anybody at the school, they just purchased him a gun. Nobody, neither one of them, James Crumbley didn't say, you know what, we had this fight before, they mentioned about the fight the night before about grades, but didn't really discuss it as a big deal. Didn't really discuss the gravity of what it was like for his son, who had one social connection to the outside world, and that person abruptly left with, and that his son found out because he just stopped texting him back. And that he was obviously so concerned and upset that he communicated that to his father because his father reached out to the friend's father. He didn't say that. He didn't say that the weapon wasn't secure. He didn't say that there had been signs that something wasn't right. Now, you may not like what the two people who were employed by the school and had contact with the Crumbleys that day did. You may not like it. I don't like all of it either. But my job isn't to present to you the evidence that just looks good for my case. My job is to present evidence to you, all of it, because this is about the truth. But he doesn't get a pass because you don't think the teachers did enough. He doesn't get a pass for that. And the blame shifting is only meant to send a message, I'm not accountable here at all. Even though I bought the weapon, even though I didn't secure it, even though I never got help from my son, even though I could have taken him that day. Special Agent Brandon testified where he was when he heard about the shooting, what he did when he got to the school, how he traced the gun, how he found out who owned it. He watched the surveillance. He noticed a couple things that were really concerning to him. One, it was somebody who was proficient with a firearm. He did what's called a combat load, which is unusual. The way his stance was, the shot he took that killed Tate. This wasn't somebody that wasn't experienced with a firearm. And logically, he wanted to know where this person was taught how to handle that weapon, where that minor was taught, that 15-year-old. And he discovered that. He testified that the cable lock that was seen in pictures was sold with the SIG, and it was the cable lock that was seen in the photos. And then he testified that they found that cable lock shoved in another gun box in the kitchen in a cabinet behind a door. You also heard him tell you that the minute he looked at that drawing, he instantly noticed the gun. It wasn't just any old gun. It wasn't. And maybe you wouldn't have picked that up. But Special Agent Brandon did. And you know what? Who else would have known? The person that purchased the gun, James Crumbley. Detective Stoyak talked to you about the search. You saw pictures of the search and the house. You saw where the gun box and the ammo box were when they searched the house. It was on their bed. You also saw a map and learned a pretty small house. Pretty small. You learned he had 2 bedrooms. And you learned that in that master bedroom, which was small, there was the bed, some nightstands, and 2 other pieces of furniture. The TV stand, where he found the 2 other weapons that were in a gun safe, a locking mechanism with the code set to 000, which is the default. Detective Stoyak and told you what others did. He never, ever, ever said that SIG was locked. He said it was hidden. David Hendrick is in charge of the fugitive apprehension team. You learned what that is from 2 law enforcement officials. You learned that on the day the defendants were charged, they left a hotel in Auburn Hills, local, and drove all the way to Detroit in a building that is meant for businesses, not retail. People don't sleep there. And you heard what it was like when he arrived on the scene, when they were searching James Crumbley and his wife. You heard through the body cam of the Detroit officer, and you heard from Officer Hendrick, and you heard from Luke Kirtley that it was extremely loud. There were dozens and dozens and dozens of law enforcement, and most of them SWAT. Luke Kirtley told you about how James Crumbley was discovered that night. And the only reason he knew it is because it was all over social media with the description, the license plate, and picture of James Crumbley and Jennifer Crumbley. Why? Because they were charged. And even before they were charged, there was a lot of speculation about them being charged. Luke told you about what that building looks like, what it's for, who's normally there at night, not many people, that he shares a wall with that studio that they were found in, that mattress they pulled in was out in the hallway. He again told you how loud, and that it would have been impossible if he was in his unit not to hear that. Officer David Metzke told you that there were tons of officers, multiple agencies, and that they took a 35-pound steel ram to bypass multiple doors, and they used it, and it was loud. I think he testified we have the bigger guys do that. We saw through his body-worn camera the arrest of James Crumbley, who was laying on the mattress and seemed to be wanting to create the impression that he was sleeping. There's a big problem with that. One, we know that shortly after Luke Kirtley went out to see the license plate, that he followed him shortly after, and he was away. And shortly after that, dozens and dozens and dozens of law enforcement show up on the scene. It's a first floor unit. The windows face that parking lot. Lights and sirens, media were there, yet he's lying on a bed as if he's sleeping. William Creer told you what they discovered. They had bought and purchased, they had purchased items with them, socks, new socks. They had clothing, they had food. There was a whiskey bottle in the trash can. There was ice. But here's the thing that was the most compelling about his testimony. The bag with the 4 phones that were turned off and $6,000 of cash was stored on the other side of the room from the backpack in a lid in a plastic bin with a lid on it. That is strong circumstantial evidence, which is used in this country every day to convict people, that was placed there in hopes that no one was going to find it. $6,000 cash, 4 cell phones turned off, which is odd if you're really trying to get up in the morning and go somewhere, and the alarm was set on one of those phones, but they were off. But what did Ed Wobrowski tell you? He told you that you can't track a phone if it's off. You can't track it. We all learned, if you've learned nothing else, turn your phone off if you don't want to be tracked, because there's all sorts of ways. Lieutenant Willis testified. He showed you the bank records showing what they did when they found out that their son was charged and when there was talk of them being charged. He talked to you about the scene at Oxford High School. And it was a really detailed description of what it was like in that school that day. Because hundreds and hundreds of law enforcement officials went to that school, some miles away. No one asked them to. They just drove there from all different parts. And so it was Tim Willis's job to take all of those people who wanted to help and give them something to do and get the scene processed and start building a case. And answering questions, which is really what an investigation is about, way before you get to a prosecutor. Because sometimes you never get to the prosecutor. Your job is to go where the evidence leads you. And there were things about this case from the very beginning that just seemed like questions that needed to be answered. And one of them was that gun was purchased 4 days earlier by James Crumbley, who was the same person who was at the school that day. This is information they're learning immediately. They do a search warrant for the house and for phones, and they find out a lot of information. You saw the video of the shooting. There's a reason we tell the media they have to turn their cameras off. We don't want those images out there. We don't want them to be on the internet. We don't want to encourage another school shooter. And we don't take any pleasure in showing it to you. But it's our job to know the truth and look at it and not look away. He told you how each of those kids died. Hannah was hit immediately after he left the bathroom. You saw the image and it was described to you. Madison Baldwin didn't run. She crouched down. There was a door 4 feet from her. And she put her hands over her head. And he walked right up to her and he shot her at close range in the head. Tate was shot. I talked about that shot he took as he was coming in the door. He had his headphones on. He didn't even know what was going on. And Justin Schilling was shot in the bathroom after several minutes of being in there. It wasn't immediately. Shooter went into the bathroom, stayed there. Justin knew the shooter was there. And there was another student in there as well. You saw him running, Keegan. And he ran after James Crumbley's son shot Justin Schilling, execution style. Defendant's son had access to and the use of this gun. It was preventable and it was foreseeable. You heard during jury selection and you heard during opening, and if my prediction is you're going to hear it again, that this could be you. This could be any of us. This is their defense, that this could be you if you let your kid drive a car or leave with a sharp object. This couldn't be everybody. This couldn't be the person that takes their kid hunting. This couldn't be the person that buys a gun for their child to use, for their minor child, for their use. That doesn't create a criminal charge, ladies and gentlemen. It couldn't happen simply because you purchased a firearm or simply because you let your kid drive a car. Beware of the claim that this could be you. Beware. It is not the case that finding James Crumbley guilty of gross negligence would result in a criminal charge for every parent who doesn't know what their child is doing at all times. And it is not the case that he was faced with the same normal challenges as parents that we all go through and suddenly found himself in a courtroom being charged with involuntary manslaughter. It is just not the case, and the evidence shows it. in June, the Derringer and the Caltech were purchased by James Crumbley. We know that Caltech was left out, unsecured, with ammo. Why do we know that? You saw that picture and video and the one he sent to his friend, and you saw the text that accompanied. But before we get to that, this is an image from the video that you saw. It was 12:30 at night. That is his cat, Dexter. That is the shooter's cat. That magazine is loaded, and it was shoved on a table to load it, not a proper or safe way to handle a firearm. And there is a round in the chamber, and the safety is off because red means dead. And Special Agent Brandon told you that. Even if James Crumbley was standing next to his son, that would still be an extremely dangerous way to handle a firearm. But we do know what happened, because he told his friend when he texted it to him. My dad left it out, so I thought, why not? This is precisely the reason there's a legal duty in the state of Michigan to prevent your kid from harming himself or somebody else. All I need is my 9mm pistol, which I currently am begging my dad for. This is from his journal. First off, I got my gun. It's a Sig Sauer 9mm. Second, the shooting is tomorrow. I have access to the gun and the ammo. I have access to the gun and the ammo. Then we have defendant's own statements. James Crumbley said it's a substation. James responded when it asked where the gun was. It was hidden in our armoire in the case, and the bullets were hidden in a completely different spot underneath some jeans. Here's what he doesn't say. Never claims it was locked, never says it was inaccessible to his son, and again, never says or expresses any surprise on how his son got a hold of it. We know he took him to the range. We showed you videos and images of that. In fact, 8 times we know that happened. We know that throughout June, July, August, September, October, by November, when he begged his dad for the 9mm, and he actually did buy it for him, now he's at the point where he can instruct other people. It's James Crumbley's son that knows more about guns and when he takes his mom to the range. And how did he learn? James Crumbley taught him. He didn't take himself to the range with his dad. This is the shooter 2 days, 1 day after the gun was purchased for him. He's packing it up. What don't you see? The cable lock. It's not even in a case anymore. And there it is. That's the cable lock that was provided that day with the pamphlet and with the gun. Just the day before. It's already out of the case. Here's where the other 2 guns were found in that bedroom, in defendant's bedroom, in a safe. In the TV stand. The code was 000. The important thing is that the SIG could not fit into that gun safe. Could not fit it. It's impossible. But the other important thing is you're hearing a claim that James Crumbley didn't think that he had to lock his weapon up. Okay. It's not about whether you locked the weapon. It's about whether you made it secure. And we already know he felt the need and understood his duty to lock the other 2. Special Agent Brandon read to you the lines, if he had opened it up, if he had read it, if he had believed it, those deaths could have been prevented. If he had just read it and just did the simplest of things. This is the crime scene. There were 32 shots fired that day by James Crumbley's son. How do we know this was foreseeable? The shooter says in his journal, I have zero help for my mental problems, and it's causing me to shoot up the fucking school. You heard a lot during jury selection and opening about kids exaggerate to their friends. This is his journal. He's not sending it to a friend. He's expressing his state, which was desperate because he needed help. I want help, but my parents don't listen to me, so I can't get any help. My parents won't listen to me about help or a therapist. I can't even say with a straight face or even find a way to explain the rationale behind a 15-year-old that desperate writing that in a journal because he was exaggerating or lying. We have the text between James Crumbley's son and his friend about exactly what he wrote about in the journal. He hears people talking to someone in the distance. I actually asked my dad to take me to the doctor yesterday, but he just gave me some pills and told me to suck it up. Again, teenagers exaggerating to make themselves look better, to impress. None of these text messages to his friend make him look better. None of them make him look impressive. They just make him look desperate and sad and wanting help. I'm having bad insomnia and paranoia. I need help. I was thinking I could call 911 so I could go to the hospital. This was in April. But then my parents would be really pissed. I'm going to ask my parents to go to the doctors tomorrow or Tuesday again. But this time I'm going to tell them about the voices. And then on April 5th, like I am mentally and physically dying. What did James Crumbley know? He knew the family dog had died. A grandmother had just died. His son's only friend, the one person he had any social contact with, abruptly leaving, can't even text him. Knew his son was completely isolated. Knew he had looked up bullets the day before. Knew he was upset the night before. Knew he had been watching videos that morning, violent videos. And then he sees that drawing. He sees that drawing that morning when he goes to the school, and what does it say? It says, help me. How many times does this kid have to say it? He says it in his journal. He says it to his friend. And what is he saying? I asked my parents. I asked my dad. And then that isn't enough. He writes the words, help me, on a piece of paper. And his parents, James Crumbley, is called to the school to see it. And what does he say? He says, we got to go to work. He describes his son as a perfect kid, never gets in trouble. Well, you know, if you have a perfect kid that never gets in trouble, being called to the school abruptly that day and asked to come and saying your kid needs help is about 100 out of 10 in terms of how troubling it is for a parent, if it's that unusual. He knows his son is proficient with guns because 4 days earlier, he purchased that weapon for him. This is James Crumbley's son on the morning of the shooting, November 30th, being dropped off like every day by James Crumbley. And here's the worksheet. The thoughts won't stop. Help me. You have a picture of someone bleeding with bullet holes. You have a picture of the exact gun. It says blood everywhere. My life is useless. The world is dead. This is the worksheet James Crumbley looked at when it was texted to him. This is the worksheet he sat and looked at when he sat in that counselor's office. Those are the words he was reading when his wife said, "We can't do that today. We have to work." And he said nothing. And he leaves with a piece of paper with the names to call. This is what he was looking at. And there's the piece of paper. It took just one tragically small measure of ordinary care to avoid 4 deaths. James Crumbley failed to use ordinary care, which could have prevented the death of these 4 kids. Didn't stop at home to check to see where that gun was. Even though you can't take him, which we know he could have driven around with him. He could have not done any DoorDash round until Jennifer comes back from work. He could have gone to see where that gun was. We know that in his DoorDashing, he was minutes away from 11 o'clock to 1 o'clock. He didn't search or ask to see the backpack, never thought then to say, "Hey, can I talk to you out in the hall?" Or, "Hey, where's that gun?" Didn't ask his son where that gun was, didn't check the journal, despite acknowledging he had one, didn't lock and secure ammunition, didn't lock or secure the gun, didn't take his son home, didn't take him to get this care that a counselor's telling you he needs, didn't say, "We bought him a gun 4 days ago as an early Christmas present," and didn't tell the school much relevant information at all, and Sean Hopkins told you that. He also didn't disclose any of the instances that you were shown throughout this trial. That there was a message in March about him doing something stupid. Jennifer Crumbley was concerned about it. James was always home. "Is he home yet? Is he home yet? Is he home yet? Leave me alone, I have to work. He's fine," is what he says. The incident about giving him melatonin and him being worked up, didn't tell him that he'd asked him for help and asked to go to the doctor, told him to suck it up. Didn't say about the friend and how it was his only person he ever had any social contact with, that there were multiple guns in the home, that he was begging for a 9mm. James Crumbley never even shot that gun. He didn't fire it once. He had it, he purchased it on Friday. On Saturday, he was gone all day doing DoorDash. On Sunday, he was gone all day doing DoorDash. And that he wants you to believe he had this secure hiding spot. What, it was a hiding spot for 1 day? We know it wasn't there on Saturday. We have the shooter taking pictures of it. And we know the cable lock isn't around. And we know Jennifer leaves. He's alone with his gun. Didn't say that it was identical to the one in the drawing. Didn't say he bought 50 rounds to take home. Expensive rounds to use at a range. This is the DoorDash information from 11 o'clock to 1 o'clock and all of the times he passed that house. He was within minutes. We know that he was absolutely concerned about this worksheet until after the shooting in the substation where he says it was doodling. We also know that not once on any of his devices did we find any searches or information he was trying to get about firearm safety or how to make sure a minor doesn't get a hold of it, laws, any of it, until after the shooting. We know that at 10:37, he arrives at school. His son leaves at 10:52. They're gone by 10:53. At 11, he logs on to DoorDash. He completes 4 orders. He tells us in the 911 call and at the substation, he saw cop cars. We know that 12:51, the shooting starts, and we start to see students and parents, we heard, arrive at the Meijer. They're being told by dispatch that's where the reunification time is. James drops off his last order at 1:01. The email comes out from the school at 1:09. At 1:11, James is in the Meyer parking lot. It's unclear exactly why. He calls his wife for 57 seconds. That's the call lasts 57 seconds. He's on the phone with her for 10 minutes and 19 seconds. He gets home at 1:20. During that call, she texts her boss, the gun is gone and so are the bullets. So we know that by 1:23, both of them had knowledge about that. He calls her again, 1:30 to 1:33, another 3 minutes, and finally calls 911 at 1:34. There were 1,800 students in Oxford High School. There was one parent who suspected their son was the school shooter, and it was James Crumbley. You know what that's called? It's called foreseeability. That's what that's called.
What's the location of your emergency? Okay, I'm not really sure. I'm at my house. There's an active shooter situation going on at the high school. My son goes to the high school. I have a missing gun at my house. I need an officer to come to my house right away, please. Okay, I'm not going to be able to send anybody to your house right now. So they're on the active shooter situation. I understand that. There's a million guns here. I have a missing gun, and my son was at the school, and we had to go meet with the counselor this morning because of something that he wrote on a test paper, and then I went down and I saw a whole bunch of cops going somewhere, and I made sure that I wanted to get to the hospital, so I was going to the high school, and then somebody told me that there was an active shooter, and then I raced home just to find out. Okay, and I think my son took the gun. I don't know if it's him. I don't know what's going on. Well, it's really tricky now. My son's name is Ethan Crumbley. C-R-U-M-B-L-E-Y. C-R-U-M-B-L-E-Y. All right, sir, I'm going to put your hold for just a second, okay? I have to talk to Dr. McKinnon and see if I can do anything for you, okay? Thank you. Okay, then.
You just heard this. I have a missing gun. My son is at the school, and we had to go meet with the counselor this morning because of something that he wrote on a test paper. And then I saw cops going somewhere. I wanted to go to the school, see what was going on. I heard about the active shooter, and I raced home just to find out. We don't have to discover or argue about whether or not he was put on notice that something was really, really wrong. He says it. He says it. He calls and he says, because of this meeting at the school, and because I have a gun, I went home to look for it when he heard about the shooting. So the question of whether or not that did concern him, it's not a question. We know it concerned him because he said it. And then at the substation, and this is what he said, and somebody said there was an active shooter, I immediately freaked out because the situation. And after I saw all the cops, after I found it was an active shooter that went on this morning, and after what went on this morning, what's he talking about? He's talking about the meeting and the words on the paper that says, help me, blood everywhere, with a picture of the gun he got him. So I raced home and I found the gun missing. We went into detail about what James Crumbley and his wife did after they thought they might be charged with a crime. And the evidence clearly shows what they didn't do. They did not turn themselves in. They did not make sure that they were in the area. They withdrew $6,000 and they went to Detroit and turned the car around so the license plate is not facing, and didn't go out and buy that stuff themselves. They sent somebody else. And lastly, defendant conflicts his own statements. At the substation, the drawing was doodling. When he receives it from his wife, he's concerned, my God, WTF. He says at the substation, I immediately raced home and found the gun, and that's when I called you. I called you guys right away. It was 14 minutes after he got home. You think your kid has this gun, you know he does. You know he's really upset, you know the words he wrote, you suspect he's the shooter, and you wait 14 minutes to call 911? He doesn't know when the shooting started or when it ended. I think he owed something to the parents and the kids in that school to at least try, once he did figure out that the gun was gone, which any reasonable person would have known. But why lie and say you call right away? You call after a 10-minute conversation with your wife. At the substation, he's a perfect kid, doesn't get into trouble, yet he was looking up bullets, and yet they were called to the school and the drawing. He doesn't say that, or what the drawing was really about. It's a downplaying situation, and then he says the gun was hidden. And again, never once, I don't know how he got it. Never once says that. James Crumbley had concerns that day. He knew something was wrong. He said it in his own words. And we know that because of what was on the drawing, and we know that because we know what his response was when he received the drawing. He kept those concerns private that morning. But he didn't just fail to inform the school. He failed to act. James Crumbley failed his son in a tragic way. You're not going to hear me say that's not true. But he didn't just fail his son. He failed Hannah. He failed Madison. He failed Tate. And he failed Justin. He failed to perform his legal duty to prevent these kids from being killed. And he failed their parents too. And I ask that you find him guilty. Thank you.
Thank you, Prosecutor. Ms. Lynn?
Yes, Your Honor. There were a variety of emotions following the shooting on November 30th of 2021 at Oxford High School. Terror, anger.
Okay, before we finish or go back to I figured they would have a slight small break in between. But apparently the defense is going straight into their closing. Hey, Chaloon, good to see you. Are you feeling better today? I hope so. I agree, Brenda. Jennifer wore the pants in that family. I believe that too. Oh no, Chaloon. Daggone it. No wonder you feel so rough. Your first time? Wow. Wow. Well, I hope that it's over with quick. I hope it's over with quick. Lots of rest, lots of fluids. Yeah, feel better. Feel better. There was a couple things I wanted to say in regards to the prosecution's closing. So the first thing, and I mentioned this in a comment a while ago about when she was given her little statement, the prosecution about the this could be you, and she's like, don't believe that from the defense when they're like, this could be you, blah blah blah. And she was saying, this couldn't be you because, and then she basically kind of stops for a second and says, well, the evidence shows. And she felt just kind of like not 100% sold on her own statement. And I feel like, they've had time since the Jennifer Crumbley trial to have heard what social media, people out on the street, their friends, their own personal family, have said about that. And, I'm sure they've heard that statement a lot about, wow, I can't believe that she was found guilty, or this could be you, this could have been me, that kind of thing. Right. And I'm not saying that Jennifer shouldn't have been found guilty. That's not what I'm saying. But I am saying that there are a lot of people who feel that way about that this could be you or me, or, if it was, the situation or the example of, if I let my kid have the car and he goes out and is drunk driving, is, you know what I'm saying? So when she said that, I feel like she was trying to stuff that thought into the jury's brain about, if you hear the defense say, oh, this could easily be you or me, she wants them to not feel that way, right? And yeah, her closing was good as far as the factual. Gail says all it takes is a gung-ho prosecutor. But I just feel like what I'm trying to say is I feel like she's trying to put into their mind, no, don't let this could be you defense or thought invade what you've learned factually in the trial. And I understand that because, even though they've got a jury setting there that has said that they would be unbiased, you know what I mean? That they would have the ability to look past that kind of thing, but that doesn't mean that anybody that's a juror can't have heard about Jennifer Crumbley and her guilty verdict and all of that. So, but as long as they say that they can be unbiased, then they can be used, And also, a couple other things I was going to say is when I took notes, y'all. Nope, wait, QB's here. Hey, QB, I took notes. Are you proud of me? You're muted,
I'm
man.
on. Wait. Hi. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm so proud of you. You took notes.
I know, right? Oh, but I did. I took notes. I was just going to say that about that statement. I just felt like her statement and her belief in that, or that she was trying to get that across to the jury. She just didn't feel super confident in it when she said it.
Well, okay. So I see what you're saying in that, but in my mind, I feel like she said it quietly because she was dancing on the of that one of them rules that you're not allowed to say.
Oh, about social
Okay.
media.
No, are you talking about when she was talking about it could be you?
Yeah.
Okay. One of the rules of law is that you, in your closing statement, you cannot say this could be you, that could be you, because it
Right.
brings emotion and not. And so, my personal opinion was that she kind of was quiet about that because even though she wasn't saying it, she
She
was
was
saying it.
saying
Does
it.
that make sense? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
that's why I felt like she did that. I don't know. She apparently watched the defense's closing arguments because on Montgomery, because she took a page out the handbook of and got loud.
She did for a couple seconds, like maybe 2 sentences. I feel like personally, I felt like she could have gotten a little bit more emotional, but
again, okay, for me, like she did a great job because she wasn't emotional. Okay,
well, I don't
she
mean
wasn't, and she
emotional.
wasn't,
I don't mean
but she
emotional, but
wasn't.
forceful, like
Yeah.
he did when he
So
came out hot.
right, yeah, that was hot in more ways than one. So she, but I honestly, I think she did a good job. I think she touched on all the points. I think something that I never thought about, and I was like, yo, she's right. He never said, neither one of them ever said, how did he get the gun? How did he get it? I had it put up. I had it
Mhm.
locked away.
Mhm.
And I remember hearing this during the Jennifer Crumbley trial, but it didn't correlate until this time. How entitled for you to say you need to send an officer to my house right now?
Yeah.
They are dealing with a mass shooting at a high school.
Right.
The
Right.
likes that they have never seen. I got good. How entitled? And my whole thing this whole entire time, and I will say it again, and she brought it up. He had the 10-minute conversation with Jennifer, and then he called the police. Their entire time has been about them covering their own butts.
Right.
They were not worried about Ethan. They were not worried about, they didn't get him an attorney. They said they were going to get him an attorney. They said, we want more until we have an attorney. They didn't say we don't want Ethan to talk until he has an attorney.
Right.
Said we don't want to talk anymore until we have an attorney. And they're selfish. My personal opinion is not the views of the Crime Cafe, this QB. My personal views are they're selfish. Okay. They couldn't be bothered. And they let this kid and they let those other kids down.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I believe that.
Jaloon,
I believe
I'm
that.
sorry. I saw the comments. I'm assuming that you got the bid, and that's horrible.
She does. And it's her first time.
Oh, ma'am, I'm so sorry. Please stay hydrated, water, and rest.
Yeah,
So
and
that's
if
it.
you
I'm on
have
my way
any
to be
sort
tortured.
of like breathing issues
Yes,
already at hand,
immediately.
make sure to keep tabs
Immediately.
on your oxygen levels because man.
Yes, go immediately. Don't think, oh, I'm overreacting. Oh, no, go. Okay. So you took notes.
I took notes. A couple other notes that I took about the statement that I felt like was a little, like Spin said it a while ago, kind of shaky, and I felt that. But what you said makes sense too, you know. But then the next thing was, she kind of like hit a home run there with me whenever she said that the shooter had texted his friend. Oh, why not? He left it out, so might as well. And so the him leaving it out is like, oh, I mean, the shooter himself admits unknowingly that, you know, my dad just kind of randomly left this gun out, so might as well, you know, whenever
When
he's like
she
sending
said that,
pictures.
I was like, I mean,
You say that again, you broke up a
no,
little bit.
y'all. Sorry, I'm not even moving. I said when she said that, I was like, she may have just.
Oh my God, it just cut out again.
Y'all, seriously?
The snacks have arrived. I just busted
Yay,
everybody's
only part of
eardrums. I'm
them
so
though.
sorry.
I only saw part of them arrive.
Oh, marshmallows and fruits for everyone. Thank you, Lee.
Yay.
Thank you.
There's a chocolate fountain.
Somewhere.
Y'all
Yeah.
did-
Found it.
YouTube ate part of it.
And then the last thing that I had on my list or on my notes was she said something about someone was on the stand. I don't remember who, but she said if he had just read it. And at the time, she said that in between two topics, and I'm confused as to where that went. And so I have thoughts on both. So she said if he had just read it. I don't know if she was referring to the manual again that was under the foam that they found. Because she said something like it would have just taken a minute if he would have just read that. So was she talking about that? Or was she talking about journals?
I thought she was talking about the pamphlet, but I can see where, because she said something to the effect that I didn't take notes, but I think she said something to the effect of if he would have just read it because he knew he had it or something like that. You can see where I initially thought the pamphlet, but I see it could have been the journals.
Well, in my mind, I'm thinking two different things. In my mind, I'm thinking if she's trying to insinuate that the dude, if she's talking about the pamphlet,
he should have read, yeah.
If she's saying he should have just read the pamphlet, first of all, no, ma'am, go sit down. If they're a gun-owning family, you already know, you've already got 15 of those pamphlets. You already know what the law is and how things are
apparently
supposed.
not, because they didn't. Well, apparently they had a complete disregard.
That's what I'm saying.
She was talking about the journal.
It was a complete disregard. He's thinking in his head, I don't need this pamphlet. If I got 15 of them, they're in a drawer up in my gun room or my wherever room or my outside, wherever I keep them, you know? And so I'm like, yeah, that's kind of like the person who gets a new coffee maker. And it's like, please read the instruction manual. Whatever. Just give me the daggone coffee maker. Let me plug it in, throw some water in it, and be done. Right? So that, if it is the pamphlet, I'm like, okay, whatever. If it's the journal that she's referring to, he said already about the, go write in your journal, blah, 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 blah. And so I feel like the dad knew about the journal. And if he did see the things that the shooter was writing in the journal, then you got more problem than you know.
Well, okay.
It just adds to the fact that they have completely. It just adds to the fact that they've completely ignored and disregarded his cries and screams for help.
But let's say that they didn't read the journal. Okay? Let's say journal. They saw that math paper.
Right.
They knew he had a gun that looked just like the gun.
Yeah.
And he knew when he got one, he knew that his kid was the one that did the shooting.
Yeah, he did.
He knew.
Instantaneously.
Yep. So, and that's not one of those, like she said before he called. 14 minutes. Sorry, blinker. He knew.
14 minutes is an eternity. The first thing he did when he went in that house was looked for that gun. When he saw that it was gone, the first thing he did was call Jennifer. They spent 10 minutes on the phone saying, oh my God, what are we going to do? Oh my God, we're going to be in trouble, blah, 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 blah.
She spent 10 minutes screaming at him.
Right. And then they're like, we need to call 911 so that we cover our butts.
Yep. And then we need to go to the substation.
Yeah. Something else, a couple other things. She did say something that Spence just mentioned about, she said if the son in the school knew help was needed and the parents were not willing to listen, I'm just saying. And so what that makes me think of is when the prosecutor during her closing said, you may not like or agree with all of the decisions that the school made. And
Yep.
she said, even I don't agree with everything that they, you know, decisions that
Yep.
they made. And so I still feel like, I'm sorry. I mean, I don't want to blame any individual person, right? I mean, this is there. I hate what if, what woulda, coulda, shoulda, right?
Right.
Especially in this kind of situation. I just feel like it was like every single hole he just fell right through.
Yep. I agree. And I'm going to say this and then I'm going to go because I'm here for my torture. I mean, my PT. Um, uh, what was I going to say? Crap. Oh, the biggest thing that delineates it for me to the parents versus the school, and I think that they let him down too. But the thing that delineates it for me is they knew they had bought him that gun.
Right.
He knew they
Yeah.
had bought him that gun. So, anyways,
Yeah.
love y'all. Gotta go.
Love you.
Bye.
Thanks for coming back and giving us your words.
Yes, ma'am. Thanks for having me. I'll talk to you later.
Love
Bye.
you. Bye. Don't let Tyler hurt you. Oh my goodness. Hold on. Let's see what Lee says. Lee says, problem is in the journal. He wrote that he asked for help and they did not listen the first time. Yep. Well, I mean, when he's telling his friend, like, why would he lie to his friend, right? So he's told his friend through text messages, I've asked for help and they get mad or they tell me to, here's a pill, suck it up, buttercup, you know? And so, I don't know. Hey, Brenda says, I feel there was a probable cause to check that backpack. I do too. I mean, I would have been the very one that would have been fired for violating privacy issues because I'd have been like, dude, let me check your backpack. Just in case. Because, I mean, if they're afraid he's going to hurt himself, right? Let's think about, I did think about this. If they're afraid that he's going to hurt himself, okay, that's fine. Don't send him home. We'll keep him here at school. But let's just check that backpack in case he's got something in there that he can go in the bathroom and hurt himself with. You know? I mean, that's not unheard of for a kid to do something to themselves. So yeah, I don't know. That's another one of those woulda, coulda, shoulda. Lee says if he did ask, then at that point the parents were at fault. Why would he lie in his journal for that matter? Yeah. I don't know, Lee. I don't know. All right, let's continue because the defense has started their closing and I'm kind of excited for this. So we'll see how this goes and we will resume. I'll be back after she's done and I'm going to go take a quick potty break because I'm about to bust.
Anger and devastation. There's an epidemic of mass shootings in our country. And for a variety There were a variety of emotions following the shooting on November 30th of 2021 at Oxford High School. Terror, anger, and devastation. There's an epidemic of mass shootings in our country. School shootings in particular have devastated our communities. There have been social and political groups formed to address these issues, but so far they've been unable to do so. However, on December 3rd of 2021, the parents of a school shooter were charged with involuntary manslaughter. for the first time. When we started this trial, I said that the events of November 30th of 2021 undeniably changed people's lives in ways that most of us will never understand. We know that 4 children were killed, multiple families were devastated, and communities were terrorized. And ladies and gentlemen, James Crumbley and I do not dispute any of that. We heard from people who were at Oxford High School on November 30th of 2021. We not only heard what they had to say, we saw the impact that that day had on them. Multiple people told you what that day was like. They told you what they felt, they told you what they saw, and they told you what they experienced. You were also shown videos of what happened inside of the school on November 30th of 2021. We can agree that you all heard a lot about what happened inside of Oxford High School on November 30th of 2021 through videos and testimony. This case is not about what happened inside of Oxford High School. This case is about what happened outside of Oxford High School. This case is about what James Crumbley knew on and before November 30th of 2021. James Crumbley was charged on December 3rd, 2021 for the deaths of Hannah St. Juliana, Madison Baldwin, Tate Meir, and Justin Schilling. As you've seen throughout this trial, the charges and allegations against James were based on assumptions and hindsight about James and his knowledge about his son, who we've referred to as either his son or the shooter. The prosecution is asking you to second guess the decisions made by James Crumbley on November 30th of 2021 and before those days. And as Sean Hopkins told you, it's easy to look at things in hindsight. But we aren't here to look at things in hindsight. We are here to look at what James Crumbley knew prior to and on November 30th of 2021 before the shooting began. You heard no testimony and you saw no evidence that James had any knowledge that his son was a danger to anyone. You heard no testimony and saw no evidence that James Crumbley knew what his son was planning. You heard no testimony and saw no evidence that James Crumbley was aware that his son knew where the firearms in the home were hidden. You heard no testimony and saw no evidence that James Crumbley was aware that his son had obtained access to those firearms and had handled them unsupervised. Still, the prosecution wants you to find that James could foresee that his son was a danger to others, and that James acted in a grossly negligent manner or breached a duty that he owed to other people, despite having no information at the time. You obviously know that the defense has no duty to present a defense. We talked about that during jury selection. The judge will give you instructions on that and the law on that. But we did bring out more information so that you all had a more full picture, a more complete picture of what happened in the days leading up to November 30th of 2021, and even on November 30th of 2021. But in the end, if you have any questions, if there's anything that you're unsure of, if there's anything that you're wondering about, the prosecution was the only one that had a burden of proof. When it comes to burdens of proof in this country, beyond a reasonable doubt is a very, very high burden. In civil cases where people sue each other for money, the burden of proof is 50-50. Preponderance of the evidence, whether or not somebody gets money and somebody has to pay money. In cases where the state wants to take your child due to abuse and neglect, it's clear and convincing evidence, a little bit higher. Beyond a reasonable doubt is the highest burden in our country, the highest burden of proof as it relates to criminal prosecutions. Judge Matthews is going to instruct you that reasonable doubt is just that, a doubt based on reason and common sense. It can be based on the evidence, or it can be based on the lack of evidence. When it comes to reasonable doubts, you can have 1 or you can have 10. You don't have to have the same reasonable doubt as your neighbor. What matters is that if a juror has a reasonable doubt, then they must vote not guilty. You can believe that if the prosecution had evidence that James Crumbley knew that his son was a danger to others, you would have seen it. Especially if James knew what was inside of that journal. We've heard about the journal. If James knew what was in that journal, the prosecution would have told you that. If James knew that his son had gained access to his firearms, the prosecution would have told you that. You definitely would have seen it. And the fact that you have not seen any of that evidence can be your reasonable doubt. You can also believe that if the prosecution knew that James Crumbley knew that his son knew where the firearms were stored, the prosecution would have told you that. You would have heard about it, but you didn't, because James didn't know. He didn't know that his son knew where those firearms were. Absence of evidence that James knew that his son had learned where those firearms were can be your reasonable doubt. Also, if James had violated any laws as it relates to storage, specifically gun storage, you would have heard about that, but you didn't. In fact, you heard from ATF agent Brandon, who told you there are multiple ways to store a firearm. Multiple ways. You can use a safe. You can use a cable lock. You can use a trigger lock. You can store it unloaded with the ammo separately. You can store a firearm in any number of ways. That came from ATF agent Brandon. Those were his words. If the prosecution had evidence that James knew that his son was accessing firearms without his permission, not that his son was accessing them without his permission, that James knew that his son was accessing them without his permission, the prosecution would have shown you that. But you didn't see it because it isn't true. James didn't know. This can be your reasonable doubt. Mr. Wagrowski testified that James would have heard his son handling the firearm, the Kel-Tec that you saw the video of, where he sets the Kel-Tec on the table and loads the magazine. He slides the slide forward. He releases the slide forward. Mr. Wagrowski testified from this chair that James would have heard that because of the volume of the sound and because of the size of the home. You all have observed James throughout this trial. You've seen him. Judge Matthews instructed you at the beginning, James is wearing headphones. James is hard of hearing. He needs a hearing assisted device to hear, even in this courtroom. And if you watched, there were points where he had to push the headphones into his ears so he could hear better because he still couldn't hear well enough.
Your Honor, I hate objecting in a closing, but that is not evidence, and her client didn't testify. And so it's just not evidence what he was doing. And it's just not. And his headphones are not evidence.
There's evidence that he needs a hearing device, as I explained to you in the beginning of the trial why he was wearing those headphones. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Wagrowski also testified that he could not indicate and could not say with certainty where James was at the time that his son made that video. He knew that James was likely at the home. He didn't know if he was outside in the very large backyard that Detective Stoyak told you about. He didn't know if he was in the home. He didn't know if he was standing next to him. He didn't know if he was standing outside. He didn't know if he was in another room. He didn't know if he was sleeping. Mr. Wagrowski couldn't tell you what was going on other than James Crumbley's son handling that firearm. Was it unsupervised? We don't know. Was it supervised? We don't know. We don't know. So any statement by Mr. Wagrowski that James had to have heard that is an assumption. It's not based on fact, and it's not based on evidence. If the prosecution had evidence that James was concerned about his son's mental stability, or if his son had asked him for mental health treatment and it was denied by James, you would have seen that. Not a statement by his son to a friend or a writing in a journal, a statement by James that he acknowledges that his son was having issues, that his son was having a hard time, that his son needed help. None of you saw that. None of you saw that because it's not true. James had no idea that his son was having a hard time. Instead, you saw text between James's son and his friend in April of 2021, where his son says he's going to tell his parents about the issues he's having. You also heard testimony from James's sister, who said she saw him within a day or two, maybe 3 days, of those texts being sent to his friend in Florida after their mother passed away. James and his sister's mother passed away. She spent a week or a week and a half and saw James and his son, and saw no concerns, not worried, didn't hear anything, didn't see anything, wasn't made aware of anything, no concerns. You heard that on November 30th of 2021, James drove his son to school. You saw the video of James dropping his son off. You heard that later when James went to the school with his wife to meet with his son and the school counselor, Sean Hopkins, and the dean of students, Nick Ejak, that James had told them, or that James had had a conversation that he had talked to his son that morning, told his son he loved him. We just want you to do your schoolwork. We want you to do your best. There was never a conversation about, Dad, I'm having a really hard time. Dad, I really need some help. In fact, there were no concerns expressed whatsoever. James had no knowledge that there was an issue. You also heard Sean Hopkins and Nick Ejak both testify that in the office, sitting in the office, that James sat next to his son, right in front of Sean Hopkins' desk, sat next to him, went over the piece of the math assignment with him, the drawings, what was on there, that he was caring, that he told his son, you can talk to me. You can talk to other people. There was some reference to a journal. There was no indication that James knew what the journal looked like, whether or not his son was even writing in a journal, where it was, how often he used it. No indication at all, just that one may exist. And again, in that meeting, there were no comments, whether either before James got there or after he arrived, from James's son to the school counselor or the dean of students saying, I really want some help. I'm really having a hard time. I really need to see someone. I've been trying to talk to my parents and they haven't been listening to me, and I need you to tell them. That didn't happen. Instead, Mr. Hopkins testified that he had concerns about the level of although appropriate, the level of sadness that James's son was experiencing. Sadness associated with the losses that he'd had that year. He lost his grandmother. He lost their Great Pyrenees dog. His friend moved away. He had a hard time with COVID. He struggled with virtual school. Mr. Hopkins was concerned about the sadness and wanted James's son to see someone to ensure that it didn't get any worse. Not that he had to see someone right now. It's an emergency. He has to see someone right now. That's not what was said. In fact, if you recall Mr. Hopkins' testimony, and I believe Mr. Ejak said the same thing, that James and his wife were told that the school was going to follow up with them within 48 hours. Now, in Mr. Hopkins' head, he testified he was thinking it was going to be the next morning, but he told them 48 hours. You heard Mr. Hopkins testify that James's son said he wanted to stay in school. In fact, he even asked for his homework while sitting in the office waiting for his parents. He asked for them to go get his homework. So they went and got his backpack. They brought it back. He started working on schoolwork. His attendance wasn't bad. There's some question about whether or not he missed one or more days of school that year, but his attendance wasn't bad. His grades weren't terrible. They were average, according to Sean Hopkins. There were no concerns, even by Sean Hopkins and Nick Ejak, beyond the sadness that they saw James's son was experiencing. The absence of evidence that James knew about the struggles that his son was having can be your reasonable doubt. You heard from James himself more than once. You heard him tell the police that there weren't any issues with his son. Within an hour of the shooting at Oxford High School, James was at the police station with his wife, interviewing with law enforcement, talking to them, saying, my son was a great kid. I think he used the word perfect. That his grades were mediocre, again, although Sean Hopkins said they were average. But that he'd never had any disciplinary issues. Sean Hopkins and Nick Ejak confirmed that. They have no disciplinary history with James's son. And even if you have a question about how great of a kid James thought his son was, Christy Gibson Marshall said the same thing to you. We'll talk a little bit more about that. But Christy Gibson Marshall also said that James's son was a good kid. Christy said that her testimony was that she was standing in the hallway. She had spotted the shooter coming down the hall with a firearm, with a gun in his hand. She saw that there was an injured student in the hallway. She walked up to the student, was standing next to it. You saw the video. She's standing next to the student who's injured on the floor. The shooter gets closer and she realizes that it's James's son. And her first thought was that it couldn't be right. With a gun in his hand and an injured student in front of her, smelling cap gun, she didn't think that was right. Even in those moments. Going back to Sean Hopkins and Nick Ejak, two people who met with and talked to James's son on November 30th of 2021, at one point for over an hour without James and his wife there. They talked about a variety of topics. This was 2 hours before the shooting began. They said that based on the explanations that they were given about the drawings on the math assignment, that they weren't concerned. Kids draw violent things. Kids draw guns and bullets. That the confirmation combined with the confirmation from James and his wife about what was going on in their son's life, in combination with the explanations that they were given by James and his wife's son, that they weren't concerned. There was an explanation about interest in video game design. They looked a little bit about video game design. Sean Hopkins and Nick Ejak weren't concerned on November 30th of 2021, 2 hours before the shooting started. Both Sean Hopkins and Nick Ejak told you that guns are not uncommon in homes in Oxford. It's a hunting community. That it's not uncommon for students to handle guns in their homes or to go to the shooting range. That they knew that James's son had gone to the shooting range the weekend before with his mom and that he had access to a firearm. They didn't ask any more about this, about access to a firearm or having a firearm in the home, because they weren't concerned that James's son was a danger to anyone. They weren't concerned. Sean Hopkins and Nick Ejak testified that they had concerns related to the effects of the losses that James's son had experienced in that year. There was testimony that James's son's level of sadness was appropriate given various factors, but that it wasn't concerning. They just wanted to address it to ensure it didn't get any worse, because they'd seen sadness get worse and have issues with other students, according to Sean Hopkins' testimony. We talked about Sean Hopkins and what he said about wanting James's son to see someone within 48 hours. You also heard testimony from Sean Hopkins and Nick Ejak that they believed that James and his wife were going to get their son help, that they had no reason to believe that they weren't going to. And if they did, they would have done things differently. If they had concerns that it had to happen right now, they would have done things differently. But they didn't. Sean Hopkins and Nick Ejak testified that they didn't ask if there were guns in the home. They didn't ask because they weren't concerned that James's son was a danger to anyone. Despite the information and the concerns that they had, they made decisions with the information that they had at the time and based on their education and training, which we can all probably agree, a school counselor and a dean of students has more education and training than the average parent. And even with all of that and the experience with teenagers and what they had in front of him, they still didn't believe that there was a reason to be concerned that James's son was a danger to anyone. In fact, they didn't even feel that he was in immediate danger to himself, because if they had, they testified they would have done things differently. James worked. You heard the testimony. He left the school at approximately 10:57, and if you want, you can go back to the exhibits, and logged on to the app for DoorDash and started working within 3 minutes. The prosecution is focusing on James not going home in the time from leaving the school and when the shooting started. Why would he? He didn't know. He didn't know what was going on with his son. He didn't know what his son was planning. He didn't know that his son knew where the guns were. And he didn't know that his son had somehow obtained access to those guns or a gun. He didn't know. So why would he go home? There was no reason to. You heard about James's actions following learning of the school shooting, or following the school shooting. You heard that he went to the Meijer, which was the reunification point on Ray Road. You heard that he saw the police lights, he saw multiple police cars, he followed them. He actually tried to go to the high school first and he couldn't, so he went to the Meijer. And it was there that he learned that there was a shooting at the school, that there was an active shooter at the school. There's evidence and exhibits showing James's movements while at the Meijer. He was there for approximately 6 to 7 minutes. In that time, he texted his son. You can see that on exhibit 375. He called his son to see if his son was okay. He texted his son again. He called his wife. He talked to his wife for about a minute and he left the school. Then he called his son 2 more times. 2 more times in less than a minute to find out if his son was okay. He talked to his wife again for about 10 minutes. You saw a text during that phone call from James's wife to one of her coworkers where she says that their son was the school shooter. Contrary to Detective Lieutenant Willis's testimony that James said his son was the school shooter, he didn't. James didn't say that. You heard the 911 call a few minutes ago. That's not what James said. James called 911 at 1:34 p.m. and said that his son was a student at Oxford High School, and that after he'd learned about the school shooting, that James had gone home. He found the gun and bullets missing. He didn't know if his son took it, that he didn't know if it was him. And if you recall, Nick Ejak and Sean Hopkins both testified that even during the shooting at the school, even after the meeting that morning with James's son and James and his wife, even in those moments, they did not suspect that James's son was the school shooter. Sean Hopkins testified that he didn't even think that it was James's son who was the school shooter until after he checked attendance, after the shooting had ended, and after James's son had been arrested. You heard James say on the 911 call that he was really freaking out. You've heard that a couple of times from James. And you can listen to that call yourself. It's exhibit 154. You can almost hear, as James is talking to the dispatcher, how he's looking back at what had happened that morning and trying to piece things together and figure out what's going on. You heard from James 2 more times within hours of the shooting at Oxford High School, once at the substation and once while in the backseat of a patrol car. At the substation, James learned that his son was the school shooter, that he was not injured or anything, that he was in fact the school shooter. You heard James say he was freaking out. He asked for a water. His mouth was dry. He was freaking out. James was emotional. I believe that Detective Sergeant Bryan testified that James was sobbing, that he was crying. You can watch it. You can see how James was reacting in that interview. Detective Bryan said that James was forthcoming, that he was willing to speak with them, even after James's wife suggested, maybe we should get a lawyer. Maybe we should stop talking. James said, no. Let's keep talking. I want to keep talking. It's okay. We can keep talking. And he does. He told the police how many guns were in the home, where they were located, that the handgun that was used by James's son in the shooting was a 9mm Sig Sauer. He mispronounced it. We've all heard that. That it was hidden in an armoire. No one in that interview, neither of those two law enforcement officers in that interview said, well, you shouldn't have had it there. Was it locked? How did your son get it? You didn't hear those questions. You heard James tell the police that the handgun was stored unloaded and that the ammunition was stored somewhere else. It was stored separately under some jeans. Again, those two officers didn't say, well, you shouldn't have done that. That wasn't right. Well, you did that the wrong way. Well, that was really irresponsible of you, Mr. Crumbley. They didn't ask that. They didn't say any of that. The police didn't ask if the gun was locked or in a safe. James clearly told them that that 9mm was hidden. And the police moved on. James talked about what a great kid his son was, about his mediocre grades, but overall he didn't get in any trouble. You watched as James saw his son for the first time after that school shooting. It was a very brief encounter. And you saw as James was leaving that he repeatedly told his son he loved him. Ladies and gentlemen, you can watch that for yourself. It is Exhibit 301. He repeatedly told his son he loved him. And then after, as he walks back into the first interview room, you can hear him audibly crying, sobbing at what was going on. And what does he say? He asks the police if he can find out where his son is going to be. And they say, yes, the court will tell you. In that interview, you also heard James Crumbley say, I wish we had taken him home. In hindsight, looking back, I wish we had taken him home. James had no knowledge that his son had access to any of the firearm, any of the handguns in the home. You saw his son's own words sometime after November 27th of 2021 and before November 30th of 2021. And we know that because in Exhibit 359 on page 22, his son specifically writes 9mm. And we know that there was no 9mm in that home prior to November 26th of 2021. We know that James's son went to the shooting range on November 27th of 2021 with his mom. So we know that that had to have been written sometime between November 27th and November 30th of 2021. We talked quite a bit about this during jury selection. Most, if not all of you, agreed that there's a difference between having access and giving access. We talked about car examples. We talked about the responsibility in different scenarios, a parent's responsibility in different scenarios. This case is like the first car scenario, where the child takes the car without the parents knowing, takes it out and something happens. This is the first scenario. This isn't the second scenario, where the parents might have suspected that their child might do something. This wasn't the third scenario, where James knew his son was going to do something and just handed him whatever it was he was going to do it with and said, here, take it. This is the first scenario, where James Crumbley had no idea what his son was capable of. He had no idea what his son was planning, and he had absolutely no idea that his son had access to those firearms. Also, as an aside, if it really were his son's gun, why was it hidden in James's bedroom? If it really were, why was it hidden? Not only in the bedroom, but in a location that James's son was not aware of. Sometime before November 26th of 2021, James's son wrote this in that journal notebook that was found. Exhibit 359, page 15. We know that it was before November 26th of 2021 because of some of the other statements that are around that journal entry, which you can look at if you'd like, but they reference a 9mm and a .22 caliber. And we know that there was not a 9mm in the house before November 26th of 2021. And even here, I don't know where my dad hid it, is a reference to .22 Caltech. Even before November 26th of 2021, well before November 30th of 2021, James Crumbley's son didn't know where those firearms were. He told you he didn't, in his own words, in his own handwriting, which was verified by law enforcement. There's no evidence that James Crumbley had reason to believe his son would hurt anybody. I went over this a few minutes ago. Christy Gibson Marshall's testimony was that she had known James Crumbley and his son since approximately 4th grade. She told a story about James emailing her and asking about getting his son's report card or grades or something along those lines, and she responded and said, "Give him a hug for me." She testified about everything she saw, heard, and felt on November 30th of 2021. And as I said, she talked about seeing the shooter walking toward her with a gun in their hand. That as the shooter got closer, she recognized that it was James's son. And in those moments, she thought to herself, this can't be right. He's always been such a sweet kid. She was in such disbelief that was his son that she even tried to talk to him. As he's walking through the school with a firearm in his hand, she is trying to talk to him because she just can't believe that James's son was the shooter. And it was when he wouldn't respond that she realized it must be him. ATF agent Brandon testified there were no laws governing the storage of firearms. We went over this a little while ago. We talked about the various ways that you can store firearms. I outlined a few of them. He testified that people store firearms unloaded and unlocked, which in and of itself is not irresponsible or dangerous in 2021. Not putting a gun in a safe or using a trigger lock alone does not mean that that person is irresponsible. Now, ATF agent Brandon gave you his opinion about what he saw on that math homework. That opinion was given within the last couple of days. And with all due respect to Agent Brandon, his opinion on what he saw is irrelevant. It doesn't matter in this case. What matters in this case is what people thought that math homework showed on November 30th of 2021. And those people weren't concerned. They didn't see what Agent Brandon saw. They saw images that weren't concerning, that are common, that other kids write and draw about. The concern was that he was sad and needed to talk to someone. On November 26th of 2021, we saw evidence and heard testimony that James Crumbley went and bought the Sig Sauer at the gun store. James had been to that gun store on multiple occasions. We heard that testimony from Miss Back, who told you that she recognized him because he'd been there before. There were at least 2 other handgun purchases from that store, which we heard about, the .22 Derringer and the .22 Caltech. James indicated, per Miss Back, that he'd been looking at the Sig Sauer for a few days or a while. She couldn't really remember which one it was. She testified to both. That he knew that that was the one he wanted to purchase. So he did. You also heard Agent Brandon testify about the cable lock that was found in that Sig Sauer gun case. That the sleeve that the cable lock came in was essentially in pristine condition, that the keys were still inside the lock. Now, if you recall, that Sig Sauer was used. James bought that used. That sleeve being in pristine condition means that the person before him didn't use it either. You also heard that James did not purchase ammunition on November 26th of 2021 or at any point prior to November 30th of 2021 for that 9mm. There were purchases for ammunition when he would go to the gun range for the .22s, but James didn't purchase 9mm ammunition before November 30th of 2021. Cammie Back told you that she had that James didn't even talk to his son while they were standing there in the gun store. She didn't see any of that. She had no reason to believe that James was buying that gun for anyone but himself. And if she had, she couldn't have sold it. So obviously she didn't think that. On November 3rd of 2021, James Crumbley and his wife left a hotel that they had been staying in. Well, they had stayed in a couple different hotels, but they left a hotel that they had stayed in after the shooting on November 30th. You heard some testimony, or you heard some information that their residence had been made public, or there was media there, or there were things going on. And you can imagine, I mean, you all can imagine what that was like in the days following the shooting at Oxford High School. You heard Agent Brandon testify today that James and his wife were in and out of that building throughout the day on December 3rd of 2021. You heard testimony yesterday from Detective Willis that they arrived at approximately 11 a.m. and that they were there for the day. They were obviously arrested later that night. But you heard testimony that Luke Kirtley saw at least James Crumbley. You heard that James and Jennifer had both gone in and out of the building. Jennifer is his wife, had both gone in and out of the building throughout the day, various times to smoke, walk out to the car. Sometimes one of them went, sometimes both of them went. December 3rd, 2021 was a Friday. It was a work day. They were in and out. You heard that there were at least 14 cigarette butts found near their vehicle. You saw over 300 exhibits during this trial. You heard testimony from over a dozen witnesses. None of them told you that James knew what his son was planning. None of them told you that James knew that his son was a danger to anyone. None of them told you that James knew that his son knew where those firearms were hidden. None of them told you that James knew that his son had somehow obtained access to the firearms that he had been hiding. None of them told you that. Because on November 30th of 2021, James Crumbley had no knowledge about any of that. He had no knowledge, and he had no reason to suspect what his son was planning to do later that morning on November 30th of 2021. Now, every time I do a trial, I have somebody tell me that they think of a reasonable doubt that I may not have thought of. So think of your own. You don't have to agree with all of mine. You don't have to agree with any of mine. You can come up with your own reasonable doubt based on the evidence that you've seen, the testimony that you've heard, your collective memories. You can come up with your own. You're not limited to what I've come up with, and you can certainly reach your own reasonable doubt conclusions on your own. And as you deliberate, think about the things you did not hear during this trial. Think about the things that you were told you would hear during the opening statements, that you would hear how the shooter gained access to that gun. You didn't hear that. That you will hear from school officials regarding their concerns about the math worksheet. You heard that they were concerned about sadness, not about danger to others. That you will hear that the need for immediate parental intervention was necessary. You didn't hear that. In fact, you heard the opposite. You heard that Sean Hopkins said that James and his wife, that they wanted James and his wife to have their son talk to someone or to at least make arrangements within 48 hours. No one testified that immediate parental intervention was necessary on November 30th of 2021 during the meeting with Sean Hopkins and Nick Ejak. No one testified that there was a need for immediate intervention of any kind, discipline, mental health, or otherwise. You did not hear testimony detailing how the shooter obtained access to the SIG Sauer. You just saw in his journal that he said he had access, but you don't know how that happened. No one testified that the shooter knew that there was any sort of code to open the gun safe. There's been some talk about the code that was used on the gun safe with the Keltec and the SIG Sauer. There was no testimony that the shooter even knew about that code or what it was. You did not hear any mutual concern for the shooter's well-being from his best friend's dad, who you saw text with between James and his friend's dad, who obviously has experience with mental health with his own child, from what you can see in the texts. And even that man didn't express any concern for James's son. In fact, on November 30th of 2021, he texted James, said, "I hope everyone's okay." No one told you that James Crumbley was aware of the texts or videos that were sent to his son's friend. In fact, they all testified, all of the witnesses testified they couldn't tell you that. They couldn't tell you that he was aware. You don't know if the shooter ever actually did do what he told his friend he was going to do. He was going to tell his parents about this, that, and the other. You heard no evidence that he actually did. You heard no evidence that he actually told James any of that. And when you go back for deliberations, think about everything that James Crumbley did not know. He did not know he had to protect others from his son. He did not know he wasn't exercising ordinary care in the way he was storing his firearm because he didn't know that his son was planning what he was planning. He did not know that it was reasonably foreseeable that his son would commit these offenses. He had taught his son firearm safety. He had taught his son to be familiar with those firearms because they were in the house. He had no idea what his son was planning to do. In fact, no one that interacted with James Crumbley's son on November 30th of 2021 knew what was going to happen a short time later. No one. And this is the part of the trial that I dislike the most. The prosecution gets to stand up and make a rebuttal statement, and I have to sit down and I don't get an opportunity to respond. That's how trial rules work. The court has told you that. That's just how it works. But the hard part for me is that every time I hear a rebuttal from the prosecution, I think of all these things that I want to say. Think of all these responses that I can give. So what I'm going to ask you to do, we've gotten to know each other over the last couple of weeks. You've seen how I am in court. You've heard the questions that I ask. So when you go back to deliberate, think to yourselves, what would Marielle say? What would she say about this? What would she say about that? Because unfortunately, I can't tell you. I join with the prosecution in thanking you all for the.
Oh my God. Did you just hear what she said? No, she did not. Oh my God. Where's QB? WWM. Well, she'd actually said say. What would Muriel say? I cannot right now. I'm like, no, she did not just say that. And I swear she paused for a minute. She paused for a minute to allow for she allowed for what would happen, which is what we're doing right now, for everybody to go, no, she did not just say that. Oh my God. Okay, yeah, we got to rewatch that. QB, hold on, I got to message QB. Oh my God, hold on. Let me go find QB. You know, she is literally, I know, right? Bracelets are being made. Hold on. Oh my God, I cannot believe. I sent her 4 back to back. Okay, so I just sent you 4 text messages, QB. Oh my God, can you believe it? Can you believe it? Can you believe that? Oh my God, I can't. I can't. You can't even make this up. I know, QB, we're always talking about you. Okay, so for those that are like, what is going on? And you have no idea what everybody is like dying about right now. In Jennifer Crumbley's trial, Jennifer's defense attorney, her name is Shannon. And she literally said during closing arguments, because whenever they do their rebuttal, then I don't get to come back the next time and say, oh, blah, 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 blah. So I want you to go back there in the deliberation room and think, okay, what would Shannon do? And from there on, everybody has been like WWSD, like what would Jesus do? You know, the bracelets. So QB's making bracelets. WWSD, blah, blah, blah. And lo and behold, here we go. What would Muriel do? All right. So we're going to go back and we're going to rewatch this. I'm going to clip this. I am going to clip the original one from Shannon, and I'm going to clip this one, and I'm going to side by side, and I'm going to make a YouTube short. That's what I'm going to do. Okay, here we go.
What would she say about this? You go back, you've seen how I am in court, you've heard the questions that I ask. So when you go back to deliberate, think to yourselves, what would Marielle say? What would she say about this? What would she say about that? Because unfortunately, I can't tell you. I joined with the prosecution.
You know that you saw that smirk, right? You saw the smirk. And I feel like the judge's lip even curled a little bit. Right? Right? Wait, QB didn't know what was going on? I thought QB jumped in here because, oh my God. I thought QB jumped in here because of that. Oh my Lord. She says, I'm way behind, so I have no idea what she said. I just got done with torture. Now I'm the bionic woman. And then here she comes. And she says, she did not. Tell me she didn't. Oh, honey. Honey. Yeah, QB was tortured by her. I thought when she popped in the chat, I thought she was saying, y'all knew I was coming in here to say something because I thought she heard her say that. So, oh yeah, QB's going to have lots of words. Okay, we're going to watch this a third time, and then we'll continue on. And then when QB pops in here in a little bit, then we'll go back and rewatch it. Okay. Let's rewatch this again.
How I am in court. You've heard the questions that I asked a couple of weeks, answers that I can give. So what I'm going to ask you to do, we've gotten to know each other over the last couple of weeks. You've seen how I am in court. You've heard the questions that I ask. So when you go back to deliberate, think to yourselves, what would Marielle say? What would she say about this? What would she say about that? Because unfortunately, I can't tell you. I join with the prosecution in thanking you all for the time and attention that you've paid to this case. You have heard some of the most emotional testimony and seen some of the most difficult things that I can imagine a juror could see. And you likely may not be able to forget it. But what you're all doing in these chairs is of the utmost importance. And I thank you for the time and attention that you've paid. Early on in this case, during our opening statements, the prosecution and I both asked you to follow the law. And I'm going to ask you again, follow the law. The judge will instruct you on what the law is.
An expert's opinion, think carefully about the reasons and facts they give for their opinion and whether these facts are true. You should also not think about the expert's qualifications and whether their opinion makes sense when you think about the other
Oh my God, I was freaking muted the whole time. Dag nabbit. I'm sitting here telling you to come up. And I
5
was
minutes.
muted the whole time.
Ma'am. Not you, ma'am, no, ma'am. See, y'all are causing problems, making me come up on here when I'm at PT.
I was totally muted, JB. Now I know I'm not. But anyway.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay. I can't hear you. I mean, no.
Okay. Are you ready for this?
Girl, I have not listened to any of her closing statements.
Okay.
So is this going to be like a spoiler alert? Is
No.
she really? Y'all gonna
I'm
make
gonna
me
do
act a fool right up in this PT. Y'all gonna make me act a whole full PT.
Oh, that made my
Go
head hurt.
ahead.
Okay, hold
Go
on. Ready?
ahead. Go
Okay.
ahead.
Okay, I gotta rewind it to the part though, okay?
Oh my God. I saw somebody say she lost her case. Why would she copy her? And I was like, tell me she didn't.
Okay, I'm gonna go back and find it. So just hang on a minute, okay?
I love how
I gotta. Oh, you're breaking up.
No, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, hello?
Hello, I hear you.
Okay.
I'm gonna mute and rewind it.
Okay. I'm watching y'all.
That James didn't even talk to his son while they were standing there in the gun store. She didn't see any of that. She had no reason to believe that James was buying intervention was necessary on November 30th of 2021 during the meeting with Sean Hopkins and Nick Ejak. Think to yourselves, what would Marielle say?
Did you come?
Did you hear that?
Please tell me she did not just say that.
Hold on a minute. Hold on. I actually ruined it because it said it right in the middle of it. But hold on.
Ain't nobody thinking what would Mario say.
Give. So what I'm going to ask you to do, we've gotten to know each other over the last couple of weeks. You've seen how I am in court. You've heard the questions that I ask. So when you go back to deliberate, think to yourselves, what would Marielle say? What would she say about this? What would she say about that? Because unfortunately, I can't tell you.
Words.
Yo, I'm trying to keep my mouth down because I am all up in the middle of this PT. Why in the world? What made her? What in the Sam? What? What made her think that anybody wants to think what would Muriel say? Nobody cares what Muriel said. We didn't want to listen to you the whole trial, Muriel. We sure as crap
So-
ain't going back and asking for more.
Did you see the smirk on her face? I'm going to rewind it again, okay? I'm going to rewind it again, and I want you to watch her
Okay,
face.
let me look at it. Let me look at
And
it.
even
Oh my
the
gosh.
judge's lip even curls a little bit.
I can't, y'all. I can't. Did she nod her head to Shannon? Like,
We've gotten to know each other over the last couple of weeks. You've seen how I am in court. You've heard the questions that I ask. So when you go back to deliberate, think to yourselves, what would Marielle say? What would she say about this? What would she say about that? Because unfortunately, I can't tell you.
y'all.
I can't.
I'm being quiet. I'm being quiet because they're
Right,
about to
Bill?
walk up to me and take they're about to walk up to me and take all this stuff off me. But she tugged at her ear at Shannon. I'm telling you, that was a head nod to Shannon. She got you? No.
Was.
Why?
I
I
cannot.
can't.
So, okay,
I
whenever
can't.
you get out of PT, I need you to go back to where we
Oh, for the
originally
love.
heard it so that you can hear my reaction.
Well, I'm gonna go
And
back because I'm all the way back to where I was when I came into PT. Because y'all, by the way, don't ever listen to me in 2 times speed. That is not it's not okay. I am trying to be quiet because I am out in the world. Look, they made me people today and they hurt me. Oh, I'm just sitting here like, I wish y'all could see me. I'm like the bionic woman right now. I got the shoulder thing on. They're trying to get me one of the shoulder things. They're like trying to get me one of the real shoulder things, like not the fake shoulder thing.
oh, the
Look,
real
I'm
one.
just undo it. One at the PT that does cold and hot.
Yeah.
And the one I was looking at just takes like a cold and ice pack, but this thing actually hooks to the iPad. And my case manager was here the other day and he was like, saying, what is it, like $3,200? I was like, no, it's like $400. And he's like, well, anything under 500, I can pretty much get approved. And I was like, right now, do not pass go. Go back to your office and get this thing approved. I want one. Y'all owe me that. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay. I'm undoing myself. They're gonna be like, ma'am, please don't undo all the things. But I'm undoing. I have the TENS unit at home. So I know how to do that. You want to say hi to the people? My people?
Hi, people.
Hang on. I'm undoing myself. I'm on a live. Do you want to say hi? Say hi.
Hi.
It's Lori. Look, even Lori says hi.
Oh my God, she did. She said hi.
Didn't she? She's cute. They're in my ear. You can't hear.
No, well.
They wanted to get my reaction on this, and I was trying to behave myself. Y'all didn't even hear me, did you?
On what?
Oh, on this case that we've been. No, I'm literally on a YouTube. Say hi. She said hi to the people.
Oh,
hi.
Look, now Jenny went hi. No, we've been watching this case, and they were trying to get my reaction. They're like, "Stop right now!" I'm like, "I'm at PT," and they're like, "Right now," and I'm like, "Okay." Hear me. Okay. They didn't hear me. I was good. I'm walking outside. Y'all about to hear the word. All right, y'all. Thank you. I'll see you Friday. Look, see if you can get them text messages under control. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah. Bye, y'all. All right, y'all. Tell me Muriel didn't say what would Muriel do? What would Muriel say?
Y'all, come on now, Mario. Nobody knows what you would say, do, think, nothing. We out here making bracelets to say, don't do what Mario would do. Like, y'all, I can't. You heard me slam my door?
No.
I could not. They were like, are you really on a live? Wait a minute. What do you mean you're on a live? No, y'all, I'll try to tell y'all I'm on a live.
Oh my Lord.
Oh my gosh, y'all.
That was
Y'all.
insanity. I can't believe that.
I can't wait to hear what you said. I cannot wait to hear your reaction.
I couldn't
I
believe the
cannot
words that
wait.
I was hearing. I was like, did she? No.
Somebody, I don't know, I think it might have been Brenda. I saw the comment. Said, like, didn't Shannon lose her case? Why are you copying her?
What'd she say?
Yeah. She said something about somebody made a comment in the chat about how didn't Shannon lose her case? Why are you trying to copy her?
Yeah, right.
Because she did. To jump over here because I was hearing myself on the way over here and I was choppy. I don't like that. And I'm gonna listen. I gotta listen.
Yeah, go listen. Go listen, and we'll watch the
Listen.
rest of it because we still got to catch up on the last little bit of what she says.
Yeah. I didn't
and
want to
then-
interrupt, but y'all made me do it.
No, I wanted to. I wanted your raw reaction.
Y'all like right now. QB right now. I was like, I'm literally in physical therapy. Like, and you should have seen Lori's face. I'm like, say hi to the people. I was on with a group of friends, I guess.
Oh
I
yeah.
was like, no, I'm on a live, and she was like, wait, what?
She probably thought you were like in the middle of an Instagram video, FaceTime or something.
No, we live, ma'am. Live. Anyways, love y'all.
All right.
See you later.
See you back here in a little bit, maybe.
Bye.
Bye. Oh my God. Okay. So, I am before we get started, because I don't want to forget this. This is really important. So JB has messaged me, and she is from our praying group of friends. I would love to ask you guys to be saying a prayer for JB because she just got a call about her cousin. He's in the hospital. He's septic and he has pneumonia. His heart is only at 5% function and he's having mini strokes. And she said they're seriously requesting mega prayers for him. And she said that this cousin is like her dad's little brother, more than a nephew. So definitely send some prayers to our very own little googly mooglies family. So keep us updated, JB, as you can. But yeah, we know that prayer works, right? We know that. All right, we're going to continue on with this, and we'll get past Muriel's crazy end closing here and get on with it. So here we go.
I join with the prosecution in thanking you all for the time and attention that you've paid to this case. You have heard some of the most emotional testimony and seen some of the most difficult things that I can imagine a juror could see. And you likely may not be able to forget it. But what you're all doing in these chairs is of the utmost importance. And I thank you for the time and attention that you've paid. Early on in this case, during our opening statements, the prosecution and I both asked you to follow the law. And I'm going to ask you again, follow the law. The judge will instruct you on what the law is. She will give you very clear instructions. Please follow the law. Review the evidence, review the instructions, and follow the law. Because I'm confident that if you do that, each of you will have at least one reasonable doubt, and your vote will be not guilty. And your vote should be not guilty, not just because you have reasonable doubts, but because James Crumbley is not guilty. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lehman. Rebuttal, prosecutor.
You know what my least favorite part of the trial is? It isn't listening to the defense argue that her client is not guilty. She has a right to do that. It isn't even listening to what I believe, and I'm going to tell you what I think is inaccurate. My least favorite part of the trial is that even where we're standing here and our criminal justice system provides for justice for victims, and my job is to advocate for them, and I'm standing up here and I'm doing that. I've been doing that all week and several weeks before, and I'll keep doing it. You know what my least favorite part is? It doesn't take away any of the suffering. It doesn't take it away. So don't deliver a verdict thinking that it will, because it doesn't. Your job is to follow the law and use your common sense when you consider the evidence. I embrace the high burden of beyond a reasonable doubt. I believe in it wholeheartedly, devoted my whole life to it. I embrace it. It's what we use for every prosecution in this country, every single day of every year, for decades and decades and decades. That's the burden we have. And it is not, despite what the argument is always, any possible doubt. You have to be 100% sure. If you're 100% sure, we probably don't need criminal trials. And you can't be. We can't be. That doesn't make any sense, does it? We can't get inside the head of people who commit violent crimes or any crime and decide what they knew and what they wanted and if they loved their kid. I hope he did. I hope he does, by the way. I assume he does. We all do. We all love our kids. That's not my job. It's not my burden. So I embrace my burden, but I'm not going to embrace something that's just not true. Because it is not true that I have to prove, and the people of the state of Michigan have to prove, what James Crumbley knew. It is not true that the people of the state of Michigan have to prove that he knew his son was going to kill somebody. We've talked about this before. If that were the case, he'd be charged with murder. That's not my burden. That is not what I have to prove. The judge is going to instruct you what burden. It's a reasonable burden, and it's as to the elements that I have to prove. Only the elements. Beyond a reasonable doubt, using your common sense and your reason. The elements, and what are the elements? You're not going to hear that the elements of this crime are that I have to prove what he knew, what he actually knew. That's not the law, ladies and gentlemen. That is not the law. The law is I have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt what a reasonable person would do using ordinary care. That's what I have to prove. There's a couple things I have to correct. The questions defense counsel asks witnesses are not evidence. It's the answers that are evidence, and you have to decide whether that's credible. But Special Agent Brandon did not testify that it was safe. He would call that secure if an unloaded gun was stored separately. In fact, that's not what he testified. What he testified to was that it wasn't, storing the firearm or ammunition wouldn't make it secure if you had a 15-year-old who knew how to load and shoot that gun. That was his testimony. You did not hear from people at the school that they were not concerned. That was not the testimony. You did not hear that James Crumbley went home because he was trying to check on his son and he was worried. None of that happened. You heard the 911 call. You have to rely on what you heard, not the questions that were asked. Defense counsel put up a statement from the Journal about my gun and where my dad hid it. And she's urging you to find that credible. But if you do, and we argue you should find, it's all credible. You don't get to pick one statement from a journal and say he was telling the truth there. But all the stuff about how he asked his dad for help, that wasn't the truth. You have to use common sense. And I'm not going to go through every single thing that Ms. Lehman told you, because I know that you were all taking notes and you all listened to it. And I laid out, and I know you remember the testimony. But the one thing I'm just going to ask you one more time is, I embrace my burden, but you have to hold me to the law and what I actually have to prove and what the judge tells you I have to prove, which comes down to common sense and reasonableness. Let's step back. We have a person, we have a father who purchased a gun as a gift. He knows he has it. He knows how to use it. He knows he's in the house by himself after it's purchased. He gets called to the school. And the words on the paper, the drawing on the paper is of that gun. You heard Special Agent Brandon. The testimony speaks for itself, and so does the drawing. He saw the words, blood everywhere. He saw the image on the paper with the bullets and the person bleeding. He understands exactly, because the image is there and you saw it, that's exactly where those bullets landed. The thoughts won't stop. Help me. I want help, but my parents don't listen to me, so I can't get any help. And then that day, just hours before, help me. Use common sense. It doesn't make any sense to stand here and say someone had no idea that he needed help when he saw on the page, help me. It doesn't make any sense, because any reasonable person, which is the standard you have to use, using ordinary care, would know that, because it actually says, help me. The world is dead. My life is useless. Those messages you saw, that's exactly what he thought. We know what was going on because of the messages in this journal. And then we know there was a cable lock. You did not hear any testimony about who owned that gun and whether that lock was used or another lock was used. But you do know that whoever purchased that gun had to be 21 years old. You do know that. We've been telling you since this case started, it would take tragically small things to prevent these deaths. And you are hearing a lot about how to store a weapon. And the truth is, this has nothing to do with a safe storage law, and you don't have to lock a weapon up to make it secure. There's lots of ways to make it secure. But what isn't secure is leaving it around, which we know he did with his other weapon, leaving it around. My dad left it out, LOL. I thought, why not? loaded, knowing that your ammo is right there. We know that is not secure. But let's talk about one of the ways that we can prevent access to minors. This is the murder weapon. This is the gun. We know we presented evidence of this. I'm going to put it right on the table. This is a cable lock. This little piece of cord. This is me inserting the cable lock. We know that a cable lock was in the home. We know it was provided. This is me inserting a cable lock. That takes less than 10 seconds. Takes less than 10 seconds. 10 seconds. You don't have to go find it. You don't have to go buy it. It was provided. It was right there. You just watched me do it. 10 seconds of the easiest, simplest thing. One of which, by the way, not the only way. Locking was not the only way to prevent this, but it was one way, and it took less than 10 seconds. Let's talk about the gun being hidden. Let's talk about that. You heard the defendant's sister say, yeah, he went and got the gun from his bedroom. These are the other two guns. Ladies and gentlemen, the guns were kept in the bedroom. The family was there when she was told that, and everyone knew the guns were kept in the bedroom. This is where he says he hid the gun, the armoire. This is what it looked like that day. Wet towels folded over it. It wasn't even closed. He says it was in the armoire under some jeans. This is not hiding a weapon. This is just where you kept it. It is not reasonable to conclude that a 15-year-old who spends all kinds of time in the house alone would not know where it was, because it wasn't hidden. This isn't a case where we have a parent who hides a weapon far out of reach from a child who couldn't get to it, doesn't know it exists, ammunition in a totally separate spot. The kid, that's not this case. It's reason and common sense is what we have to use. We know that James Crumbley went home and looked for a gun when he heard there was an active shooter. And we know he referenced there was that meeting at the school. That's foreseeability, and that's a person who suspects their own son. And that is what I have to prove. Foreseeability to an ordinary, a reasonable person using ordinary care. This case is not a statement about guns. It's not a statement about parental responsibility. It's not about kids doing kids things. The kids on November 30th in that building were doing kids things. Hannah, Madison, Tate, Justin, they were going to class. They were talking to their friends. They were dancing in the hallway. Those are kid things. Parenting is the hardest job that we'll ever do. The hardest job, and one of the most important ones, but it's exhilarating and joyful and the best experience of our lives. We look at our kids when they're born and we see hope. But they can break your heart. They're supposed to. They have to leave someday. They don't come with a set of instructions. I'm not here to tell you that this case is about somebody who didn't follow the instructions to be a perfect parent. But we do have a guide. We do have a basic standard for ordinary care. We all have doubts about our kids. We all worry every minute of every day that they're going to do something or something's going to happen to them, and then it might be because of something we did or we didn't do. We are not responsible for everything our kids do. This prosecution in this case is not inconsistent with that. It just isn't. This is a very egregious and rare set of facts. We do have a measuring stick, ladies and gentlemen, and it's the law. And it requires us to use ordinary care. And there is a consequence if we don't, in a very limited way that the law allows a parent to be charged. Your job now is to go back there and use your reason and common sense and follow the law. That's what your job is. You've listened to all the evidence, and at the end, you will conclude that James Crumbley failed. He might love his kid, I hope he does. But stick to what I have to prove. Stick to what I have to prove. And remember that he didn't just fail in his duty to his son. He failed in his duty to protect Hannah and Justin and Madison and Tate. And I don't say their names to evoke sympathy. I say their names because they matter. They matter. And that is why we are here. We are absolutely here about what happened in that school that day, because if James Crumbley had done even the smallest of things, like the 10-second cable lock, or gone home, or took responsibility for his kid who was in trouble, those kids wouldn't have been shot and killed in that school on that day. I have met my burden. Mr. Keystone, the people of the state of Michigan have met the burden to find James Crumbley guilty of 4 counts of involuntary manslaughter. And I ask you to return that verdict. Thank you.
Thank you, prosecutor. I'm now going to read jury instructions to you. Does anybody need a break before I do that?
Oof. I don't know about you guys, but I got goosebumps the last 2 minutes there. Sheesh. Sheesh. Kelsey, tell them. Yeah, I know, right? Spin said a while ago that she was talking about her she said her stuttering is concerning. She doesn't sound concerned. And then she said, sorry, what I meant is she doesn't seem confident in what she's saying. And in that time, I can't remember exactly what it was that she was saying, but she was stuttering. And I remember thinking, oh my goodness, don't get nervous. Don't get nervous. But she came into it and boom, that was pretty good. I got goosebumps. So yeah. Hi. Thank you, Lee, for a reminder for you friends to click the thumbs up button. Click the thumbs up button. Yeah, the rebuttal was really good, Lee. You're right. The rebuttal was good. Oof. I should have taken notes because my head's spinning with all the different things. As far as the defense's closing, one thing that she kept saying over and over that I had like a reply to was a comment about was when she was saying, when the defense was saying something about no one, that James didn't know that he was going to go in there and hurt those kids that day, that no one knew, that he was going to go in there and about him having the guns in the home to begin with, And I'm like, right, but that's not just a good enough excuse. There is no good enough excuse as to leaving a firearm like that out and available and open to, even if that's where it's kind of like, oh, well, I didn't know. And now I do know, if you don't, how am I trying to say this? I'm trying to explain, put into words what I'm trying to say here. It's like, put the precautions in place because you never know when that first time is going to be, right? That's what I'm trying to say. You don't wait until something happens. And I feel like that's kind of where the parents were. I think looking at it from a broad lens or angle or whatever, they probably knew that he was sad. I mean, they probably knew that he had some issues. They probably didn't know they were as bad as they were, but still, even at that, you just don't hand a weapon like that to someone that you even have an inkling has an issue. So, Spin says, I have a question. Why does prosecutor get to do rebuttal but defense can't? Because the prosecution is the one that has the burden. They're the ones that has to present the case. And so that's why they get the rebuttal. Let me see. Because they have the burden of proof, I guess they get the last word pretty much, Lisa's, and I think all it was emotions and nerves. Yeah, probably. I mean, I think that I would be that way too, But she came into it in that rebuttal. She was like, yeah, I'm coming in swinging this time. Muriel done made her mad with that. What would Muriel say comment? She's like, I'll tell you what. You know what? Mm-hmm. Ignorance is not bliss, right, Spins? Lisa said it before. We'll say it again. Ignorance is not an excuse or reason. Most parents have a sense when it comes to their children and their emotions. Yeah. And, I can understand being a checked out parent, right? But even a checked out parent, for the most part, aren't so checked out that they don't have a clue. I mean, you do have some parents. I mean, don't get me wrong. There's kids who completely fly under the radar. There's kids that completely fly under the radar. Something bad happens and the parents are like just shocked beyond shock. You have kids who like self-harm or take their own lives, and trigger warning. But sometimes the parents are just like floored and blown. They have zero clue that anything's going on. So it's not that I don't think that I mean, I think that happens, but also within this situation, from what we know about the journals and either they knew and they just disregarded it and just kept like brushing it under the rug, the parents did, or they just had their eyes completely shut. But I just don't believe that. I don't believe that because I feel like the fact that he wrote that text to his friend and said, I asked my dad and or my parents will get mad at me if I ask to go to because one time, I think it didn't come out in this one. I don't know if it came out in this trial. I don't remember. But in Jennifer's, there was a text thread between Ethan, the shooter, and his friend, where he had said something like he would ask for help or would like make his parents take him to the emergency room, but he was afraid they would be mad. And so that, and there had even been, it had even been brought up about him asking for help once before and the dad just completely like blowing him off about it. And, I know that there are some dads who are like, oh, be a tough guy, get over it, and, but we also saw a lot of text messages between James and Jennifer that were, how is he today? Make sure he gets this so he can sleep, all that kind of stuff. So I don't know. Chilloon says in this situation, he was begging to get the help. They knew something was up. Yeah, I believe so too. Even if he hurt himself, this would be a tragedy, just so horrific how he chose to handle his feelings. Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, even if he had done that to himself, right? Absolute tragedy because he didn't get the help. And I don't know, it's just tough all the way around. I've got questions though. I've got questions, and I don't know if this was brought up in Jennifer's trial because I didn't watch all of that one. We were doing a different trial at the time. We were covering a different trial at the time of Jennifer's, but I remember them talking about the money and the phones, like they had found the money and the phones. Was there like proof that they were planning to leave, like bolt, go somewhere? And were they just trying to do that to evade, like to buy time if they knew that they were going to be charged with this involuntary manslaughter? Are they thinking, well, let's just go hide somewhere so we don't get took off to jail, and in the meantime, let's buy some time so that we can get a lawyer and try to like dig our way out of this? Or were they planning to like hightail it and go somewhere and just leave Ethan to fend for himself in jail, in prison? Like, what was their plan? I mean, neither one is good, right? Don't evade the police. No, don't do that. But also I can understand more if they were just trying to buy some time so they didn't have to go to jail versus like, were they going to run off to another country together? Like, I don't know. I don't know if there was talk of that. And also I am still interested to know who was the person that owned the what do you call it, that they were staying in, the warehouse. And this person supposedly went and bought him food and ice and stuff like that. Like, so does this person know that they were hiding from the police or what? So maybe QB knows the answers to those questions. Whenever she comes back, we'll ask her. So, let's see what you guys are saying now. Spin says, if the shooter had turned on himself instead of others, would the parents not feel guilty about it? Oh, I'm sure they would have. I mean, ugh, I don't know. I mean, I would assume so. that they would feel probably more guilty, right? Oh, I didn't know you had the flu. I didn't know you had the flu. Feel better. Everybody sick. Jolene said, I would hope they would feel guilty, but that mother is something else, to put it delicately, right? Yeah, I think that she was very self-absorbed. And he was too. So, sadly. And I think whenever Ethan's friend left, it just kind of left him alone, because he had no other social interaction. I think it just left him alone to stew in his own demonic thoughts, you know? Ugh. Spin says they would have thought twice, and the question of the security of the gun would be relevant. Yeah. Well, like they said, just because it's put up, and Lee said it earlier too, whenever he was young, he would go, go in his parents' room and dig around. What kid don't? That's just something kids do. And even if he had it in his bedroom, for one, do you keep your bedroom door locked? No, probably not. Do you keep the cabinet that it was in locked? No, probably not. So hidden under some blue jeans. I think he said that the gun was one place and the ammo was like under some blue jeans or something. Somewhere. I don't know. I have no idea. But let's go. I'm going to start these jury instructions. We'll get through. JB says, I wonder if Ethan had done this to himself, would the parents been charged with neglect? I don't know, JB. That's a good question. As far as whenever you think about that alongside what Spins asked, I wonder if they would have been, or would it have been just a done and dusted, oh, this is sad, it happens all the time. You know what I'm saying? Sadly. And when I say it happens all the time, I don't mean like the only time you see that sort of thing happening is whenever the child is like little bitty, right? But a 15-year-old or however old he is or was, how old was Ethan when that happened? 15, I think. Unless I'm mistaken. But yeah, you don't ever hear of that. I wonder if LE would have looked into it as much or not. I guess it just depends on the place, right? But anytime I've ever heard of situations of a gun thing, sort of crime happening with children, and the parents are charged, it's always been when the child was like a toddler or something, But then anytime you ever hear of a teenager that has taken their life with a gun, I don't know. Are there any? Have we ever heard of any? Maybe I'm just overlooking the obvious. Like I'm trying to think off the top of my head if there's been any cases where a parent was charged for an older child. QB says, I'm still catching up, but what are y'all thinking? Did they prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt? It's hard for me to say that with like 100% certainty, because it's like when we start talking about it, you know, when you get the devil's clavicles in here, in other words, devil's clavicles are the devil's playing a devil's advocate, you know. When people start talking about different things, I'm like, oh yeah, you're right. Blah blah blah. I forgot about that. People forget that brains are not fully developed until the 20s, or I've even heard the 30s now. Reasoning is not there. Don't give kids the options to make stupid decisions like an unlocked gun. Oh, that's a good. A good statement. JP says, I'm wondering the same, but my brain don't want to think. Well, you got a lot on your plate right now, JB. You got a lot on your plate. I'm going to ask in the chat how much more time QB's got. How much before you catch up, QB? Because we have jury instructions, which we don't need to go through that. That's like long and obnoxious and all the things. So let's scroll. I'm going to go ahead and start play. And then whenever she starts actually reading the instructions, then I'll skip forward past it.
All right. You're going to get a copy of these jury instructions in the jury room. All right. Members of the jury, evidence and arguments in this case are finished. I'll now instruct you on the law. That is, I'll explain the law that applies to this case. Remember that you have taken an oath to return a true and just verdict based only on the evidence and the instructions on the law. You must not let sympathy, bias, or prejudice influence your decision. You must avoid reaching conclusions that may have been unintentionally influenced by stereotypes. With you, and we're going to send the exhibits in with you. I think some of them might require a computer. We'll give you that as well. If you, so we're going to send all the exhibits in. This is also when I like to tell you that you can rehear, we can replay testimony, but I think I told you this in the beginning of the trial. If you want to rehear someone's testimony, you have to rehear the entire testimony, all of the questions from both sides. That's the only way that it's fair, all right? But we can replay that in the jury room. As you discuss the case, you should think about all of my instructions together as the law you are to follow. The defendant is charged with 4 counts of involuntary manslaughter. These are separate counts, and the prosecutor is charging that the defendant committed all of them. You must consider each count separately in light of all the evidence in the case. You may find the defendant guilty of all. Deliberate unless you're all there. So, chose survivor when they have the merging of the trial. You may find the defendant guilty of all or any one of these counts or not guilty. I've prepared a verdict form. It's pretty self-explanatory. It lists each of the counts, and this should be filled out by your foreperson. Count 1 is involuntary manslaughter as to Madison Baldwin. You can either check the box not guilty or guilty of involuntary manslaughter as to Madison Baldwin. As to count 2, involuntary manslaughter as to Tate Meir, not guilty, or guilty of involuntary manslaughter as to Tate Meir. Count 3, involuntary manslaughter as to Hannah St. Juliana. You can either check not guilty or guilty of involuntary manslaughter as to Hannah St. Juliana. Count 4, Involuntary manslaughter as to Justin Schilling. You can either check not guilty or guilty of involuntary manslaughter as to Justin Schilling. Then your foreperson should sign that. All right. I know you've been in 2 different jury rooms, so probably some of you, the first 8 of you, don't know the others. This is going to be kind of like on the show Survivor when they have the merging of the tribes, right? So we're going to put you all in one jury room. We had you in separate jury rooms just because it's much more comfortable. All right. We appreciate that you were all here the entire time. Jurors have different feelings when they're excluded from deliberations. Some people are happy, some people are not happy. I can tell you a lot of stories about, life happens. So all of your service is important. This is obviously very important and very stressful to both sides. And we couldn't conduct the jury trial without you. So we are going to exclude 3 jurors by blind draw. Okay? Juror in seat 5. Juror in seat 5. You are in my jury room, I believe. Do you have any personal belongings? Okay, I'm going to ask you and the other 2 jurors that we're excluding to get your personal belongings and come back in here. All right? Juror in seat 10. Your juror in seat 10, you are in Judge Anderson's jury room, the second jury room. Do you have personal belongings in there? Okay. And you're in seat 15. All right, actually, why don't I ask the 3 of you to get your personal belongings from the jury rooms and then go with Ms. Nella to my chambers. All right? So you'll go to the jury room that your belongings are in and come out into the hallway. And Miss Nella will escort you into my chambers. All right? All right. You can be seated. Okay, so do some of the jurors here, anyone 9 through 15, do you have anything in Judge Anderson's jury room? Okay, I'm gonna let these 3 jurors go into my chambers. And then anyone 9 through 15, if you have something in Judge Anderson's jury room, then you're gonna go to my jury room. All right? Okay, so I'm gonna give them a few minutes. Also, after you go back there, I'm going to ask you to wait a few minutes before you start deliberating. I want to consult with the lawyers to make sure the jury instructions are correct. Sometimes things are left out or there's mistakes, so I just want to make sure. I also want you to know that we're now on your schedule, so what you say goes. If you take a 5-minute break, an hour-long break, whatever you do, we will be waiting for you. There's potentially an opportunity to go later tonight if you want to do that. I want to encourage you to take your time. You can come back tomorrow, you can go later today, whatever you need to do. We want you to be careful, keep an open mind, and take your time. Right? So I'm going to wait and see if those 3 jurors are in my chambers. Okay. Just go on. here, right? Yes. We try. It's an old building. All set? All right, so if you can all get together in my drawing room, I will send jury instructions in there shortly, and then you can start deliberating. You can't deliberate unless you're all there, so. All right.
All right for the jury?
Oh, sorry. All right, you may be seated. There's one error in the jury instruction on 4.1. At the end, it talks about in deciding if you believe the defendant's testimony in court. So I'm just going to
Yes,
take it
Judge,
out.
thank you.
All right, anything else about the jury instruction?
Nothing other than that, Judge.
Nothing, Your Honor.
All right. You have your cell phone numbers, right?
I'll be here, Your Honor.
Okay.
We will be 5 minutes away, I promise.
I think the media is asking for a copy of the jury instructions, which I'll provide if you take a read, if you don't.
I have no problem with
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. Anything else? Oh, you're going to give me all the exhibits.
that. I have them here.
Okay.
We have the exhibit list with redacted portions for any exhibit that was not admitted.
Okay. Yeah.
We have a judge's copy as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. Yeah, thank you. Anything else about that? All right, so aside from that, correction 4.1, you agree with the jury instructions?
People do, Judge.
You're okay if I send the exhibits in and they are going to start deliberating?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay. All right. Let me make sure the doors are open.
Ms. Williams, the updated exhibit list has been emailed to you, so that's good for, okay.
Oh my God. QB's killing me. She's killing me. Oh, she said she's about to say it again. Don't say it, Muriel. Muriel. Ma'am. Dang it. She really said it. She really said it. Mm. So she did say it. She did say it. Yeah, she's Morgana. She's gonna have all the words, all the words, all the words. Yeah, the jury instructions are the worst. They're the worst. Trying to sit through that is like, and they're forever long. I mean, God, it's so much. So much reading. We said we will hear 30 minutes of QB's words. I knew you were going to say that, Lee. Oh, God. Cracks me up. Cracks me up. Oh, my goodness. Okay. So I'm going to speed it up to the part where we actually are now. Because we're behind. I mean, remember we had the whole like fit throwing thing earlier. So we have to get through probably about 30 minutes. So, okay. Now we are live. Now we are live. You always tell me that, Lee, but I'm afraid I'm going to miss something good. I want to like, if they did have a brief second question, I want to scroll just so I don't miss anything in case they did have something. You know. Or in case there's like a little blip of something, then I can see it and be like, oh, I don't want to miss this. Lee's like, just click the live button. Just click live. Click live. I do have FOMO really badly. I do have FOMO. I've got FOMO. See that camera shook around for a split second right there. I saw the camera shake. When the camera shakes, I'm like, oh, Somebody sitting there moving that camera. All right. So have you guys answered the latest poll? We have a poll up. Let me see how many. We got 26 votes. Wow. Yeah, we got 26 votes. We got 24 people in here. So if you have not clicked the vote, if you've not voted in the poll, make sure to do that. I'm going to leave it up for a little while longer because they're deliberating. They are deliberating. QB says, not me checking my text because you said, and I heard you. Oh, you heard me text you? I literally sent 4 texts, QB. I was being an Abigail. I was doing like boom, boom. Y'all. So here we've got jury deliberating day 1, hour 1. Ooh, they're getting fancy with their little deliberation clock timer, right? Fancy pantsy. Fancy pantsy. I need coffee. I need a potty break. I need a potty break. I got sunshine on a cloudy day. So if they have, I don't know. She did tell them that they could stay late, right? I'm thinking that she did say that they were the court was on the jury's clock. So whatever they decide, I guess they'll stay late. You people are leaving, right? It went from 23 to 17. Wow. Sherry, Bubbles Crafty Corner. Hey, dearie. She says, hello, Jenny, and hello, everyone in chat. I'm sitting here in my craft room, just biting into my lunch, just waiting urgently. Ooh, what are you having for lunch, Sherry? Lisa's really got to stop obsessing about numbers, LOL. Lisa said, I fell asleep, so I woke up just in time for the jury to go back. I did see the prosecutor's statement and part of the defense. I don't think I want her as my lawyer. Oh, did you see, Lisa? Did you see her whole what would Mariel say? Oh, my Lord. Did you see hear her whole comment? Jeez Louise. Some people. QB says, me listening to you reacting to me not knowing is priceless. Yeah, because I really thought you knew at first, and then you didn't know. And then I realized you didn't know. Ay, ay, ay. Lee says, I keep checking lives versus watchers. Oh, likes versus watchers. Gotcha. QB says 3 times, Jenny. 3 times. What 3 times? What was 3 times? What did I do 3 times? Oh, hold on. I'm going to have to ask her because she's not caught up yet. Did I do 3 times? Question mark, question mark, question mark. Oh, I wrote THIMES. Oops. Times. Oh, that I rewound it and watched it back that many times. Yeah, I couldn't help it. I couldn't believe it. Mozzarella and prosciutto sandwich without tomato. Oh, yeah, because you're allergic to tomatoes, Sherry, right? I love mozzarella. Right, Kel? Kel says lucky to have 50% likes versus watches in my family. You're absolutely right. Lisa said, here's what is in opera news just now. Opera news? What's opera news? Here's what is in opera's news just now. James Crumbley is not on trial for what his son did. Oakland County Prosecutor Karen McDonald told the jury he is on trial for what he did and what he didn't. Oh, yeah, right? I mean, if you look at it, it's pretty much the truth. She basically said he's not on trial for what his son did to those 4 teenagers, but he's basically on trial for what he didn't do, which was keep that firearm locked up and out of his hands, Generally better is 50%. Well, I think though, Lee, that's because you guys are really good about reminding people to thumbs up the video, which I don't never do usually, like in my crafty ones, but online news. Okay. But when you have long lives like this, like the longer the live stream is, yeah, people come in and then go out, and they have people bounce in and out of here off and on throughout the day, and so they've gotten multiple opportunities if they've forgotten or didn't get a chance to before to do it again. Spence says, this makes me hopeful that people will pay attention when things are awry with kids. Right? I know. Even if it's just one person, you know? Oh, it's sad world out there today. All right. You guys need to go take a quick potty break. So while we are doing that, we're going to just rewind it to keep you entertained. I'm going to rewind it back to that rebuttal. Let's watch that rebuttal again from the prosecution. That was really good. Let's go back and check out her rebuttal. Or you know what? Let's go back one more time just for good measure to hear her say, what would Mariel say? And then I'm going to go use the potty, get me some coffee, say hello to the husband because he's been home for a little bit. I need to let him know that we are on jury watch and or verdict watch, and then might grab a quick little snack. So I'll just put this back at where Muriel says what Muriel says best, and then that will go straight into the rebuttal. So I'll play that again just to give you guys something to listen to. But I'll be back in just a moment. I'll check your numbers while you take your break then. Okay, Lee. I'll be back in a minute.
You're not limited to what I've come up with, and you can certainly reach your own reasonable doubt conclusion. You saw over 300 exhibits during this trial. You heard testimony from over a dozen witnesses. Should be not guilty. Not just because you have reasonable doubts, but because James Crumbley is not guilty. Thank you. That he repeatedly told his son he loved him. Ladies and gentlemen, you can watch that for yourself. It is Exhibit 301. He repeatedly told his son he loved him. You can, at what he asked his son had 9mm. Most, if not all of you agreed that there's a difference between having access and giving access. We talked about car examples. We talked about the responsibility in different scenarios. Why was it hidden? Sometime before November 26th, the responded and said, give him a hug for me. There were no laws governing the storage of firearms. We November 30th of 2021. And those people weren't concerned. They didn't see what Agent Grandin saw. They saw images that weren't concerning, that are common. On November 26th of 2021, we saw evidence that came in was essentially in pristine condition, that the keys were still inside the lock.
Why is it that now I can't find the daggone thing? QB says, I'm watching this and I have to see it like 8 times. Spence says, are we staying until jury comes back? That may be a hot minute. Yeah, I know. Lee says, maybe not the whole time, right? JB says, Spence, we do what's called verdict watch, where Jenny typically stays live until they do come to a verdict, or till they A, come back to a verdict, or B, dismiss for the day. Yeah. Typically. Yeah. But it'll be a lot of bouncing back and forth. So, okay. I'm going to go back and find the spot where this was at. Does anybody, it should be close to the end, right? I mean, close to It was right before. I know, Lee. I know. Okay.
Now, if you recall, that 6 hour was used. James bought that used. You also heard that James did not go to the 30th. I didn't see any of that. That they had been. You heard that there were at least 14 cigarette butts found near their vehicle. Math worksheet. You heard that they were concerned about sadness, not about danger to others. What was going to happen a short time later? No one. And this is the part of the trial that I dislike the most. The prosecution gets to stand up and make a rebuttal statement, and I have to sit down and I don't get an opportunity to respond. That's how trial rules work. The court has told you that. That's just how it works. But the hard part for me is that every time I hear a rebuttal from the prosecution, I think of all these things that I want to say. Think of all these responses that I can give. So what I'm going to ask you to do, we've gotten to know each other over the last couple of weeks. You've seen how I am in court. You've heard the questions that I ask. So when you go back to deliberate, think to yourselves, what would Marielle say? What would she say about this? What would she say about that? Because unfortunately, I can't tell you. I join with the prosecution in thanking you all for the time and attention that you've paid to this case. You have heard some of the most emotional testimony and seen some of the most difficult things that I can imagine a juror could see. And you likely may not be able to forget it. But what you're all doing in these chairs is of the utmost importance. And I thank you for the time and attention that you've paid. Early on in this case, during our opening statements, the prosecution and I both asked you to follow the law. And I'm going to ask you again, follow the law. The judge will instruct you on what the law is. She will give you very clear instructions. Please follow the law. Review the evidence, review the instructions, and follow the law. Because I'm confident that if you do that, each of you will have at least one reasonable doubt, and your vote will be not guilty. And your vote should be not guilty, not just because you have reasonable doubts, but because James Crumbley is not guilty. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lehman. Rebuttal, prosecutor.
You know what my least favorite part of the trial is? It isn't listening to the defense argue that her client is not guilty. She has a right to do that. It isn't even listening to what I believe, and I'm going to tell you what I think is inaccurate. My least favorite part of the trial is that even where we're standing here and our criminal justice system provides for justice for victims, and my job is to advocate for them, and I'm standing up here and I'm doing that. I've been doing that all week and several weeks before, and I'll keep doing it. You know what my least favorite part is? It doesn't take away any of the suffering. It doesn't take it away. So don't deliver a verdict thinking that it will, because it doesn't. Your job is to follow the law and use your common sense when you consider the evidence. I embrace the high burden of beyond a reasonable doubt. I believe in it wholeheartedly, devoted my whole life to it. I embrace it. It's what we use for every prosecution in this country, every single day of every year, for decades and decades and decades. That's the burden we have. And it is not, despite what the argument is always, any possible doubt. You have to be 100% sure. If you're 100% sure, we probably don't need criminal trials. And you can't be. We can't be. That doesn't make any sense, does it? We can't get inside the head of people who commit violent crimes or any crime and decide what they knew and what they wanted and if they loved their kid. I hope he did. I hope he does, by the way. I assume he does. We all do. We all love our kids. That's not my job. It's not my burden. So I embrace my burden, but I'm not going to embrace something that's just not true. Because it is not true that I have to prove, and the people of the state of Michigan have to prove, what James Crumbley knew. It is not true that the people of the state of Michigan have to prove that he knew his son was going to kill somebody. We've talked about this before. If that were the case, he'd be charged with murder. That's not my burden. That is not what I have to prove. The judge is going to instruct you what burden. It's a reasonable burden, and it's as to the elements that I have to prove. Only the elements. Beyond a reasonable doubt, using your common sense and your reason. The elements, and what are the elements? You're not going to hear that the elements of this crime are that I have to prove what he knew, what he actually knew. That's not the law, ladies and gentlemen. That is not the law. The law is I have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt what a reasonable person would do using ordinary care. That's what I have to prove. There's a couple things I have to correct. The questions defense counsel asks witnesses are not evidence. It's the answers that are evidence, and you have to decide whether that's credible. But Special Agent Brandon did not testify that it was safe. He would call that secure if an unloaded gun was stored separately. In fact, that's not what he testified. What he testified to was that it wasn't storing the firearm or ammunition wouldn't make it secure if you had a 15-year-old who knew how to load and shoot that gun. That was his testimony. You did not hear from people at the school that they were not concerned. That was not the testimony. You did not hear that James Crumbley went home because he was trying to check on his son and he was worried. None of that happened. You heard the 911 call. You have to rely on what you heard, not the questions that were asked. Defense counsel put up a statement from the Journal about my gun and where my dad hid it. And she's urging you to find that credible. But if you do, and we argue you should find, it's all credible. You don't get to pick one statement from a journal and say he was telling the truth there. But all the stuff about how he asked his dad for help, that wasn't the truth. You have to use common sense. And I'm not going to go through every single thing that Ms. Lehman told you, because I know that you were all taking notes and you all listened to it. And I laid out, and I know you remember the testimony. But the one thing I'm just going to ask you one more time is, I embrace my burden, but you have to hold me to the law and what I actually have to prove and what the judge tells you I have to prove, which comes down to common sense and reasonableness. Let's step back. We have a person, we have a father who purchased a gun as a gift. He knows he has it. He knows how to use it. He knows he's in the house by himself after it's purchased. He gets called to the school He gets called to the school, and the words on the paper, the drawing on the paper is of that gun. You heard Special Agent Brandon. The testimony speaks for itself, and so does the drawing. He saw the words, blood everywhere. He saw the image on the paper with the bullets and the person bleeding. He understands exactly, because the image is there and you saw it, that's exactly where those bullets landed. The thoughts won't stop. Help me. I want help, but my parents don't listen to me, so I can't get any help. And then that day, just hours before, help me. Use common sense. It doesn't make any sense to stand here and say someone had no idea that he needed help when he saw on the page, help me. It doesn't make any sense, because any reasonable person, which is the standard you have to use, using ordinary care, would know that, because it actually says, help me. The world is dead. My life is useless. Those messages you saw, that's exactly what he thought. We know what was going on because of the messages in this journal. And then we know there was a cable lock. You did not hear any testimony about who owned that gun and whether that lock was used or another lock was used. But you do know that whoever purchased that gun had to be 21 years old. You do know that. We've been telling you since this case started, it would take tragically small things to make this, to prevent these deaths. And you are hearing a lot about how to store a weapon. And the truth is, this has nothing to do with a safe storage lock, and you don't have to lock a weapon up to make it secure. There's lots of ways to make it secure. But what isn't secure is leaving it around, which we know he did with his other weapon, leaving it around. My dad left it out, LOL. I thought, why not? Loaded, knowing that your ammo is right there. We know that is not secure. But let's talk about one of the ways that we can prevent access to minors. This is the murder weapon. This is the gun. We know we presented evidence of this. I'm going to put it right on the table. This is a cable lock. This little piece of cord. This is me inserting the cable lock. We know that a cable lock was in the home. We know it was provided. This is me inserting a cable lock. That takes less than 10 seconds. Takes less than 10 seconds. 10 seconds. You don't have to go find it. You don't have to go buy it. It was provided. It was right there. You just watched me do it. 10 seconds of the easiest, simplest thing. One of which, by the way, not the only way. Locking was not the only way to prevent this, but it was one way, and it took less than 10 seconds. Let's talk about the gun being hidden. Let's talk about that. You heard the defendant's sister say, yeah, he went and got the gun from his bedroom. These are the other two guns. Ladies and gentlemen, the guns were kept in the bedroom. The family was there when she was told that, and everyone knew the guns were kept in the bedroom. This is where he says he hid the gun, the armoire. This is what it looked like that day. Wet towels folded over it. It wasn't even closed. He says it was in the armoire under some jeans. This is not hiding a weapon. This is just where you kept it. It is not reasonable to conclude that a 15-year-old who spends all kinds of time in the house alone would not know where it was, because it wasn't hidden. This isn't a case where we have a parent who hides a weapon far out of reach from a child who couldn't get to it, doesn't know it exists, ammunition in a totally separate spot. The kid, that's not this case. It's reason and common sense is what we have to use. We know that James Crumbley went home and looked for a gun when he heard there was an active shooter. And we know he referenced there was that meeting at the school. That's foreseeability, and that's a person who suspects their own son. And that is what I have to prove. Foreseeability to an ordinary, a reasonable person using ordinary care. This case is not a statement about guns. It's not a statement about parental responsibility. It's not about kids doing kids things. The kids on November 30th in that building were doing kids things. Hannah, Madison, Tate, Justin, they were going to class. They were talking to their friends. They were dancing in the hallway. Those are kid things. Parenting is the hardest job that we'll ever do. The hardest job, and one of the most important ones, but it's exhilarating and joyful and the best experience of our lives. We look at our kids when they're born and we see hope. But they can break your heart. They're supposed to. They have to leave someday. They don't come with a set of instructions. I'm not here to tell you that this case is about somebody who didn't follow the instructions to be a perfect parent. But we do have a guide. We do have a basic standard for ordinary care. We all have doubts about our kids. We all worry every minute of every day that they're going to do something or something's going to happen to them, and then it might be because of something we did or we didn't do. We are not responsible for everything our kids do. This prosecution in this case is not inconsistent with that. It just isn't. This is a very egregious and rare set of facts. We do have a measuring stick, ladies and gentlemen, and it's the law. And it requires us to use ordinary care. And there is a consequence if we don't, in a very limited way that the law allows a parent to be charged. Your job now is to go back there and use your reason and common sense and follow the law. That's what your job is. You've listened to all the evidence, and at the end, you will conclude that James Crumbley failed. He might love his kid, I hope he does. But stick to what I have to prove. Stick to what I have to prove. And remember that he didn't just fail in his duty to his son. He failed in his duty to protect Hannah and Justin and Madison and Tate. And I don't say their names to evoke sympathy. I say their names because they matter. They matter. And that is why we are here. We are absolutely here about what happened in that school that day, because if James Crumbley had done even the smallest of things, like the 10-second cable lock, or gone home, or took responsibility for his kid who was in trouble, those kids wouldn't have been shot and killed in that school on that day. I have met my burden. Mr. Keese and I, the people of the state of Michigan, have met the burden to find James Crumbley guilty of 4 counts of involuntary manslaughter. And I ask you to return that verdict. Thank you.
Thank you, prosecutor. I'm now going to read jury instructions to you. Does anybody need a break before I do that? Oh, we need a break. All right.
Oh, again, that was so good. So good, so good, so good. So good. Oh. Kel says that could have prevented all of those lost lives. Lives lost, yeah, 10 seconds. That's in reference to QB's cable lock demonstration. I know, it was really good. It was really good. Oh, I made it just in time. I was coming in here I got my coffee made. Husband's leaving. He's home, but now he's turning around leaving again for a haircut. He's going to grab dinner when he's in town. Oh no, do not disturb. Yes, daylight savings. Ay, ay, ay. Okay, so I'm back. Let me get a drink of my hot coffee. Hot coffee. Let me go fast forward it real quick. Okay, apparently there's been no questions as of yet. So, oh my God, so good. Slurpee McSlurperson. You guys, it was so good. That rebuttal was so good. I mean, her closing was good, but I wasn't like a massive, huge, like, ooh, that got me, you know? But when she gave the rebuttal, the last 2 or 3 minutes of that rebuttal gave me the goosebumps. It totally gave me the goosebumps. Anybody else? Did anybody else get goosebumps? Let's go see what the poll is. We're at 27 votes. 27 whole votes. All right, I'm going to give you guys the count of 5. Or should we leave it up? Should we leave it up for till we get ready to end for the night later? What say you guys? Should we end the poll now and call the poll done? Start a new poll with verdicty questions. What say you guys? What say your guys? Anybody want to come up and chat? Let me drop the link. We'll do another open panel. I'm going to put the StreamYard link in, so if somebody wants to come up and join us and chit chat for a little bit. Kel says, close it if you have a new poll question. Lee says either or. Okay, let's go ahead and close it then. Let me close this poll. And then we will start a new one. Oh, we have a visitor. Hi, ma'am. I hear you got words. You got words.
Y'all, that rebuttal.
Right.
Y'all.
The rebuttal was fire.
Like flames right up Mario's butt. Like, take your what would Mario and light it on fire and warm yourself with it, because that's what we think about it.
Oh my gosh.
Oh. Okay. But I gotta say, I gotta say, listening to you react to me, react to you, react, listening to you when you say it, I was dying. I was dying. I was
It was
laughing
pretty
so
funny.
hard. But then you made me
I
watch
wish
it
that you
8
could.
times.
I wish the camera would have been on because my jaw hit the floor when she said that. Like I was sitting here diamond painting, right? And I stopped and I looked at my screen and I was like, oh, my mouth was gaping wide open.
I can't.
And it wasn't even 2 seconds and the chat lit up with comments. Kel, I think, was the first one and she said, "Oh no." I think her literal words were, "Oh no!" Exclamation point, exclamation point. And then I was
Oh.
like, "Oh my god, I'm glad I'm not the only one that heard it," because I thought for a minute that I was hearing things, and I'm like, "No, no. Is this just deja vu, like, in my head, or did she really say
Oh,
that?"
no. Yeah. That's bad. It's so bad.
And you saw the
But
smirk
y'all,
on her face, right?
like, girl, sit down. Sit
And
down.
not only was there, oh, wait. Oop. Got a notification from Kathy Russin. It says jury is opting to go home. Deliberations will continue tomorrow.
Yeah, I figured they weren't gonna. I saw Spence' thing. We gonna stay till they come back with a verdict. Yes, Spence. We are dedicated. We are staying here 24/7 until like. I'm just kidding, Spence. I love you. Love you, Spence.
Oh,
Love
she
you,
did
Spence.
smile, Lee, the whole time she was saying it.
But
Ooh.
but did y'all notice? Did y'all notice that she said, "We've gotten to know each other. You see what I do." She would almost said, "You see who I am," and I was like, "Yeah, we see who you is." Yeah,
Uh-huh.
go ahead and say it, Mario. Go ahead and say it, Mario. Say it.
Uh-huh.
Just say it.
Kel said, I kind of saw it coming. She was going down that same road. I can't say anything more, but you know me. I know. Can't
Oh,
say anything more, but you know me. Spence says, with me being sick, it's not like I have anything else to do, of course. I would stay online. She was leading up to it,
me and
Lee.
Spins are gonna. It just I. And then you made me watch it like 8 times.
I'm sorry, honey. I had to. That was hilarious.
But
And
watching it and listening to you react to it, and then you listen. Well, first of all, then the first thing everybody's like, y'all, wait till QB hears it.
people were definitely saying that.
Did you see that I still have my phone on D&D? I didn't see your text messages. I didn't see JB's messages. I didn't see nothing. I'm like, why am I not? Yeah, it was on D&D. Spence, I thought you got over that flu. I thought you were better, ma'am. Ma'am.
Do what?
I thought Spence was better. I didn't know she
Oh,
was still sick.
I didn't know
She
she
was
had the
supposed to be
flu. She
better.
said something about her having the flu a while ago.
But she did. But I thought she had the flu.
Did you guys
Uh,
also notice, or was it just me that noticed this? But I noticed she had, when she was smirking and smiling, and after she said that, and then she stops looking at the jury and like goes to the little podium, and when she flips her notebook paper over to like go to the next page, she does it real hard, like I mean
like
business.
I nailed it. Nailed it.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Day
I noticed that.
9, ma'am. Are you staying hydrated? Are you drinking your water?
Are you sleeping? That ain't good.
Mm-mm. Not good.
That would be a really good Bubbles Crafty Corner says, I think the reason why the jury is wanting to go home is because they want to get a good night's sleep and have clear minds so that they can make the right decision.
Okay, first thing in the morning, be like, look, listen, we don't need to talk. Okay,
Let's
so
get a cup of coffee and a donut and call it a day.
yeah, so they'll hold out for but so okay. So we started talking earlier about what everybody thought, or I had asked what everybody thought. Like, do you think they you think they proved it beyond a shadow of doubt or and all that? And I'm gonna say this. Before hearing her rebuttal. Oh,
That was
why
me
was that
because it was.
movement?
I want to go back and play that where the live ended to see what they say about in the morning and that kind of thing if they do. So
Okay. So before the rebuttal, I was on the fence, and my concern was it was easy to hate Jennifer Crumbley.
right.
Okay, it was find fault in Jennifer Crumbley.
You're breaking up a little bit, babe.
What? I'm not doing nothing.
Well, I mean, I can't help that, but
I think it's my AirPods because I was listening back to scratchy. Let me try something. Stand by. Also,
stand by me.
Lee, look.
Ma'am, you are hardcore breaking up. I can't hear a word you're saying. I ain't here.
Here. Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Does it sound better now?
Yeah, a little bit.
Do I sound scratchy?
No.
Okay. So I think it's my AirPods or it's my phone. It's something. Something's wrong. Something's wrong, and it ain't just my Wi-Fi. So so before her rebuttal, I had concerns because Jennifer Crumbley, like you saw her and her being at the horse barn. I mean, they didn't even talk about the horse barn.
Mm-mm.
And all this, and there is nothing I want to say, and I said this during the Jennifer Crumbley trial. There is nothing to say that parents can't do things. Okay, parents can
Mhm.
do things, but they didn't like they couldn't be bothered with this kid. But the way that Jennifer Crumbley acted, and the way that like the text between he and Jennifer Crumbley and her and Ethan and all the things, she's just not, you can tell she's just not a nice human being. Okay.
Right.
And so
Right.
it was easy to be angry with her. It was
Mhm.
easy to want to blame her.
Mhm.
James Crumbley, although I did say I see him and I see his mean mugging, okay?
Mhm. Mhm.
But he does show some emotion. He does show sympathy. He does show, you heard him crying after the interior, or after they went to the substation.
Right.
He's crying every time they're discussing this stuff. Um People were saying, yeah, he legit was sitting next to his son in the office and seemed, like he cared. You know what I'm saying? And my concern was that they would be um sympathetic to the fact that I'm telling what I think, but they would be sympathetic towards him because that or they would have empathy towards him because he loved his son, and you know he didn't know, and blah 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 blah. And but what she said was this: he did not have to know.
Mhm.
He did not have to know what he was going to do.
Right.
All he had to know was that he was not securing that weapon, and had it not been for him, had it not been for James Crumbley, those children would still be alive.
Yeah.
Had it not been, now that doesn't mean that he wouldn't have found some other way to do it, okay? But they made it real easy.
Right.
They made it real easy. And I agree with Lord, I apologize for saying this, Muriel. When I got what she was going for when she kept saying, but that's not the only way to secure a gun. You can secure a
Right.
gun, like if it's unloaded. And what she was trying to say was that Jennifer Crumbley is the culprit because she bought the are you ready? Yeah. Sorry, I gotta take man child. I'm taking y'all with me, but you're probably gonna hear the things. Jay, I'm on live. So she I think she was trying to make Jennifer Crumbley the fall guy, okay? Because she bought the stuff. Well, you're right. Okay, having a gun with no bullets is is a way to secure the gun. But
Right.
having bullets with no gun is also
No, and you're breaking up.
stand by. Can you hear me?
Stand by me. Yep.
Okay. Oh, you broke 260. You go, girl.
260. Oh yeah. I think it's at 262 or something.
Well, we need everybody to tell their friends because we need her to hit 1,000 so that I can become a member.
You crack me up.
I'm just saying I want to become a member.
Member, you are a member, baby.
Whether I want to be or not.
You an honorary member.
No, Lee, I'm absolutely not saying that that's a way to secure a gun. I'm saying I understand where she was headed with that, which was if he hadn't bought the bullet, then he wouldn't have had him to put in the gun. I'm not saying that I think that that's a way to secure the gun because it is not.
Right.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
My child is like,
Barely.
could you please move? Because I have to go to work. He's not liking having to depend on me to take him.
That's not anywhere near anything.
No, I'm not liking having to take you.
Okay, then you say that. Don't make it me.
Look at that. Look at that. Look at that.
Yeah, that's my kid. That's my kid.
Yeah, and she always says, oh, well, I don't know why you doing that. It's like, who raised me?
Boom. Boom.
Hit me.
Can we have man-child come up on the panel sometime?
Yeah, man-child will come up on the panel. I don't know if you all want his opinion.
Panel?
Well, I mean.
Yeah, like when I go up on the lives.
Oh, I mean, I could, but I'm very vocal about what I believe in. And I don't.
Where he gets that from. He got words too. He got words.
And I'm very good at expressing it sometimes. Sometimes, not all the time.
Yeah, but watch your mouth, by the way.
I know.
This is a PG stream.
Well, is it though?
We're not.
I like her.
No, it is because y'all don't understand that the F-bomb could fly out of his face at any moment.
That's fair. That's fair.
He didn't even act like no.
He tonight. No, he knows.
He said that's fair. That's fair. That's true.
I spent a very long time by myself. And when you're by yourself, filters don't really matter too much.
Right.
So it tends to pop in normal conversations.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I hear your snap dots just snap dotting.
Yeah, I'm
Gammon painting, baby.
It's the cinnamon bun. I don't know if you're gonna like it or not.
What was I gonna say? I was gonna say something now and I forget what.
That's all that matters.
Oh, QB. I had questions.
Okay, I have words.
So, okay, I have a couple of questions because you watched the Jennifer Crumbley trial. So,
Yes.
one of my questions is, was there any, like, what did they say about, what was their reasoning for hiding out and having 6 or however many thousands of dollars and 3-4 cell phones? What was their
Hey,
reason for that?
You know what? And that's what I found interesting because Mario didn't try to say nothing about that.
Right?
That
You're
they
breaking
had,
up again.
oh, for the love, I'm driving. I can't help it.
Okay, we'll make it through it. We'll work through it.
So Shannon had said that Jennifer and well, okay, so at that time when they were hiding out, Mario and Shannon were still together and representing both James and Jennifer Crumbley.
Muriel was?
Muriel and Shannon were still together. They did not split until they had their first appearance. And I think they made the decision, hey, we're gonna split off because they need to be done separately.
Mm-hmm.
And so and honestly, I think Jennifer probably said, I don't want to go to trial with him. I don't want to be grouped with him because he's going to be found guilty. I don't think she ever thought in a million years she was going to be found guilty.
Mm-hmm.
And so, but anyway, so at that time, there was, Shannon's argument was that they had made arrangements for them to turn themselves in. Okay. And that they were going to go to the station. They had alarms set for the next morning, and that they were going to go the next morning and meet with the attorneys, and that they were going to go and turn themselves in. Well, it came out during the trial because they ended up being able to read some of Shannon's text messages because Jennifer opened the door. That it came out that they kind of knew, or that they knew that they were hiding. Okay. And so I think I'm going to answer your question, I promise. I think that the prosecution in this case did their homework and watched all of that because they cut it off at the pass. They were like, you don't get to decide when you're going to turn yourself in. You don't get to, oh, you had alarms set. Why were they turned off and in a thing across the room?
Right.
Why, all those things. So now the $6,000, they tried to say something about like that was going to be like bail money or something for Ethan. But no, you ain't getting bail, murder charge. So y'all sit down. That ain't even a thing. So, but that was what they tried to say, was that they made arrangements and they were going to turn themselves in, and that they went to Detroit because they were afraid. They were afraid because it had been, they knew who they were, people knew who they were, and they were going to come after them and all the things. Hold on, y'all. I got to mute. Hold on. Is this good? Yeah. I don't know where I'm going.
You're not muted. You're not muted.
I know. I am now.
Okay. Just letting you know. So don't let me forget, if you guys in the chat, don't let me forget to also ask her about the owner of the building and why they got food for them and stuff, because I want to know that also, if that was brought up.
Okay, hey. I realized, I think I left my, heck, nabbit. I think I left my headphones at home. That's going to make me mad. Okay. I heard what you said about the food. I don't, listen, I need to know.
Nope. What? Go back to the what you call it?
Oh, I thought I said everything.
Kel, well, no. Now, wait a minute. Kel says, I love this channel. Why? What did I do? Or what did QB
I
do?
love when you were like, you're not muted, you're not muted, you're not muted. I wasn't going to say nothing.
Well, but I didn't want you to like dox yourself or him or not the girlfriend or.
Or not the girlfriend. Girlfriend is at home.
I mean, I just didn't want you to like plop any, like throw out your like social security number for whatever reason, or you know what I mean? So.
Down for me.
What?
See, it's the headphones. It's the headphones to the. Can you hear me?
Now I can.
Okay. I think it's a confusion between.
Well,
and the phone.
Well, you broke up again, so.
Oh, for the love. Hold on.
Right, Kel? Robot QB. QB.
Take a minute.
I'm going to start calling her Qbert. Qbert. Do you guys remember Qbert?
Oh, I loved Qbert.
Oh, no, me too.
So I said everything.
Well, but no, here's the thing. Why? I mean, my question was there any thought that those two were going to try to ditch the country and run off?
They were so running off. They had $6,000. They had brand new clothes. They had 4, 6, 8 burner phones. I think it was 4. They Kel says the unpredictably of. I think it's the unpredictably of QB.
Oh.
I think Jenny was more predictable before. It's just who I am as a person. But there's no question in my mind that they were planning on running. Now,
well, that right there,
sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say that right there is enough for me to just throw them both in the slammer and never let them see the light of day again. I mean, if y'all are going to run and leave your kid to fend for himself, what in the name of God kind of parent is that?
They already did. It depends on, it's all perspective, right? So the defense spins it one way and the prosecution spins it another, okay? And so they're like, oh, well, they said we're gonna get him an attorney. No, y'all didn't say that. They said they were gonna go talk to Ethan, and they said we don't want to talk anymore until we have an attorney. We who? Me, her, and Ethan? Or me and Jennifer? Or you know what I'm saying? Like we don't know. We don't know. They weren't going to get him an attorney. If they were going to get him an attorney, they'd have showed up at the substation with an attorney.
Right.
I mean, okay, you're a mom. Would you would rush down there and make sure your kid is okay? Okay. And on the way, you'd be calling whoever you knew as an attorney to meet you down there. Would you not?
I mean, yeah, that would be that would have been one of my first. Oh, wait. Am I breaking up for anybody else?
Probably just me.
Probably. So I'm just thinking though, like my brain is thinking, are they okay. Are they going to hightail it to like Mexico or go somewhere, Canada, I don't know where they're going to go, but like, are they going to go and like cut their hair and bleach their hair and put sunglasses on and get a whole new name and never speak to their son again? Is that what they're planning?
They were gonna go for a minute. They didn't care. They didn't care, Jenny. They didn't care.
Well, that right there, if that was their intention, I would have like been talking more about that. That would have been a thing in both trials, honestly.
Everything that they did, Jenny, showed that they were self-absorbed and just were down to let's not even talk about and again, I'm not saying that people can't have a life.
Right.
Okay? If you're a parent, you can't have a life. Of course you can have a life. It's recommended that you do have a life. If you don't have a life, you're liable to be not a good, not a nice parent. Because you're stressed out. You know what I mean? Like that's not.
Mhm.
Nobody wants that. But every action that they did showed they could care less. They couldn't be bothered.
Yeah.
That child had 2 bedrooms. 2 bedrooms. Because there was so much stuff everywhere. Now, mind you, my kids, when they were teenagers, I did not go in their room. I didn't want to see their room. I didn't want to know. It smelled like boy. I mean, it just smelled like boy.
Right, right.
But it would get to a point, and I'd be like, "Nah, homie, you need to go clean your room up." And if they didn't clean it up, then I go in there and I come in there with a rake.
Right.
Not that I
In a
needed a
trash
rake.
can.
Yeah, but I come in there with a rake, and I'll be like, "Is this what we want to do?" Because y'all know what happens if I pull the rake out. Because I just start raking everything into a pile and putting it in a bag, and it goes out to the corner.
Right.
So either you can do it or I can do it. So I mean, they just couldn't be bothered. And I was so glad. I wanted to say this. I was so glad that the prosecutor said everybody knew where those guns were hidden.
Right.
Because Mario was trying to say, well, he didn't know where they were hidden. Everybody knew where they would. That one witness that you brought up, Mario.
That one.
Told them that everybody knew where they were because when she wanted to see that Derringer, she went in the bedroom and he got it from where the guns are.
Right. Lord have mercy. Lord. Okay,
Oh yeah,
so
Lisa. Oh yeah, absolutely, Lisa. Oh yeah. They went to the school. That's the thing. At the end of the day, you can say all the things. James Crumbley didn't know he was in distress. James Crumbley didn't know this. James Crumbley didn't know that. You know what he did know? He drew a murder scene on a math homework with the same exact gun. And didn't say nothing to them. And again, I'm not saying the school did everything that they could have done. They could have done more. Okay. But the one key piece of information that they didn't have was that he had that gun. He had that same gun. You talk about the myriad of tiny little things that either James or Jennifer Crumbley could have done to change this. They simply could have said, he owns that gun, or not he owns it. We bought him a gun just like that.
right.
We bought him a gun just like that. There's a gun like that at our house.
Right.
Check his bag. But they were too worried. They were too worried about themselves and how it would look, and that they were being bothered. Okay. That they were there 10 minutes. I'm telling you right now, there is no way. Work, not work, doctor, president, Queen of Sheba, that I would have left that day without my kid.
No, absolutely not. They would have been straight home.
No
I mean,
way. No way. And where I was getting angry when I said that Shannon was minimizing stuff, okay, is that she was like, well, the school that wasn't concerned. They said, we'll follow up with you in 48 hours. No, you need to get him help within 48 hours.
right.
And we're going to call you, is what got said. Don't get
Right.
it twisted, Mario.
Mario.
Don't get it twisted.
No, she was getting it twisted, that's for sure. Or trying to, anyway.
And don't get me wrong. I think they should have gone in his bag. think, because I'll be honest with you, the way that he acted, okay, the way his demeanor and stuff in school, he was a good kid, okay. He wasn't a problem. Even the principal, or was the principal that said she couldn't believe it was him?
It was she was
Administrator.
yeah, some sort of an administration.
Yeah, said she couldn't believe it. Okay, so even if we don't think that he could be a threat to others, we're concerned, okay, that the voices won't stop. We're concerned that he's uh we're concerned that, you know, he's sad because his grandma died and his dog died and his friend left.
Mhm.
Okay? And we don't want him to be alone. He could be a danger to himself, okay? So let's check the bag.
Yeah, absolutely. And I said that earlier about, if it would have been the situation where the kid the if it would have been a situation where they were concerned about him harming himself at school, or I mean at home, and that's why they were like, we don't want him to be home,
Right.
alone, so let him just stay here. But if
I
you
get
had a
that
concern
part.
that he was going to hurt himself, is it not out of the realm of possibility that he would have went into the bathroom and shot himself or hung himself?
Yeah, exactly.
So
I
why
mean,
not still check the backpack?
I think they should. I definitely think they should have checked the bag, if for no other reason. Okay, but like I said, at the end of the day, the one big missing piece of information, all they had to do was say, "We have a gun like that,
Mhm.
Ethan. Is that the gun we got you for Christmas? Is that what you're drawing there?"
And
And
something else I don't understand is why they've said in there a few times that somebody drawing a type of drawing that he drew didn't seem
I'm trying to say it wasn't out of the ordinary because kids draw stuff like that because of video games and everything else.
yeah, that for
But
me though, I'm like, that's very out of the ordinary.
yeah,
No.
but they weren't. I think that was Muriel putting words in their mouth. They did say that they do draw stuff, but but what the administrator said was them separately may not be a concern, but together it's a problem.
Yeah.
It's a problem.
And let me ask another question. And this is probably a hindsight kind of thing, right? But the kid is days before got in trouble for looking up bullets on his
Right,
phone.
right.
So if you're looking at bullets, wouldn't that tell you that he's probably got a gun?
Well, yes. Um, but okay. So Devical's clavicle. I agree with you, but also the the one teacher. No, trying to remember now. If I don't remember them saying that the counselor was told about him looking up the bullets and looking up the video games. No, he was told about, yeah, he was okay. He was definitely, I don't know if he was told about the bullets. He was definitely told about the video game because the teacher said it's not like it was a real life thing. It was like a movie.
Sorry. Go ahead.
But yeah, no, I agree with you. I mean, but then then you could argue the fact that, most people in that county, most houses in that county have guns.
Right, right.
So I mean, are they I will tell you this, if they were complacent, they won't be complacent again.
Right. That's part of the problem though, is like I said yesterday, I think there is no foolproof plan, right?
Right.
Nothing is ever foolproof, but it's like you have a check mark, you know. Oh, well, here he was caught looking at bullets. Check. Okay. Here we got a murder scene on a math homework. Check.
Yeah.
You know, here we have this. Check. I mean, it just, I don't know. Somebody said that there was, I can't remember who it was, said that they had um, something about against the school, a lawsuit against the
There
school, but
was, but
they
it was
made a,
dropped. It was
yeah.
well because so the school, they can't go against the school. School has, it's not diplomatic immunity, but it's the same kind of thing. They can't sue the school. They can sue the administrators. But they did drop everything. They ended up dropping everything.
Yeah.
Oh, I remember they could go. Okay, I remember they can't go after the school criminally because that's the diplomatic immunity thing. They could go after them civilly, but I think they determined that there wasn't enough. Um, or maybe they're waiting. I don't know. Maybe they're waiting for the result of this. I honestly thought that when when Jennifer Crumbley was convicted, I thought that James would take a plea.
Wonder why he didn't.
Oh, I can guarantee you that Muriel and Shannon were like, "Nah, man, we got this. We got this.
Mm.
No, we got you. Don't worry. I know she lost the first one, but this is Muriel. Muriel got this." What will Muriel say? Muriel would say, "Don't take a plea. Take your chance."
Oh my God, what will Muriel say?
Nobody gives two squats about what Muriel would say. Ain't nobody thinking that.
Mm-mm. Nope.
Nobody thinking that. Nobody thinking that. But yeah, there's no common sense, Spence.
None.
I just pray that the jury has the common sense.
Man.
Because again, I'm not saying that the school did everything they could have done. I think they could have done a lot more. Absolutely. But at the end of the day, if it were not for James and Jennifer Crumbley and their lack of due care, anything, she took 10 seconds to put that cable lock on. If that wasn't the most powerful piece of daggone closing statements I have seen in a long time. 10 seconds.
Yeah, I agree. It was good. It was good. It was good.
So anyways, I didn't watch any of the jury instructions or whatever, and I think y'all were gonna watch like them announce or whatever. I'm fixing to pull up to Miss M's house.
Miss M.
I'm early. Look, I ain't even supposed to be. You want to see if y'all want to ask me if I missed Miss M?
Oh, I don't have to ask you.
Look,
I know you do.
I ain't supposed to be here till 6.
Oh, you got a whole 40 minutes.
Oh, I'm here. I'm fixing to pull up in the driveway. I'm here
That's what
now.
I'm
I'm going
saying. That's what I'm
inside.
saying. You got a whole 40 minutes before you even had to be there, and you're already there.
Yeah, I'm already here. I mean, I could have dropped Jay off and gone back home, sat for a spell.
Sit out here on the porch for a spell.
But I don't want to keep y'all from doing what you're doing.
Oh, I ain't doing nothing. I'm going to watch this last little section if there's even anything to watch to see if the jury, because I don't know if the jury's come back into the courtroom and the judge has said we'll resume at whatever time in the morning, or
Who was that chick that you said was Kathy who?
Kathy Russin.
Russin, is that the one? That I don't
I don't
know
know.
how
She's
I
with the
feel
law
about.
and crime.
Maybe that wasn't her.
She's with Law and Crime Network. I like her a lot.
Okay.
But
I'll have to pay attention to who it was.
yeah,
Somebody had
she's the
said
one.
something yesterday, and I wasn't a fan of it, but it may not have been her.
Oh, I don't know. Sometimes she'll say things, and I follow Jennifer Coffinduffer too, and she wears me out. She's usually pretty. I like her, but she also like says a lot of things that I'm like, kind of like Nancy Grace.
Yeah, I was gonna say like Nancy Grace.
Yeah. But anyway, I was just gonna watch this and see what they said.
All right, well, y'all
Oh yeah,
watch
I know
that.
that, Lee. I know.
And I'm gonna drive up in here. And what do you mean? Probably should have stayed live. Look, Lee, you wouldn't have got my words. I know y'all wanted the words. You make comments about my words, but y'all wanted my words.
We did. We like when you get on here and get wordy.
Y'all dragged me right out to PT.
Oh, we did. We did. I was like,
Dragged right out to PT. You're like, immediately, ma'am, immediately go to where we are.
Immediately.
Like, what in the world?
Yeah, I know. If you get a chance to watch that movie, Damsel, it's really good. I don't know what kind of movies you like, but
I don't watch movies very often. I think I will tell you, I think I am going to watch the Wonka one.
Oh, it's good.
Because,
it's good.
Well, I didn't watch the Willy Wonka one with Johnny Depp, and I like Johnny Depp. But there will
Are
never
you getting
be
ready to say the same thing I said the other day?
What?
About it being a little too dark?
Well, if you watch Charlie and the Chocolate Factory as an adult, you watch Gene Wilder, he was a little creepy.
Well, yeah. He is. I mean,
yeah, but sometimes Johnny Depp can be a little creepy, but that's not why I didn't watch it. I didn't watch it because Gene Wilder will always be
yeah,
Willy Wonka.
I know.
Like
I know.
I'm like, and I'm not a big movie person. I don't know why. I mean, I like them. I think it's my ADHD, like the thought of having to stay somewhere for 2 hours, even though I might stay somewhere for 2 hours, but like the commitment to it.
Yeah, I know.
It's a lot.
That's how I am whenever Dale's like, let's watch it. You want to sit down and watch this? I'm like, not right now, because I don't want to have to commit to it.
Now, don't get me wrong. I might have the YouTube on for 8 hours.
Right.
But it's just the commitment.
Right. You're committed to that. You know that you're
like
committed
you
to
gotta
that.
be still for 2 hours.
Mhm.
So is the damsel, like, what kind of genre is it?
I'm not good with genre names, but it's like it's about princesses and dragons.
Oh, okay. Well, I like princesses and dragons. I was trying to see if it would be something that I could watch with M, but M's kind of like, M can only do about an hour. I need to find an hour-long movie because she's done.
Yeah.
I'm afraid to pick a movie anymore because did I tell y'all about the reaction she had to
Fried green tomatoes?
Yeah, it was bad. I felt bad.
Yeah, you said she got kind of sad.
Yeah, she's gonna have to pick the next movie.
Yeah. But the dragon and the princess one is pretty good.
Gail said don't ruin it. No, Henny said don't ruin it. She's gonna watch it, so don't say nothing else.
Okay. Okay.
All right, I'm pulling in the driveway. I've been sitting up the road.
All right.
Oh, I'm pulling up.
Oh, Kel said I saw the damsel preview last night. It's PG-13. Yeah, there's no sex in it or nothing like that.
Look, we watched My Cousin Vinny. She loved that. It just, I don't want to pick a movie because it just hurt my heart.
Yeah.
It hurt my heart.
Well, I mean, if you said she can only handle like an hour long movies, then that one, I mean, I don't remember how
Yeah,
long it is, but
she could do an hour and a half, but she usually the problem is she can't sit because she gets uncomfortable. Not so much she can't sit, but
right.
anyway, look, she's gonna be chomping at me to be doing some diamond painting when I get through the door. I ain't been here in a hot minute. We're like, we ain't done that
Yay.
drill. She don't call it diamond painting. She calls it drilling. Because
Drilling.
I told her that they're called drills, and she's like, why they call them drills? I was like, that's a question that everybody asks. But so she says, we gonna be doing some drilling. I don't know. Are we, Em? Are we gonna be doing some drilling?
Oh, hold on. Yeah, I saw Henny's comment, don't to spoil it. And then Kayla says, I saw the Damsel preview last night. It's PG-13. Then she says it's a dark fantasy film
Oh,
with
okay.
Millie Bobby Brown, Robin Wright, and Angela Bassett. Yeah, Angela
Well,
Bassett's in it.
I like Angela Bassett.
And then Morgana says, I used to be a big movie person. I have about 1,000 DVDs or Blu-rays. Goodness gracious.
God bless.
Well, we used to have a bunch too whenever Eli was
Yeah.
small, but I mean,
Yes,
that was like
Spence.
Veggie Tales and Thomas the Train.
Right? Yes, Spence. This is the person I got the paint gems for. We're still working on the first one.
God love.
Her look, y'all. She's 84. Her hand eye coordination ain't all it's chalked up to be.
Right. Well, it wouldn't be.
So, Blockbuster. I used to do Blockbuster. I used to do Blockbuster when they had Please Be Kind Rewind.
Right.
And you had to fight on Friday night for the new releases.
Mm-hmm.
And they had the box out there, and then you thought that they had it, but they didn't have it. But the box was there, and you were like, "Oh, it's there!" And then it was empty boxes behind it, and you're like,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know, right?
Anyways, all right, y'all. Today ain't Friday, right? What's today? Wednesday? I don't know what day it is.
Yeah, it's Wednesday.
All right. Well, y'all behave yourself.
Yeah, we're not going to be here much longer. I'm just going to see what they say, and then I'm going to get the heck out of Dodge because Dale's going to be home soon, and I need to get some laundry done and bath time and all that kind of stuff. So,
yay, bath time.
Yeah.
All right. Well, y'all behave yourselves. I'll see you tomorrow. Have a good night. Love you.
Love you.
Bye.
Bye. All right, you guys, let's see real quick what we got. Lee says, okay, I'll see y'all later. Going to explore. Go have fun, Lee. Go have fun, Lee. All right, let me see what we got. Yeah, hold on. Let me just see real quick. I'm going to mute myself so it don't echo.
We'll be right back.
Okay, sounds good.
Thank you.
All rise.
They're gonna go home, so.
Thank you.
Your Honor, calling people over James Crumbley, case number 222799989F.
Thank you, Mark Keeston, thank people.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Marielle Lehman on behalf of James Crumbley, who is standing to my left.
Right, they said they want to go home, I'm gonna bring them in and read them a repetitive instruction
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Your Honor.
and see what time they're gonna return.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All rise for the jury.
All right, you may be seated. It's my understanding that you decided to go home for the evening, is that correct?
Yes.
Yes.
And what time do you want to return?
8:30.
8:30? All right, so I just want to let you know, you can't discuss the case until all 12 of you are here, all right? And surprisingly, I have to tell you that you should not read, listen to, or watch any news reports about the case. Under the law, the evidence you consider to decide the case must meet certain standards. For example, witnesses must swear to tell the truth, and lawyers must be able to cross-examine them. News reports don't have to meet these standards and could give you incorrect or misleading information that might unfairly favor one side or the other. So to be fair to both sides, you must follow that instruction. You should also not go on social media, post, do research, discuss the case. I want to include that you can't discuss the case. People make friends on the jury. You know, you meet some cool people and, you know, form relationships. You can't talk to the excused jurors either. All right. Any questions about the schedule? Do you want to put your lunch orders in the morning?
We already did.
Oh, you already did?
Are we allowed to leave for lunch as well, like a lunch break too?
Yes, the only requirement is that you're all there together when you deliberate, all 12 of you. All right?
We were talking about some people, you know, starting between 8:30 and 9, so once everybody gets here.
Yes, correct. So if there's 11 of you, you can't talk about the case. All right? All right, everybody stay healthy. And we will see you in the morning. All right?
All rise for the jury.
All right, we'll see you in the morning. All right?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
All right, that's it. They'll be back at 8:30 in the morning. So he did say some people would be there between 8:30 and 9, and she let them know that they can't deliberate until they're all there. So, that can you imagine how hard that would be, right? Say, there's like 8 or 9 of you in the jury room, and You're like, oh, la, 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 la. You have to talk about anything but this trial, right? Until they're all there. Hey, what, QB? She's out running the streets. She ain't even there. M, is that who you're talking about? How dare she? Well, maybe if she's not expecting you till 6, she got 20 minutes. She got people to see and things to do, ma'am. But yeah, I don't see how, would you be able to do that? Would you, if you were piled in a room and you made friends, right? You made friends with these different jurors. Even if there's just a couple of you in the room, it would be so hard to not say anything. That would be really hard for me, I think. I'd be like, we're not supposed to say nothing, but what did you think about blah, blah, blah? I don't know. Also, they already have their lunch order in, so that means they're definitely going to be going past lunch, right? We know that much. So, did we end the poll? Did I end the poll? I think I ended the poll earlier, and then I forgot to look to see what the poll results were. Lord, and now it's way up in the chat. I'll never find it again. Oh, maybe I did. Maybe I saved it. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. Say a little prayer for me together. Da-da-da, da-da-da-da-da. I hear you, child of mine. She's over here playing with Poppy. Sweet little thing. All right, where is the poll? Oh, there it is. I found it. Okay, so the poll question was, how long after jury gets the case do you think it'll take to make their decision? There were 27 votes, and 59% said less than 5 hours. 33% said more than 5 hours, and 7% said more than 10 hours. I'm going to take a screenshot of this with my phone. Hold on. Let me go get my phone. Take a picture so we can look back at this tomorrow. Hold on. I got to stand up to do this. Hold on. Okay. So I took a picture. So what we'll do is we will look at this tomorrow. Hopefully tomorrow, as long as they come back with a verdict tomorrow to find out if who was right. Well, not Kel said so it's going to take more than 5. Well, if they go to lunch, probably, right? But let's just say they get 2 hours in tomorrow and they're like, yeah, we're done. We've called it. We already agree. Then I think it's been 2 hours at this point. Let me scroll back because it had it on the screen. It said right here, I think it said day 2 or day 1, hour 2. I think it's fuzzy. Hold on, wait till it starts. It's being piddly pokily. It's like, we're done. We're out of here, yo. Bye. Yeah, they're on hour 2. So, they deliberated for 1.5 hours before they left, I think, said QB. So if they go before lunch tomorrow, then that would be less than 5 hours. If they go through lunch, that would be what? 9, 10, 11, 12, say 3, 4. Well, even if they, I mean, I would say if they stay after lunch, it'll be more than 5 hours. So I haven't voted yet. I didn't vote. I usually don't vote. Every once in a while I will vote, but not always. So, but I didn't vote in this poll. Tomorrow we will have a poll on, once I get the stream going and the live stream is open, I'll probably start a poll in there about the verdict, like a verdict-y kind of poll. Yes, ma'am. Mommy will be there in just a second, baby. Just a second. So I'll plan on starting, but probably about the same time, maybe about 8:45, 9-ish. And we'll go till we can't go no more. So, we'll just go till we can't go no more. We'll have to find some things to do, though, in the meantime while we wait. I wanted to look to see if I could find some interrogations and stuff from the Ethan Crumbley and Jennifer Crumbley's stuff, too. Maybe try to keep it, like, Crumbley related as far as what we watch to, like, kill time tomorrow. So, but anyway, I'm going to get out of here because I think Poppy needs to go to the potty because she's got the zoomies. She's running back and forth. And sometimes that means she needs to go to the potty. So I'm going to go take care of that. But make sure to hit the thumbs up button if you haven't already. I love y'all. Thanks for hanging out with me. Almost 9 hours today. Holy cow. All right. See you back in the morning. Love you guys. Bye.